of someone who may or may not have actually been part of the royal bloodline. Well, if that's true, and these people are in charge and power today, presidents, kings, queens, power structure all over the world, that are part of this bloodline, and they're basing their whole divine to rule on the fact that they're part of these bloodlines, right?
For sure.
If that's true, then that would make them impossible. That would make them these, because from what this genealogical historical record of the ancestors of the Anunnaki tells us, is that it wasn't the people who had been in the bloodlines and the power structure and everything up to that point who made the decision to Earth. They seemed to act like that was taboo. Then this guy comes in, kills the king, takes over, and then goes through this big, long drawn out ordeal of being in front of the council and show, oh, look at me, and and I came from this bloodline, and my baby daddy was over here, and he fucked this whore, the concubine, and just because she's a whore doesn't mean I'm not a part of the bloodline. All this convincing going on, you see. So again, that would make this very, very interesting. That would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that these people that, oh, maybe that's what's going to happen. Maybe that's why they've been creating space-based weapons. Maybe, they're scared, because if there's something to this, if this is real, then that would mean that at some point, the real bloodlines of power, if any of these people still exist anywhere, could actually feasibly come back and call out the power structure here on Earth as being the usurpers and the descendants of the usurper who took over the throne on Nibiru. They could very well come here and say, we need help fixing our atmosphere, but they came down here and set this up and basically did it against our wishes. Boy, that could be. No wonder they don't want us knowing what this information. My goodness, see, it just becomes more clear every time we read it.
Cool.
They asked him what his name was. Howdy. He said, "My name is Anu, after my forefather."
Anu.
They inquired about his
Inky and Lil's daddy.
On's three sons. Anki was the first one, had a son or daughter. He died. And Neb was the middle son. Instead of Anki to the throne, he descended.
He's going over how
Neb, the daughter,
violently
to be wife from them onward.
Anu overtook the throne on planet Heaven. What's up there, Mr. Greg? How you doing?
Son of On and Antu.
Yeah.
The council.
We're going to have some major debauchery here this evening.
Inuru was his name. Anu to them announced that he was my great ancestor. His spouse, Ninuru, was a half-sister. Her son was firstborn. Inama was his name. And
well, you know how it goes here in the dungeon. Well, actually, we're not there yet. Still have to venture down that way.
Point took out someone who had the right to be in power and tried to say that they weren't part of the bloodline when they were. Okay. Though by different offspring of one ancestor,
took a nap earlier.
Descended. Let us live in peace together and return abundance to Nibiru. Let me keep the throne. Let you keep the succession. Meaning, all right, well, let's do it like this. You let me stay in charge and have power and get some stuff done. And when I'm done and I'm old and I die, I'll pass it on to you, and then your bloodline can keep it going after that. Nice little compromise to keep everybody happy, huh? To the council words he directed, let Anu, the crown prince, be. Let him be my successor. Let his son, my daughter, espouse. Let succession be united. Anu bowed before the council, and to the assembly he declared, Alalu's cupbearer I shall be. His successor in waiting, a son of mine, a daughter of his as bride, I shall choose. That was the council's decision, and in the royal annals it was inscribed. In this manner, Alalu on the throne remained seated. He summoned the sages, the savants, and the commanders for him to consult in deciding that, and from that, he gained much knowledge. Let celestial boats be constructed. Seek the gold and the hammered bracelet, he decided. Again, he usurps the crown, takes over, convinces them, hey, you let me get in here and just get some stuff done, and then I'll make sure when I'm done that, we'll still continue the bloodline to pass down the power.
Mm-hmm.
And so what is the first thing he decides to do? Let's build the celestial boats. Let's build the craft. Let's go to the hammered bracelet, the area around the earth, and let's get the gold, bring it back here and fix our atmosphere. And
that didn't work very well.
Their first try.
How y'all doing?
Was essentially no good. The hammered bracelets of the boat in return.
We're listening to Biblical Canon this evening.
Enter the bowels of Nibiru. Let Nibiru be cut open. Let the volcanoes erupt. He then commanded. So
if you don't quite recognize it,
tries to build these.
Keep listening.
Ships to go and get the gold. It fails.
It's just a lot more detailed story
he gets
than the fucking King James version.
And unleashes, weather weapons and says, let the volcanoes erupt. Unleashes nuclear weapons.
Crazy as usual. Hi, Emily.
With weapons of terror, skyborne chariots were armed.
Yeah, it's just gold. They thought that they could cure their atmosphere with gold, and that's not the case.
And launched nuclear weapons inside of the volcanoes of Nibiru.
As you hear later in the story, they almost had the shit to where it was working right, and then they came through this passing and fucking wiped all their fucking efforts away. Gold is not going to fix their atmosphere. The problem is they've separated themselves from the symbiotic relationship of their planet with division and hate and murder, and same thing they spread over here. Well, here's another thing that all the Nibiru truther channels missed. The name of the planet is Heaven. It's only called Nibiru after the crossing of the ecliptic. Wonder if that was on purpose or not. Yeah, Anunnaki. That's what we're listening to. Yeah, I know. It's like that. Anu ruled over planet Heaven. He also handed down the kingships and priesthoods to Earth from planet Heaven. And only when planet Heaven crosses the ecliptic is it known as Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. And that's word for word. I don't know how everybody missed it, that the name of the planet's Heaven. It's not Nibiru. Nibiru means planet that crossed the ecliptic. Hi, Christy. And they'll explain that to you really clearly, even in the text. He'll refer you to the actual cuneiform. You can read all of the texts he's deciphering. You can actually go and read the texts and make your own informed decision on what the language of the gods was telling us. And the funny thing is it came from cuneiform to archaic to Hebrew. Hebrew being the first original occupants of Sumer, the original dark-haired people. They were genetically altered. Some of them, well, the sons of Cain, to never grow a beard on their face. And we know people like that, right? Yeah, this cuneiform's pretty deep in detail. And it's a real good listen if you have a good framework onto what they're actually talking about. And every time I listen to it, I catch little tidbits, more information.
He shuddered as great brilliances with thunder exploded. And
they're always blowing us up.
Everybody was expecting there was going to be.
They like to blow us up.
We're going to get better. And it just continued to get worse. Volcanoes did not increase. The atmosphere did not heal. And it kept going around its orbit. and kept getting colder and colder on the beer roof.
I've got the kiln. I just plugged it in. Starting to warm
Rocks
up.
and boulders was it together hammered. My
We'll go
orphans
down
with no
and
mother,
mess
they
around a
banded
little bit
together,
tonight.
searching back and forth the bygone destiny they followed. Their doings were loathsome, troubling.
All because of their fear of us.
Nibiru's probing chariots like preying lions they devour.
They tell us of their fear of us and why, and it is the magnet. That's what's wrong with their planet. They forgot that they are the same thing on their planet that we are here, to the point that they forgot they had any sort of power. And when they came here, we scared the fuck out of them. And they very clearly write about that. And the creator of all haunting them in their dreams. This is where the Hopi prophecy originated, right here. And they've carried that shit for centuries through to the desert. And they can't grow beards on their face, can they? They must be descendants of Cain. See? And they know this. They're very fucking aware of everything I just told you. So that just shows you that it's not just the Vatican lying to you. There's something going on out here in the Midwest, too. The Kachinas, those are sons. They're not spirits. Well, in a way, I guess you could call them spirits. To me, they're angels. They're higher beings. I aspire to be one day. Yeah, the volcano in Iceland's getting worse, isn't it? I noticed that. They have a very split heart. Their family, their blood war inside their own family is what this whole fucking procession shit's about, and why we're always warring, keeping divided against each other. It's like you're going to hear about how they damn near destroyed the whole fucking world just because we were following the wrong one of them, Marduk. Then after they destroyed everything, they went ahead and gave Marduk what he wanted. I'm like, oh my God. So, yeah, it's a hideous, fucked up story, actually. And they're still here. You can tell evidently they are still fucking out. Throughout this, Josh, and he's always talking about, oh, wow, when they return. I'm like, motherfucker, they never left. It never, nowhere in the cuneiform or any of that does it say they left. And their structure is still here. Yeah, they found a new core. I'm telling you right now, they are fucking coming out and telling you everything I've been telling people for 2 years now. I'm watching it happen. They just came out and talked about the neuron or whatever, or the whatever they're calling it, the cork. That's what it is, the cork and the egg, the torrid, all that, and all the atoms and stuff. So, yeah, I'm real curious to see what they got about that new core. It doesn't seem to be like we've been told. Yep, I am very sure that they knew who the fuck I was before I even had a clue. Now that I'm looking back on shit, they had me pegged a while ago. Obviously, before I ever even fucking found mom, they had me pegged. How will blacklight help us? Well, I don't even know where to begin. We were formed on that sun in the first place. That's your biology is in tune with that energy. You have it inside your literal physical makeup called your, they call it the third eye, the fucking it is a third eye, but it's not what they say it is. It's fucking UV sensitive, and it's hooked up to your ocular nerves. Go figure. It's in your biology, and if you cut that thing in half, it's got the magnetic signature of Ra. That's how it's formed. So we're going to get taller. Everything's going to grow bigger, and we'll see what happens from there. I don't fucking know. I've never lived on a UV sun. But I can tell that's definitely where we came from. We came from Father Ra, her father, not a fucking god. He's just the dad. He's the physical, like, there you are, dad of Earth. He isn't the spiritual anything to her. You know what I mean? It's not like what we were told at all. I can't promise that you will, but I can tell you this much: our children are definitely going to be taller than what we are. Mine's already taller than I am. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, our species is going back to original design, and we were obviously taller. Do you think we? Yeah, I do believe we will survive it. There's going to be many of us inside mother's womb, very protected. Yeah, and longer lives too. Well, longer lives would come if we just didn't work in this system that we're working in, just naturally. Less stress, getting along with each other, loving each other, the good energy's flowing. We would naturally live a lot longer than what we do. Creating stem cells every day, you know. That's what we should be doing, and that's just exactly what we're not doing. And we're fighting design because of dogma that was placed on us by these fucking people. People are like, are they lizards? No, they look like us. They changed us so much, they changed them fucking selves. They've been breeding with us since they got down here. Yeah, we were definitely meant to create. And they've been draining that creation energy for a long time. So, Creator's going to take back control of this shit. He's been warning them for a very, very long fucking time since this. And as far as I am aware, I'm the only motherfucker that's ever read these hieroglyphs like they wrote that I would, with that mark on my body, like I got. So I'm left with one thing. This is it. Creator's had enough. And I'm not sure how it's going to happen, but I know this much. It'll happen. With or without me. This is Creator's shit. He's obviously not happy with what's going on. Or we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it. Yeah. Um, Fortunately, I am certain it doesn't mean lights out for everybody. I mean, if it was, why would even Creator try to give us this information? It's not like I went looking for it. It just, boom, there it is. And I mean, if you look, that's how the fuck it happened. I wasn't looking for it. It found me. And I just can't help but think that it's for a reason. We are healers. I'm sure we can overpower it. A lot of us already have. A lot of us have and don't even know what's going on. Yeah, I got out of I got the fuck out of California pretty quick once I saw the moon upside down. I did the math. I was like, too close to the fucking water. I'm getting the fuck out of here. You like logical? I like logical too. It works. Clovis, my son was born in Fresno. My best friends live in Clovis. Small world. Winona and Graham, Biddy. They have two adopted kids, Alex and Lena. They're her sister's kids. So I don't know if you know them, but they live in Clovis. There. Used to go up to Bass Lake with them every weekend. Hot springs up in Mono and shit. All that. What's up, Tinfoil? God, I miss home. I really miss home. I love it too. They got a little pontoon up there we used to go up and hang out on. Hey, news. Welcome to Colorado. We're fixing to head to the dungeon. Yeah, you're not crazy. You're not fucking crazy. The world's a little crazy right now, but yeah, you're not. Well, at least you're not wrong. There's something wrong with the moon. You might be crazy. I always say that about myself because I might be, but I'm not wrong. Oh, Yosemite and Angels Falls, and my goodness. Yeah, I miss it so much. I really do, Emily. I can't express to people how much I miss home, but it's not worth it to sit there. Yeah, she does. She's closing an awful lot of those field lines, tinfoil. Uh, Big magnet pushes both sides. It's it definitely hasn't let up for a few days, has it? I don't think it's gonna just all of a sudden get better. Well, I think I worded that wrong too. We're watching it get better. This is just what it looks like. You should check it out. CH, it's fucking beautiful. Hey, Miss Raymond. If you haven't checked out the redwoods, you should see them too, and then get the fuck out of Dodge, buddy. I've seen it. I'm out. It's all beautiful. Oh fuck, man. I miss home. I miss it really, really bad. Hey, Lauren, how are you? Yeah, I figured being as how Lee's watching, we may as well give him something to look at, talk about. Oh my god. You say it's always been that way. No, Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely not supposed to be that. It very clearly says so in the book of the back of that book. A couple books that I've read talks about that, and it's not normal, or they wouldn't have wrote about it. Everything west of I-5, yeah, it ain't that ain't much. Everything west of I-5, yeah, that's gone. You can count on that. No stars, clear, sunny, and windy, huh? Yeah, I haven't been out this evening. I imagine they're blocked out pretty heavy in the north, anyways, because they have been for a long time now. Uh, God, that's just weird. It is. It's fucking weird, man. Who the fuck? You know how long that planet's been the fuck back there? We're going on 2 years. This thing's been just sitting there. I, who told you planets could do that? I didn't. I sure as fuck never knew they could. Okay? It's some weird shit. Sitting here looking at this shit in real time, it's like, holy fuck, that planet is just sitting there. It's been sitting there for a long fucking time in my book. Threatening to block people for mentioning my name, huh? Yeah, that's typical behavior, I guess. People think I'm trying to steal something from them or something. I'm just out here, like I said, man, ain't no motherfucking body that I am aware of been reading these fucking walls, and people just calm down a little bit. They can read them too, find out. Same thing you guys have. I'm not fucking around. This is very fucking real. Yeah, it's been very windy here the last few days too. You know, I give lessons every night on in the dungeon. I think one of my glass blowing sessions is, like I said, just the Latticino. I've had people say that's an $800 lesson. I'm like, yeah, that's the way you do it. You're getting it for free. Yeah, you probably saw another planet on the other side of the sun that was illuminated by the sun. Those are huge. I saw that myself a few years ago, standing in the Walmart parking lot. One of them coming in with my buddy Christian. And I was like, that's a planet, right? He's like, yes. I said, that's at least as big as the sun, right? He says, yes. And I never knew planets could get that big. He said, near did I. But we stood there, looked at it. It had to be on the other side of the sun to be fully lit because it was right next to the fucking sun. And well, if it was on this side of the fucking sun, you would have never seen it, just like the moon. Yeah, they didn't throw Galileo a big party. No, they didn't. As a matter of fact, Andy, that's some good shit. Yeah, Galileo. I remember that's exactly what didn't happen. That's some good shit. Oh God. Well, yeah, okay. I guess yeah, I've been associating myself with Noah. I know how Noah feels, but I'm starting to get a good picture of how fucking Galileo felt too. It's like fuck, the whole fucking world's against me. Oh well. Can we come visit? Where's the sex toys? Shit. Now it comes out. It was false advertisement. It was just to lure you in. Damn it. Busted that early. Figures. Fucking Rebel comes in. Where's the sex toys? Nice news. Yeah, I've been smoking this shit for a long time, man. They had me on them pain meds and it started killing my liver. I had to find something else to work with. This hasn't killed shit. Except for fucking nerve cramps. Sometimes they kill them right dead in their tracks sometimes. Not every time. You didn't come for the sex toys? Good, good, because they ain't none. Yeah, RSO does work good. I'm particularly fond of my green butters personally. I fucking love it. It relaxes your body, and you can. It tastes good, makes your food taste good. Hell of a lot better than fentanyl. Anyway, fentanyl, you can't function the first day. You just can't do anything. Second day, you're okay. Third day, you are a fucking monster because the shit is fucking addictive like heroin. And by the third day, your patch is starting to fucking wear thin and you want that fucking rush. And that is not the fucking repetitive life I wanted to live. So yeah, I chose to get the fuck away from that shit as fast as I could. I've stayed away from it. Yeah, he's waving his cucumber around. Off the medicine, yeah, that shit will kill you. Well, I ain't making no homestead here. I'm right in the middle of a fucking town next to the judge and all that shit. When I move, I'm moving to where I'm going underground to harbor a deal with some Anunnakis and or just fucking destroy hell. One of the two, maybe both. Yeah, the fentanyl. See, I smoked this for years and years. If I fucking build up a tolerance, it means I'm smoking too much, and I cut back a little bit, and then also I start getting high again real quick. But you see, I mean, it takes me 4 or 5 hours to smoke a fucking bowl because I just sit it there and talk. I'm not after getting really high. I just like to maintain my nerves not twitching, not fucking hurting and shit. Hey, Tony. But yeah, that guy with the cucumber on his stick, he seems to like to get down on Grader's medicine, but he's all about the opiates. If I was on opiates, I'd be cool in his eyes. But look, the fucking guy, he was approached by the same people, and he did the same thing happened to him. Lee, I told you all that months ago. Everybody's like, nah. I'm like, yeah. Look, watch him. Now look at him. He's over there fucking with a foamy lip trying to discredit himself every time he opens his mouth. I don't think he's actually attacking me. These are not attacks against me, but if I let it go, I put up the fucking video this afternoon. I had 3 or 4 people real quick like thanking me for clarifying exactly where he was wrong. And if I hadn't, they might have died from fucking listening to Lee. That's the reason I fucking answer back. I'm not gonna just fucking sit here and watch somebody lie about something, especially the Schumann, man. That's fucking nuts. It's a life or death situation. And the damn thing's been studied more than anything else on the fucking planet that I'm aware of. Because when Schumann found out his shit, everybody in the world, scientific world, kind of freaked out. They're like, wait a minute. You just fucking wait a minute there, Mr. Schumann. And then they started doing like what, 300 studies around the world, and they all came up same exact fucking findings that you're gonna fucking die without this shit. So yeah, it's been studied and looked at extensively, and for him to get it wrong like that, it's just, man, he's trying to. He's trying to fucking get shit wrong. He has to be. In the last 3 days of Lee, it's been some really horrendously insanity coming out of him. Look how he's talking about women. I mean, I knew he was a fucking asshole, but dude, that is a total switch up from where Lee was 6 months ago. I have to think that this is on purpose that he's doing this to himself. Because I sent people there to learn how to read hieroglyphs, and people don't want that getting out. Hey, Kat, talking about Lee and his blatant fucking change of persona and material, it's got to be contrived. It has to be. Just look at what he's doing. Um, I, I, wow. I'm. Can you tell I'm just kind of fucking speechless over it? Let's just leave it at that. I'm kind of speechless as to what Lee's doing to himself. See, yeah, God, I can't think that this is all about jealousy. I haven't given him anything to be jealous about. And jealousy isn't going to cause him to go out of his way to make sure you know he hates women. Doesn't respect you, doesn't trust you. You know, I mean that just seems like he's true to me. To me, it seems like he's really trying his hardest to alienate himself from this and everybody else. I think I can't help but think he's being paid to do this. He may, but I've been watching him for a year or so now, and I've never noticed him acting like this until after Derek and my doppelganger and our friend Daza were hanging out on Homeboy's page for a couple months. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I just, I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, it's pretty highly fucking suspect the way he's just gone a full 180. And look, did you hear the fucking interview I put up there with WSO? That's Bobby. That's relentless fucking Maverick. Talking about I'm one of his best friends, fucking this and that and everything. We've been fucking everything he said was just fucking true. And then you also, in the same time, saw Bobby do a 180, and now he's taking and flashing fucking pictures of the moon over shit and trying to act like a fool over there on his fucking page. This is not a new phenomenon to me. But if you look at the fucking WSO interview and listen to Bobby's words, he's telling you the exact same things I was telling you while Bobby was bringing out these things. Oh, I've never talked to him. I fucking hate. He's a fucking idiot. Blah blah blah. The moon this and the moon that and all those things Bobby was saying after the fact. See that just everybody I touch gets that disease. And it's starting to become pretty fucking evident that I'm not the carrier. Somebody's following me around. Yeah, I thought it was a great interview too. Bobby did a fucking great job on it. I know. And he's a smart man, but what the fuck? What the fuck was that fucking? Even recently, he's talking about me recently over there on his page. And I haven't even looked at Bobby for a long time, but he's picking up on this fucking whole DB fucking fight. There's like 20 fucking channels right now straight attacking me. I'm just bringing out the couple that are familiar with us and have the bigger. I sent most of Lee's people there. I sent them to their fucking death. And that's how I feel. So if it looks like I'm fucking combating it, I am. I feel responsible for those people over there. I should have never. What? Fucking. What the fuck do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? How do you know if somebody's going to be moral and not sell out?
Something basically devoured these spaceships. The precious gold needed for surviving, they refused to dislodge. The chariot of Alalu toward the hammered bracelet was headlong moving. The ferocious builders in close combat to boldly face. There's definitely a fight going on here. Alalu, the firestones in his chariot more strongly stirred up. That which shows the way, with steady hands he directed. The ominous boulders against the chariot charged forward like an enemy in battle attacking. Toward them, Alalu shot a death-dealing missile from his spaceship. That's literally what it says. This is towards them, Alalu, a death-dealing missile from the chariot let loose. So he shot he shot a missile out of a spaceship. Then another and another against the enemy. The terror weapons he thrust. So he's shooting nukes.
Be right back.
This is great. How come nobody's made a sci-fi movie out of this shit? Somebody will now that I've said it. Make billions of dollars, and I wish I would have done it. That always happens to me. As frightened warriors, the boulders turned back, a path for Alalu granting. Like by a spell, the hammered bracelet, a doorway to the king had opened. That sounds like a Stargate. So a Stargate opened. In the dark deepness of all of the heavens, he could clearly see. By the bracelet's ferocity, he was not defeated. His mission was not ended. In the distance, the sun's fiery ball was sending forth its brilliance, welcoming rays towards Alalu it was emitting. Before it was a red-brown planet on its orbit, the sixth in count of celestial gods it was. Alalu could but glimpse it. On its destined course from Alalu's path, it was quickly moving. Then snow-hued Earth appeared, the seventh in the celestial count. So he's getting, he blows up and blows this stuff out of the way, the people that are chasing him. And then, so they're chasing him from Nibiru. He shoots these nuclear weapons, blows them up, and starts making his way towards Earth, presumably to come down and see this with culture and information and religion and to call himself a god and everything else. Toward the planet, Alalu set his course to a destination most inviting. Smaller than Nibiru was its alluring ball. Weaker than Nibiru was its attracting net, its gravity. Its atmosphere was thinner than Nibiru's, and its clouds were within it swirling. Below the Earth, the three regions was divided. Snow white at the top, and on the bottom, blue and brown in between. Deftly, Alalu spread the chariot's arresting wings around
like a lump on my bed. Where the hell's Patches? She snuck in behind me. That's where she is.
Came out of Sumerian clay tablets. You think these people could just
going back to sleep?
Description?
Yeah, it's a little early for you, sweetie. Get your butt back to bed.
It blows my mind to people that say that this is hogwash or whatever. I mean, that's 5,000-year-old text. How can you explain that? In the middle region, dry lands and watery oceans he could discern. The beam that penetrates downward.
Don't be. Don't be sorry for me. I'm the one that's got all this information. And every day new people get it. That light is shining bright. I just gotta,
I have attained it ecstatically, he shouted. Gold.
The best defense is a damn good offense. And I'm pretty fucking offensive. Just might be ugly at times, but I'm fighting people who want you dead. Obviously. So it may get worse. You ready for this? This is fucking winner take all, The beautiful thing is, that's right. Kill them with fucking kindness. Kindness being the information that'll fucking drill right through their fucking heart and make them understand where they're at in time. That's the best I can do. I don't know how. I don't think hugs is going to help Lee. And the target are the people that are believing Lee. And I hope that if I just lay out fact, they'll look at it and be like, well, that is not what Lee said. And then realize Lee probably doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about because these are very long established knowings. And he's definitely going against what is known about them. Meekness in one form or another, Emily. I mean, like I said, man, Jesus, he. I've read a story where he sat on the temple steps and fashioned a whip and got up and started rendering flesh off of the bone. And I have a hard time believing he was singing Kumbaya while he was doing it. Meek is not always pretty. I'm pretty kind until you get out of the realm of reality. If somebody starts talking false anything in front of me, I freak out and I'll jump right down your neck. As boop, I'm on it. The fucking second word out of your mouth, I am shutting it up. I'm like, I've heard that fucking bullshit, and here's where it comes from. I'll explain where it comes from, where you can go find the fucking truth in any subject. That's just always been me. I won't tolerate talking bullshit. I have better things to do with my time. And if all you're going to do is repeat a fucking lie that everybody's already heard, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to waste my time conversing. And that's I I don't know why anybody else isn't there. Every fucking body else isn't like that. I have been that way with my family members. That's why I don't have them. I was adopted anyways, come to find out. No wonder I didn't get along with the fuckers. They kept that from me till I was 32, and I found out myself looking for my fucking birth certificate because I had lost my license. I had to fucking go to Congress and beg for a copy of my birth certificate without my parents' name on it. I have to go back to Congress and beg them for my parents' name, which I fucking ain't doing. I don't care. It's like that in California. All adoptions go to Sacramento. They don't stay in the hospital that you're born in, and you literally have to plead to Congress to get a copy of it. It's fucked up. It's truly fucked up. Yeah, I'm not stupid, Micro. They know who I am. They've known who I am long before I did. I just accepted who I am recently. They've been fucking shooting at me for a long time. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that aren't used to that news. They're used to people beating around bushes to get to a point. No one's ever seen somebody blow the fucking bush up to get right through it. Like, I don't believe in beating around bushes to get to a point. I'm gonna fucking burn the bush down, and we'll talk about it. That is how I've always been, and it chases some people away in fear because they're used to that soft touch of lie. And I've never had that talent. So all I can say, I have never possessed that talent, and I don't ever want it. I see what it does to people, and yes, I can't deal with that. Yeah, it is what we need. We need to be that way with each other. Hold each other accountable. Don't wait on somebody else to hold your neighbor accountable. There will be nobody to come along. Yeah, I'm not gonna beg. I don't care how desperate I am. I may get on here and have a glass sale or something. But provider is creator here. That's for damn sure. He's never failed to give me what I need. So I don't need money. I need the world to change for the better of all humanity, not just a few. That's all I need. And I can die happy knowing that my son is going to have a better life than I did. And I had a good life. Even as shitty as the world has been, I've been around and I have experienced an awful lot of things. And I'm seeing a lot of that opportunity is no longer available. Number one, we fucking beat the fuck out of everybody I ever fucking met with bombs, creating grudges across the fucking globe. It's got to stop. Uh, I just treat my kid like a human. I treat him like a human being. I put myself in his shoes as a confused person, first time experiencing everything. It's got to be rough. Yep. And our next generation is going to be born into it, and after that, it's just nothing but exponential growth again. You bet. We were stunted, and we need to get back on track. Creator has brought this information forward. It wasn't me. I can promise you that. A lot of people do that. I mean, it took me an awful lot of work to figure out some of it, but a lot of that was led to me too. Of course, or I would have never figured it the fuck out. I'm sure. Look at what John did. John, I needed help. John brought me 1748 on the plate. I was looking in different directions other than that. Patches. Come on, you're going to want out of here in a minute. I'm leaving. Look at her. She's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm staying right here on your blanket. I may even dog fart. You just did, didn't you? She looks away. Hey, what? Princess is in on her throne over here. Fucking dog. She doesn't. Well, she's in heat, so she doesn't like Chico humping on her leg all the time. So she takes refuge in Chico in it. I know he'll piss on it or hump her and spunk all over the fucking thing. I just ain't having it. So she knows she's safe over there. It's messed up.
Much gold. The beam has indicated it was beneath the dark hued region in the waters it was too. With pounding heart, Alalu's a decision was contemplated. Shall he on the dry land his chariot bring down, penance to crash and die, or chance to crash and die? So, will he land on land, or shall he land on the water and risk sinking?
So,
which way shall he survive? Will he the treasured gold discover? In the eagle's seat, Oahu was not stirring. To fate's hands, the chariot he entrusted. Fully caught in Earth's attracting net, the chariot was moving faster. Its spread wings became a glow. Its spread wings became a glow. What's this motherfucker landed in a Klingon bird of prey or something?
Sounds like it.
Jesus Christ. Is that where the fuck they got that at too? Well, the Nazis were in on the science advisory board on the original Star Trek series. Fact. Its wings, spread wings became a glow. He's landing in a bird ship. A fucking Klingon bird of prey. Jesus Christ, the Anunnaki are Klingons. Great. No one would have done it. Klingons fucked up. Earth's atmosphere was like an oven. Well, yeah, you come into the atmosphere, you start heating up, motherfucker.
You do. I've seen it.
Smart enough to know that in advance. Or I guess you can have a nifty little laser beam. Did you? Then the chariot shook, emitting a mortifying thunder. With abruptness, the chariot crashed, and with a suddenness altogether stopping. Shaken and stunned by the crash on Lalu.
Hey there, Miss Raymond.
Then he opened his eyes and knew he was among the living. At the planet of gold, he victoriously arrived. Now, this is the account of the earth and its gold. It is an account of the beginning and how the celestial gods were created. In the beginning, when in the above, the gods in the heavens had not been called into being. And in the below, key, the firm ground had not yet been named. Alone in the void, there existed Apsu.
Yeah, Danielle, I fired my attorney and read the law. And 2 weeks after my attorney got me a restraining order against my son, I had full custody.
Those are the ones that became the gods. Above and below, the gods had not yet been formed.
I fired my attorney and walked in there and stood face to face with the judge, her attorney, and everybody else. And her attorney was the county. She wasn't even asking for custody. The county kept fucking with me because I was a dad. And I finally put it into it. And it took a couple of years to do so.
The mother of all, a spouse for himself, he fashioned. A celestial mother in watery beauty.
I'd fire my fucking attorney. Personally.
Now, Tiamat is said to be the mother of all, which is supposed to be this other planet.
You got to document everything and present everything you document in a proper manner. It takes a little bit of reading to figure it out. As his messenger, he had appointed a gift for Tiamat to present. A gift. That's like these tort claims. I've been looking for an attorney I can trust. I think I might have found one finally. Only because it's a friend of a friend. You know what I mean? And I mean like friend before they were attorneys. Because this kind of money, you can be sold out on real fucking fast. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I've been looking hard for not just an attorney. I'm looking for a friend to be an attorney, and I think I may have found one. And I need one, though, because I'm realizing that I do not have the power of attorney to do some of these fucking things that I need to find out exact addresses and shit like that. So I no longer am empowered with that by any state. I'm all like, damn it. I'm going to have to hire a fucking professional just to do the fucking legwork. Yeah, it's a horrible system that we're in. Absolutely. It's maritime law. You're not a commercial item, although by contract you are. Anytime you see that fucking duck shit all over the fucking flag, that's a maritime flag. That is not a United States of America in fucking court.
made. Thus were three heavenly couples.
It's a commerce court.
Created by names called the family of Apsu with Mumu and Tiamat they formed. At that time, Nibiru had not yet been seen. The earth was not yet called into being.
Yeah, but they push it, don't they, Rebel?
Planetary systems. I've talked about this and speculated about this for a long time. That I believe that at some point during one of these cataclysms, the Earth was recapped.
Yeah, they got control over you. But
I think that's what these guys have been doing.
Like I said, I fired my attorney and got the fuck out of their system. I made their system stop looking at me.
It says at that time the circuits were not yet fully fashioned. Well, the circuits
use their tools against them. The lawyers will not use their tools against them. You have to.
Create orbits for particular planets. That's insane.
Hey, Four, how you doing? Yeah, they're not going to cross the system that they're in. That's a very rare fucking thing to find, and usually if they do, their career is pretty much over.
Against the sons of Apsu, she brought forth. With 11 of this kind, she brought forth. She made the firstborn Kingu.
They do work for them. It's a one-party system with you in the middle. We've seen this before.
To him she gave a tablet of destiny to his chest. She has attached his own orbit to acquire the battle against the gods of her offspring, Kingu. She is, and he will stand up to Tiamat, the god.
Went to bed early. It is early. It's still. I went to sleep probably about 3 o'clock and woke up about 7. I had to go pew pew a little bit. I hadn't leveled up my ship all day.
Somebody's going to defeat Tiamat. And then when they defeat Tiamat, that's what's going to cause the asteroid belt to form. It's going to cause all the water to rush to Earth. And that's what they're going to refer to in the book of Genesis as the waters above the firmament.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Josh is very right. The very first Enuma Elish has them completely destroying Tiamat and the waters of Tiamat rushing over the earth, the whole earth. The second story of Enuma Elish, the second telling, which is old, which is not as old, it's a newer one, gives Earth as half of Tiamat. That is not at all what the original telling says. I don't know how it got changed. But then Marduk is the hero in the fucking story. And it's all like, you can tell when these people come into power, they take the legends and they assume their identities, just like they say they do in the cuneiform. You can see the action after the claim. And it's very telling. Our entire history has been changed since the fucking first time they wrote it down. And anybody wanting to read a paper book is reading a lie, retold how many fucking different ways. I don't care what the book is. If it's written on paper, it's a fucking lie. And that's one thing I can tell you I have noticed all without exception. Oh, yay. I wonder if I'd pass that test for. You see me try to pass out over here. Be careful. Yeah, well, I'll tell you another thing, Daniel. I made certain that my son had the opportunity to do just that. Even when he didn't want to call her, she wouldn't call him. I made him call her.
He'd be like, why? I'd be like, that's your mother. That's why. And yeah, he's got a real good picture of who she is. It's like all this shit going down. I called her to see if, she could possibly fucking come out, maybe have her fucking mom come out, something, help out around, watch Seamus, make sure he's safe. Her nail appointment. She had a nail appointment and she hasn't called back since. He knows what's going on. He knows who cares. He knows who doesn't. And I've never had anything to do with any of that. We're gonna be okay. I like hearing that. Yeah, it's only a temporary thing. You can fight that, Daniel. I'm telling you, your best bet would be to fire your fucking attorney. It seems hard at first, but once you get into the fucking courtroom and present your case, it's stand strong, man. Remain calm and stand strong. And you're not gonna lose like you did with that attorney. You'll start chinking away at it. Especially, let me tell you something that impresses a fucking judge really fast. If you actually do fire your attorney and handle your case in a fucking reasonable manner, you don't just go in there fucking ranting and raving. You fucking document, you present your documentation very factually. Let the other person hang themselves in court. That worked for me. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to just sit here and get high. Drink some coffee. Denise, I can feel that you mean good, but look, I just had Bill Gates' fucking partner's little minion out here to my house. I'm not inviting somebody I don't know. There's billions of heirs out there trying to fucking do me in. If I haven't known you for a couple of years and got your heart on dial, hang out. We'll probably meet. But not tomorrow. Yeah, Brandon was his name. Yeah, and he came straight out of Derek Brose's fucking camp. Yes. Brandon was his name. I'm sure that rings some bells with a few people. He was right the fuck here. Yes. It was a big to do. Yeah, right out of his camp. Came right the fuck here. I've got his blow up mattress upstairs in my son's room. Yes. That's what I mean, man. It's fucking creepy. The motherfucker's been to my house. He knows my address. He knows where I live. He's been following me around for 3.5 fucking years. And I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I didn't know who the fuck he was. Why would I think Bill Gates is out in the fucking desert driving around in a fucking RV acting like a goddamn derelict preacher? Why would I think Bill Gates is doing that? his more influential partner is more influential partner than Bill Gates. Okay, that's who fucking Global Witness is. Now, if you put it into those contexts, you know, Bill Gates, you know, the guy that's got more power than he does is out in the fucking desert driving around in a fucking RV asking for fucking donations. Why is that? Why? Why the fuck is that? What's going on with that shit? Why is Bill Gates out in the fucking desert driving around acting like a derelict preacher? See, it totally hits you a little bit different when I say it like that instead of Derek Bros, doesn't it? That's programming, people, at its best, at its finest. They put a very fucking powerful executive in your face asking you for fucking money and you're giving it to them. Do you see the sickness in that? I do. It's fucking scary. Well, obviously you can't stand me either because I'm sitting there pointing, being like, what the fuck is Bill Gates doing over here? Acting like a derelict fucking preacher. It's this fucking, it's that guy. He's Paramount Pictures on top of fucking Microsoft. WorldCom. Telecommunication systems. Motherfuckers. He's Satan walking around in fucking pants is what he is. And it was rescinded instantaneously. Yeah, it's yeah, I made another video. We had some really heavy heating going on. I can't say as I've seen her fucking do that before. What's up, Vickers? How you doing? Well, I'll tell you, God, he had followed me around talking about Jesus. I had already given up on the guy for so long. You know, I kept trying to give him his moon. He wouldn't talk about it. Kept trying to give him his moon. He wouldn't talk about it. Kept trying to give him his moon because he kept coming at me. And I'm like, no, look at your moon. Drop your fucking bullshit. Read your Bible canon and check out your fucking moon. And that's all I ever had to say to Derek for the first couple years. And then I saw him using language in a book that he wrote on my page, getting down on one of my friends. And I was like, well, this guy's using language that most civilians don't use. So I literally went and Google searched his name. And here we are. I was like, holy, are you fucking kidding me? Fuck. What the fuck is Bill Gates following me around for? This is getting strange. And you know, I didn't really put it together until this last week when all that shit happened and I saw him again cheering on these fuckers trying to fucking frame me. And I was like, no, this is, wait a minute. This is just too much. This motherfucker's actually organizing people against me in the desert, running around acting like a derelict fucking preacher. And it hit me. I'm like, you dumbass, you've been pointing at the fucking back of the fucking movie screen. Granted, it's not his, it's American Movie Association's, but it's on the back of every one of his fucking movies. Obviously, I'm onto something they do not want me talking about. What that is, it might be all of it for all I know. It might just be omnipresence, and they might not even had understood what it meant. I don't know. No one's ever told me anything. They just keep attacking me. And I'm like, he's a billionaire. He sits in Armani suits addressing Congress, and he doesn't have the balls to come knock on my door. He got to send Brandon to my door. You know what I mean? That's fucking creepier. He must have like absolutely no nutsack. It's like an indentation under his cock or something. I don't know what it looks like, but yeah, wow, it's amazing. I was going there. I was thinking hermaphrodite. He's definitely he's got an indentation there where there should be a ball sack. It has stars on it. Yeah, they're attacking us all. That's right. And they're all coming from that camp. And they have no idea what they're doing over there. Because he's throwing around the word Jesus and the Bible. These people over there are completely thinking he's some kind of fucking preacher. He's a great guy. He's had a turn of heart or something. If they even know who the fuck he used to be or is. He's currently consulting for Microsoft and Paramount and everybody else out of his Oregon company. He's never stood down. I'm looking at it straight up. Bill Gates is his puppet. That's just, how else am I looking at it? Yeah, that's the only way I can look at it. Bill Gates is actually Derek's fucking puppet. He is the face man. But Derek's out doing whatever he fucking wants, apparently. And I got to tell you right now, Derek is not the one in charge. Somebody's pulling his fucking strings, period. He's loose on a fucking minimum mandatory sentence that he should have been in prison for a long fucking time. He's out there a billionaire acting like a derelict preacher. Something's going on, and it isn't his idea. I can tell you that from his body language, from his attitude, from everything about it. It's a horrible production going on out there. And I don't even know if he's actually in the fucking desert. Who the fuck knows where he is? He might be next to the fucking door to me for all I know at this point. Kermit sounding Gates. That's funny. Well, look, before I ever got online, I had a name of affection for him because of that Napster shit. I was watching all that on TV, and I was like, doesn't Microsoft make all the computers? And that guy's talking about the spyware. Why would I want a computer? And I stuck with that until I saw the moon turn upside down because of Weasel Dick, Derek Bros. That was, honest to God, I used to talk to his mother about Weasel Dick. I had no idea. That was Weasel Dick following me around in that funny little hat. Until I looked and I was like, no, that's not the same fucking guy. And I looked again and I was like, it is the fucking same guy. It's Mr. Napster. It's Mr. fucking spyware. It's Weasel Dick. I had to blew my fucking mind. I was like, did he know I was fucking calling him Weasel Dick? I mean, I had all kinds of thoughts go through my head at first. What the fuck? So it freaked me out, man. I was like, wait a minute. He's protecting something. He's protecting something. And I've asked him directly several times, what the fuck is your problem, dude? Mr. Billionaire? Fuck do you want from me? You gonna give me some of that money? I don't think so. I don't want it. His hat. It fucked me up, though. That's what fucked me up. Was his hat. His hat. He doesn't look like fucking Mr. Armani in that hat. Yeah, I'm sitting there looking at, yeah, that's how I did. I was like listening to his voice talking to Congress, and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Boop. Oh my God. I put a hat on him. Oh my God. It's the same guy. It took me to actually do that to convince myself that it was the same guy. I had to if I hadn't, I'd still be questioning. I was like, no, that's him. That's a fucking guy. Fucking voice, same, and then the hat. I was like, oh shit, fuck. That is fucking same guy. I have to agree with you, Shunka. I really believe he's a demon in pants. Look at his depth. He's way more powerful than Bill Gates. Why the fuck is he road preaching out here in the desert like this, following me around, trying to frame me for fucking hate crimes? That boop, boop, big, ugly, fucking crazy looking picture right there. I should be the last thing he ever knows about. He should, and by all rights, I cannot imagine a world where that man knows my name. I have a very hard time with that. There's no way in fucking hell he should know my name. He should never know I exist. He should never know my mother. He should never know me. He should never fucking have looked at me. I never looked at him. Why the fuck is he following me around on Facebook for fucking years before I started making videos? Who the fuck is this guy to be fucking bothering me? He has bigger things to worry about, doesn't he? He's a billionaire. He's running WorldCom. He consults for Microsoft and fucking all these high-end fucking corporations. Why? Where does he have time to be out in the desert fucking following me around? Where does any of that make sense? Any of it? Anywhere? I'm making. In this picture, something's fucked up. I am, but I never even knew that it was theirs. I understand that. I'm just saying, are you fucking kidding me? This is fucking crazy. How can you not fucking throw red flags up about this? And I'm having a lot of people completely overlook, even on the Bill Derek, and they're like, have you seen Bill wants to chalk up the sky? I'm like, do you realize that Derek has more pull and say so over that than Bill? See, What I mean, you saw my videos. I've still got people talking about Bill Gates. And I'm like, you just don't get it. How can you find the answer? In the magnet, bro. I know what he's after. I have hope that their hearts are going to change because they were misled also, victims. Just like every fucking body else that's ever read a piece of paper. They were never, ever able to read the walls. They still had no idea that they were stewards too, and they had no reason to be afraid of us. They're dealing with all that new information. Apparently, something they don't like in there. It's not mine. It's the way Creator made it. And they're either going to have to accept it or they will be phased out of creation. And that, again, is out of my control. Now, they can hate the messenger all they want. But the way I see it, they got one choice. Hey there, TK. Not sure what you're talking about, the God gene. Vigorous, I went and found somebody that you were talking about. Thank you. Even though you took out the comment, I read it and followed it. I talked to him. Well, I left a message. No response. Very interesting what he was talking. And I think I can help piece his shit together too, bud. Well, Lauren, yeah. I think there's a lot of people at this point in time that have what it takes, and what it takes is had enough of the fucking lies and the bullshit. I've had enough. I've got more truth than I've ever had in my life on every subject I look at. And I'm not going to let the fucking lies continue to the best of my fucking ability to the last of my breath. Our world needs to be better. I think we can all agree to that. Our world needs to be better. And we have the means to do so now. So it's left me with one solution. They've already globalized us, 180 nations under one system. All we got to do is take that system over. We're already fucking one. Take the system over and dismantle the fucking thing. We are their system. And it's not hard to do. It takes knowing. That's all it takes. Well, our genes are going to definitely be fully charged, so to speak, when we're in the right energy. That energy not only is going to be running the exact way we were designed for it to be, it's not going to be running backwards like it is right now through our bodies. We're just as much on an anesthetic as Mother Earth is right now, basically. Yeah, we're going to change. Yeah, well, exactly, Lauren. They wouldn't be anything without us. There's like what, 600 of them on the planet? There's 7 billion of us, and each one of us carry a gun for them and look at our neighbor in suspicion because of them. And we've got to come together and realize why we're doing this. And it's kind of easy once you get the picture of what's really going on. And you've seen it's hard to look at, obviously. People want to look at the volume of my videos and be like, man, that's just too much. And I'm sitting here, I lived through the experience of having it all shoved on me at once. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't know how to handle what I had. And I made videos telling you, oh my fucking God, I don't know what's going on. People, it takes the way I've laid it out to take this fucking information in without fucking blowing your fucking mind and losing it. I'm telling you, for me, I had to take it little by little. And then I'm looking at people that are catching some videos and they'd be like, oh my God, my mind's blown. I got to take a break. I know. I know. That's why it's laid out step by step. The way I proved it had to be individualized because some of this is just fuckrageous, incredible information. And you need to sit on it for a minute and work it. Go to physics pages and fucking cross-reference that shit. There's no other way, I don't think, to do what I've done. If I put too much of it into a video, it's just too much. It's exactly what it is. Too much in one video. But once people start looking at them, they'll tell me the same things. Mind blown, this is addictive. And then I see them halfway through the videos, and then I see them back up on top talking about, all right, I got this. I'm like, yes, you do. Thank you. It doesn't take long. I've watched several hundred people go through the process. And it does not take long once you get started. Truth junkies, damn straight. Yes, my beginning videos are very important, even though they're very grainy, very shaky, because I'm sitting there doing it with my stupid fucking phone. You should watch them. It's not about the production value here. I'm not after your friendship or your viewership. You need to be after this information. And if you're not after the information, my channel is just going to be a fucking headspin for you. Obviously. I think it is. Well, DC, then I set it up just exactly the way you needed it. One little baby step at a time. Take your time. Creator put you here on your timeline, on his timeline. I've never seen Creator be imperfect. So you're here just in time for you. But you should be over there watching them and look, doing your homework. Go to your medical journals and stuff that I show you and take your time. It's my pleasure, and it's Creator's pleasure. He's the one that brought this forward to me. I just realized this cannot be mine alone. This is ours. This is your heritage. This is your birthright to understand and know who you are. And they've hidden it from us. You are the son of creation or the daughter of creation. You're a child of the Creator, the big one, the energy being that Lee talks about. I don't know where he gets his information about the guy, but I do. And that's just not creators love. That's for damn sure. Yeah, this isn't mine. Don't go into it thinking this is my information. This is just something I found. And I actually had to prove it to myself. And that's the process you're looking at. Me proving what I was shown to myself. And that's the best way I can describe the Angry Catfish first 300 videos. Hey there, Dan. How are you? What's up, sick? 4 or 5 at a time, then you sit and very good. See, and that's more comfortable, huh? It doesn't hurt so much. You can let it soak in and you know the information a little more. You're not spinning circles and trying to remember everything I just threw at you, because that's thousands of years of fucking shit right there. That would just, it'd be too much for a fucking 2 hour there should never be a 2 hour documentary with all of that information. It's too deep. It's too much for a programmed individual like myself to handle at one point. Because I mean, there's a lot of you here sat here and watched me completely mentally fall apart. I had to rebuild myself along with proving all this information. It it was a hard thing. It was a hard fucking thing. I'm glad I went through it the way I did. It's like being steeled and fucking forged and fucking dipped into the fucking water to the heat and pounded on all at once, man. I'm that's how I felt. And it took me a while to sort it out. Many aha moments. That's beautiful. Yeah, I don't delete comments. YouTube does that a lot, and I'll never even see some of them. I actually don't get to see a bunch of my comments unless I go search them out through my um, dashboard. Then I'll find things that I'm not even seeing. I definitely don't get my alerts for. I mean, I'm answering questions that were put down a year ago still. Arky, I'll tell you what, I've got some geologists that have come around recently talking to me, some sea captain, one sea captain, but a couple of geologists have started coming forward with the ISWAs and the quakes and stuff and talking about the correlation of the information and stuff like that and how they're actually giving it to colleagues of theirs because they're finding it more accurate than anything they've ever looked at. I think we're all going to meet up. We're all going to be on the same magnet in mom's womb. Oh yeah. See, DC, that's what I've been trying to tell people. If you learn how to master your magnet, they have no weapon that can harm you, including the fucking microwave frequency weapons. You bet. It should help you in every aspect of your fucking life. And it has me. If it doesn't, then I don't know what to tell you first. But yeah, this is our biology. This is our nature of our biology and how we let our energy flow through us to be the most that we can be. which is way more than the Army logo, be all you can be kind of shit. We're not magic, but we are definitely magnet, and that in itself is fucking magical. That is creator's base of life is the electromagnetic field, and you're directly hooked up. You can rise over anything, dog. What magnet can't levitate on a magnet? I've seen it time and time and time and time. That's why you're learning now. You might need to learn how to levitate for a while. You can rise over anything. I got big hopes for Miss Raymond down there. She's sitting by an ice sheet. It's got me real fucking nervous with her volcanoes going off down there. You need to be getting on that magnet, young lady. Learn how to float. That's not a joke. That's real. We're very capable of doing this. It's in your fucking biology that your creator designed you with. The Vatican has very much not wanted you to do it. And I'm certain that's what I'm looking at over here, for God's sake. Look at who he is. Look at where he got his start. He actually got his start in the Israeli Mossad. You know that, right? I've made videos showing you depth who the fuck that guy is. In depth. But and not real big depth, but I mean, like, look, he got his start in Israeli Mossad, worked his way up through intelligence, Viacom, fucking all this, the fucking film industry into Microsoft. This guy's worked for the fucking that power that has burned us at stakes for levitating for centuries throughout the globe. You bet you I'm going to be reaching some fucking high fuckery, but that's okay. You know, obviously, creator wants some fucking noise. And you're unharmed. I've had quite a few questionable experiences, dog. I've seen mothers throw a fucking car off of their baby. Stand there and be like, I don't know how I did it. I do. It wasn't your muscles and tendons doing the work. Throwing a fucking 2,000-pound fucking object. Some overweight, fucking out of shape lady. No. Boom! That motherfucking car rolled. I'm telling you, man, that's how she did it. That's how we do these things. It's human nature, and we don't even know it. You bet. It's your heart. And I'm sure you know, yeah, I know that was on, yeah, I've seen several videos of people doing shit like that. I know you've seen it too. Well, now you know how they, it wasn't their fucking superhuman strength of anything other than their fucking magnet. They fucking intended that fucking thing right the fuck off of their babies or their loved ones, or fucking rip the fucking door right off of something they should have never been able to fucking do. Too cool for the hummingbirds, huh? I don't know, Janine. I just eat them all. Yeah, there's nothing other than you getting it off of the loved one or whatever you're trying to do. There's nothing other in your reality other than that happening. And that's where your heart needs to be to gain that fucking power. And it's got to be for good. It's got to be out of love and selflessness. For God's sake, you're in that situation. It ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? So the meekness comes. It's a human trait of ours that we have been. Dude, they would steer you on TV, be like, "Look at this! Why did she do that? Is it her muscles? Is it her adrenaline rush?" No, it's everything it didn't tell you about, is what it is. Yeah, well, keep your garden shaded at night because it's too bright at night for the vegetables. You need to cover them so they can get sleep. They didn't do well this year. None of them did because of that. It wasn't just the corn. It was a little bit of everything went fucking crazy. All right, good. Yeah, they'll grow if you keep them shaded. If you keep them shaded, they'll grow just like they used to. It's amazing. Just knowing why they died can make a big difference in our food production. But it's going to get harder and harder the bigger your garden gets, too. You might have to build yourself a greenhouse, just shade it in at night. Because it's the nighttime when they're supposed to be sleeping, you're casting shadows and they're not sleeping if you're casting shadows at night. They see UV better than you can. And if you're casting shadows, there's an awful lot of fucking light source. Yeah, they do say the sun is changing. It is, but they don't tell you why. Because there's two other suns interacting with it right now. Nice, Emily. Some plants did do better because those plants thrive in UV. Some plants don't need the nocturnal. Some plants do better in the vegetative cycle with all the fucking light they can get. You bet. That's what I said. It wasn't all of them, but most of them. Most of them fucked up. The domestic fucking fruits and fucking veggies and stuff like that really were fucking up last year. Yeah, the moon is too bright at night, and even on a moonless night, you're still getting shadows. You're still getting a lot of light about 3 o'clock in the morning. Why? Why are the birds up singing with your shadow on the ground? There ain't no moon. The houses are all bright white, like you're in a disco club. And the seeds are growing inside the veggies and fruits. Absolutely. That is the reason, Daniel. You bet. Absolutely. That's what I was kind of alluding to. Absolutely. That's what you're looking at. Absolutely. They're trying to sprout inside themselves. It's fucking nuts because of the fucking growing period. And it's just 24-hour sunlight and they can't stop. They burn it out and doing weird things. Yeah, no, ain't no sorry. Yeah, you get it. I'm glad you said something because that's exactly what I mean. Yes, absolutely. They are. That's exactly what they're doing. No, I'm glad you did. That's what I said. You didn't steal anything. You contributed to the conversation. It showed you're intelligent and you get it. I appreciate that more than anything, Daniel. Really, you finished my sentence. That's great. That means you understand what the fuck you're looking at. That's fucking beautiful. No, it's just when you come in here talking fucking dogma or some stupid shit that we all jump on people over here. And you didn't do any of that. You did better over the winter. Yeah, I'm sure you did. This summer sucked for most plants. The alfalfas did great. The grasses for the horse feed and shit, and that's what they're feeding the cows right now. Hay and alfalfa. They're feeding them horse food because there's no fucking grain and there's no wild grasses. They've almost eaten all the bramble bush out there. Our fucking meat is going to shit real fast. And people just don't know it right at the moment. You doing a mohawk sweat, huh? Talk to him about the moon doing cartwheels. Watch him sweat then. There's no wild grasses. The alfalfas did good, and it's a horse food. See, they're taking from the horses to feed the cows to get them through the slaughter lots right now. Once that's over, there ain't gonna be no fucking cows for the slaughter lots. There ain't gonna be new fresh beef in the fucking market either. Because ain't no cows out there. They're killing off the herds because they can't feed them. That's what I'm trying to say. I might not have said it clearly. No. They're trying to kill off their herds because they can't feed them. That's what's going on. It ain't, no, they can't sustain this. Cows will not fatten up on grass like that. That's why they put them in feedlots to give them the high energy grain instead of the grass. But they don't have the grain to fatten them up in the feedlots. They're giving them alfalfa and hay in the feedlots. They're just housing them to get them to the fucking butcher. That's the desperation our meat market is in. Yes, we are in the first of it. That's what I keep trying to explain to people. Here in the next month or two, we are going to have a big chicken, pork, beef issue because the chicken eat the corn too. So do the pigs. There is none. Yeah, that's what I understand about a lot of the councils that I've spoken to, Daniel. They are mere extensions of the US government, which is sad, but it is what it is. Stock up on canned goods, rice, beans, peanut butter, because the protein market is going to fucking hell. Get your hemp seed, get your food. They've noticed the moon. Well, Daniel, I know they've noticed the moon. That's been unanimous throughout all these councils I've talked to and old wisdom holders, but I don't see them doing anything about it. that that is a little bit disturbing, if you ask me. This is their prophecies, so-called prophecies. I don't understand why they're not doing anything about it. What are they waiting for? Mushroom burgers. I like mushrooms. Yeah, they perpetuate pretty quickly. They have good protein. It's like mushrooms, like a chanterelle or something like that. Oh my god, fucking delicious, and they're very nutritious. I lived off of chanterelle and salmon up in Northern California for fucking months. I used to be able to go up and buy a fucking like a fucking 20-pound fucking salmon for 25 bucks right off the dock. Take that motherfucker home, cut it up, and got 2 weeks worth of meat. Got one fish. And spaghetti with chanterelles, you don't need meat. You really don't need meat. It's a very nutty, very fucking delicious fucking spaghetti. Just fucking chanterelle the fuck out of it. And yeah, they're not psychedelic. They're just fucking. They're actually gourmet mushrooms, but you can pick them by the sackful up in Northern California if you're in the right spots. I used to go out, lived in an RV. I didn't need to do a whole lot, but every about twice a week, I'd go out to a little island that had nothing but huckleberries on it, and I'd pick myself a big garbage bag or a big grocery bag full of huckleberries. And there was a restaurant named Huckleberries. I used to sell those motherfuckers to him for fucking $3 a pound. I'd walk in with about 40 pounds. Like, hey, bud. He's like, where do you keep getting these things? He's like, huckleberries don't grow around here. I'm like, not in your neighborhood. Just across the street, though. Yeah, they're not easy to pick. But this whole island out there was just thick with them. You literally walking in a forest of fucking huckleberry bush. And it was like fucking you just fucking pour it in your bag, man. It wasn't that bad. But yeah, you gotta be careful when you're picking them because some of them ain't right, shit like that. Yeah, I cried for months, dog, until I got all that out of my system. There's an awful lot of pain involved in this healing and growing, understanding where you have been wrong and then all of a sudden you just look at everything else that's wrong and start having problems with that. And pretty soon you just come to the realization that this is what it looks like when things start to get better. I love blackberries. That's what I said. It's a whole learning process. That's why I felt like I put it down exactly the way it needed to be. People can go through this information at their own pace, and it's going to be crazy enough. And I mean, like world changing, mind blowing information that it takes a while to adjust to. Yeah, John, it takes a while, John. It does, man. I know that. That's why I keep telling people, man, just look, go through the fucking material and then come back and talk. Because it's fucking mind blowing what we've run into. I look all the time. Like, look at what was his name? That one guy. Somebody said that I was, or he was trying to say the moon. What's the new moon or some shit like that? That guy. I looked at his shit and I'm all like, no, actually, I'm not fucking saying anything you are. I don't know how somebody misinformed you, buddy, because somebody will look at like one of my earlier videos. I know exactly who it was. Went over there and said that, oh, look, he's talking the same thing you are, but he's giving it to you different. Well, they never looked. The only time I've ever seen her comment or on like 6 of my recent videos. Never had her mind blown back in the older ones, but she's over there talking to this moon guy saying that I've got his information. You know, like it's the furthest thing from his fucking information. I got it right off of the walls. I got it right off of the walls. And I'm telling you, anything written after that's a lie. I've seen it. So yeah, I just they're fun. Woo, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Fucking laws of physics right there in rock. I don't know how people missed it all this time. And then to say there's a ball game going on in Mesoamerica is just fucking insulting. To my intelligence, I took one look at it. I was like, it's not a fucking ball game. Are you fucking who said this is a vowel? I'm looking around for the person responsible. I was that angry. I wanted to find the archaeologist that was in charge of that ball game. And I just kept running into different people. And I'm like, they're all backing each other up. This looks familiar. Because that's not a fucking ball game I'm looking at. Maybe they're looking at something different. You're giving me pictures of something that's not a ball game. I'm telling you, what I'm looking at doesn't fit their description. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing? Yeah, I mean that's the extent of the fucking lies. I mean, we've been lied to about everything, fucking absolutely everything. And once you have your framework of what we are and what creator is, then all of a sudden you can see their lies and understand a lot better. That process in itself is fucking like, oh my God, would you look at that? It's overwhelming to look at. That's like me and Bill Gates' partner over here. I had a really hard time fathoming. Even after I found out who he was, I'm all like, but to make even sense out of what was going on. I'm like, wait a minute. Just wait a fucking minute. What exactly is this fucking guy doing here? You know, it took me a while till I even came to that point. And I'm like, really? Some of this shit is just fucking mind numbing. And it doesn't even have anything to do with what was on the walls. It's watching people react to it. Yeah, why are we drawing ball games in fucking rock? Why are we taking centuries to carve a fucking elaborate ball game in reverse fucking carving in stone? That's something we can't even do today. You know? No, it's not a ball game. It doesn't have anything to do with a ball, unless you want to categorize that fucking planet right there as a ball. But you got to answer about those two moons there, because that is not an A and an I or a U. There's sometimes a Y. Ain't none of that. If you look at the fucking signatures in those little fucking balls above, or the little squares above the balls, and then look at fucking Horace's box, you can see clearly that's not a vowel. Same fucking signatures. Well, you're just gonna have to sit there and watch then, Nick. There are tons, Shunka. That's what I said. The Native Americans were drawing in physics too. That's our old language. It was global. When you're seeing the circle with the clef and the minus in it, that's a sun. They're telling you what polarity it is. That's pretty deep knowledge right there for a fucking painting or a fucking something we've passed off as a legend and made up some kind of story about. Just so we'll remember later when we see it, that's what it is. Whole world's like that. And we just didn't have the right framework. Now that we do, it's kind of easy to spot. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate everybody looking and bringing and finding and seeing, because I haven't looked at all. You know what I mean? Fuck, you know a lot more about it than I do. You're in the culture. You've seen a lot more than I have. Ever. That's a good question, dog. We're fixing to see the return of some fucking people that we haven't seen around in face. I can't say it's how they ever left. Maybe some of the older ones did. I don't know. But I see them still here. I still see their fucking division by section, by decree. And I think we're fixing to see a big play go on here. And I got to tell you this much. Knowing me, if I have to, I will walk across a fucking ocean to kill a lie like that. Another 5 set. Yeah, Mama's reacting today. Tonight's gonna be a little grand. And, well, yeah. Well, the ones that are doing this to us have suffered amnesia. It's like I said, it's not gold that's going to fix their planet. They are the stewards of their planet. They forgot long before they came here and spread their division. But now they know, or at least we're telling them, and they're going to figure this out. Creator's going to make them because planet Heaven is in jeopardy. She ain't got no shields up. Planet Heaven's been screaming at them for fucking longer than planet Earth has been asleep. When we got stuck on this fucking sun. Now mom's awake. She's kind of pissed and concerned about planet Heaven because that's her aunt. It ain't no God, it's her aunt. Just like Ra is her fucking father, not the heavenly father, but her fucking celestial dad. People try to make this idol worship. That's the whole thing. None of this has ever been idol worship. It's very physics about what's going on. We live in a 3-sun system. The planets interchange suns sometimes. We got stuck on a fucking sun accidentally. You know, all kinds of shit going on. All kinds of shit going on those fucking walls telling us exactly why we're in this position. Damn straight. I'm swimming. I'm swimming against the tide. Big old fucking salmon catfish. If I have to be, I don't give a fuck. This world's changing. And I'm not going to be getting in the way of it. And as far as I can see, getting in the way of it is just sitting and watching. Because that's just as guilty as working against, if you know the truth. So I'm going to do every bit in my power to fucking do what I can to protect this truth. Yeah, that's why I was like, well, if I see something, I go directly at it. My sails are up. I'm just catching the wind. And it might not all be pretty. He doesn't. I'm telling you, I think Lee's been compromised. I've been thinking Lee's been compromised, and every day he opens his mouth, it reassures me that Lee's been compromised. He's doing this on purpose. When you look at the depth of the Schumann frequency, because when Schumann did his fucking research, it kind of freaked everybody out. They're like, wait a minute. What do you mean? What happens if this frequency goes away? We die. I've read that somewhere. Madness and Death in the back of that book. Somebody's seen it before. And then you start looking into it. It's like, holy fuck. It wasn't just Schumann. There were hundreds of studies globally on it. Like almost immediately. Because people were freaking. They're like, no. Unanimously, every one of them found the same. It's a Schumann fucking frequency. It's long established. Without it, you're going to die. Unless you know how to make your own. And that I learned on the walls. Because we were telling ourselves we were teaching our little babies how to be little gods. That's what we were teaching on those walls until we started getting infiltrated out of Sumer. Then the stories started changing globally. Globally, we started writing about the same people coming in and taking us over. Globally. Yes, they do. They use artificial Schumann devices. Absolutely. I didn't know that myself, Daniel, until a couple years ago. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because I was making the connections of Schumann stuff that these bunheads had made me ignore and shit all my fucking life. Because I don't like esotericism and fucking Nature Boy telling me how my Schumann's going to ascend me. I want to ascend myself. I don't want somebody to do it for me. I never have. So I never looked at it. And then I started looking at it and I realized, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. This is our biology in the planet. Like, this is a direct connection with energies about and surrounding our planet. This is our alpha wave. This is something. So I started looking into it. That was about time I was looking at magnets and shit in my chest. That's about the time I went and touched mama. Freaked out. It was a whole process. Yeah, your human frequency is not the mechanism to ascend unless you want to count madness and death as ascending. I can think of better ways. Personally, I don't know about you. I just made Miss Raymond look at her. She's getting excited. I'm coming to visit. That's a long walk. I'm gonna practice first. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been time lapsing the moon just because I guess that's what they do. And they've been catching it for years. There's so much footage online of the upside down moon that it ain't a fucking question it's doing it. But yeah, I've always pointed to people's real sky because you've just got to see this shit. Look, the fucking moon's doing cartwheels. I cannot imagine wanting to turn on my screen and see it. That was never a thought of mine. This is why I don't take pictures. This is why I don't have a good camera. I've been at this for 10 fucking years. You think if I thought it was important that I had pictures of the moon? I did. You know what's funny? You know, when in all of my videos that I use, if you actually go click on the video on that fucking little thumbnail that I use for the little grin and the little frown, that is actually a literal series of a solar eclipse. That's not your fucking moon at all. But it does show a little grin and a little frown, doesn't it? So that's what I use to demonstrate what your moon's doing. I never say that's the moon. Never once did I say that's a picture of the moon. It's not. It's a series of pictures of the sun. When you open it up, you can see it's an eclipse. I've never taken pictures of the moon doing cartwheels, and I never will. I will continue to point for your own eyes to look at. Always. How's that? It's not even a picture of the moon, but it is what the moon's doing, isn't it? So I use it. It's not easy when you find yourself in those shoes. It does make sense, doesn't it, Daniel? So that's what I use. I will use any tool I can to get the fucking visual across that you really need to look at this shit. Yeah, it's gonna come from behind. Better watch yourself. We have been dancing. What do you think dancing with the blue kachina is? Something we've been doing for 10 years. We've been on our side, and it's the blue kachina that made us twirl like this. All of these legends hold truth. And what kills me, man, if you listen to that whole fucking WSO interview with Bobby Maverick, he explains it better than I did. But look at him today. Look at what he's doing over there on his channel today. Does that not look familiar? Because I could point to other channels starting with like scientific in their name that are doing the same fucking thing to themselves. He coming behind you while we're on his side, yes. Chunky, it's just like that. Yeah, we got to throw in a few innuendos. That way Lee has something to talk about tomorrow. Fucking criminy sakes. At first, I thought he was talking about John Blow. And I'm all like, John? No, John the Enlightened is who he was talking about, I realized later. But I'm all like, John, you're married and I'm a monk. How is it exactly we're fucking idol worshiping sex gods? I want to know. I've got a lady that's his biggest fan because she calls me, of course, a narcissist because she wanted to be my girlfriend. And I didn't want to be her boyfriend. One, two, I'm busy. I don't want to be nobody's boyfriend. I really don't. It's fucking. I'm telling you, I would drive you nuts. I would drive you fucking nuts. You can't just turn me off if you're around me. You don't. I mean, you see me sitting here for 12 fucking hours. Can you imagine me the other 12? I'm digging in fucking research pages and fucking watching idiot channels for fucking dangerous misinformation. I'm opening up tabs, 30, 40 fucking tabs, and giving people the same message. Link, here's the truth. Link, here's the truth. Link, here's the truth. Just because I know I'm blocked on said stupid channel. You don't want to be around me. I'm telling you. And when I'm not doing that, I'm walking around town in my jammies talking about fucking the moon's doing cartwheels. What can I say, man? I'm not like anybody you've ever met. And I definitely ain't over here for fandom or sex or any of that. I third, most importantly, this monk trip that I began because of my son. And I swore to him when he was teeny that I would not partake in that fucking particular fucking path until he was 18. I've got 2 more fucking years to go with that sworn fucking statement to my own son. There is not going to be any breaking of it. Now, 2 years from now, God knows, man. I'll be on my Harley riding around mama's fucking heart, talking about, come here, baby. Let's plant some fucking seeds. Bad fish. Damn it. I've been a good boy for 18 years. I anticipate this being over in the next couple. Truly. There ain't no way it's going on for another 10 years. Nothing I've read ever indicated that, and nothing I'm looking at ever indicated that either. Yeah, that's what I say. I have no ulterior motives in this other than waking people up and changing the world. I really mean that. I don't accept donations, and I sure as hell ain't looking for a girlfriend right now. That's the last thing the world needs. Now, uncomfortably enough, mom shows me I do need one eventually. But it's not for sex, it's for the opposing magnet. This is not going to be a girlfriend, so to speak. There is a female involved in this somewhere. I don't know. There's other males involved in this too. So I don't know. All this fucking prophecy shit I've tried to avoid. So I haven't really looked too much into what they get. I don't even know if they go into any kind of detail as to what's supposed to happen. Sure, there is somewhere. Pollyanna is a very strong warrior for truth. She's already involved in this. You bet. And I tell you, a woman as strong as that's scary, man. I could see her doing some fucking opposing magnet, fucking magical shit. I'll tell you that right now. It, that's what it takes. You have to have that pure intent, that drive. Now, whether she's marked or whether she has a path parallel to where I'm heading, I don't know. She very well may be that strong so she can lead her own little group off when the time comes to do something else. I don't know. I just know what I'm being shown I'm going to have to do. It involves shedding skin and turning to light and replacing seeds and all kinds of shit. We're some really magical people in the magnet, and chords going on that we ain't heard for centuries and all kinds of shit. It's a frequency being that we are. I don't know what the hell's going to happen, but I do know this. It's all creator's plan. I'm cool with that because we haven't seen that here for a long fucking time. And I'm cool. Let's change this motherfucker. I see where we were a global loving society. I don't see anything bad about that. Yes, equally, uniquely powerful. And we all have our own talents. That's why we're diverse. But we gotta love each other to gain these powers. That's the whole thing that blew my mind. These motherfuckers trying to hit me on a hate crime. I'm like, they're trying to discredit every fucking thing I've said. Talking about the white man in this. Man, that's fucked up. No other man or woman above another. That's creator is our father. You're the child of that father. He ain't never put me in charge of nobody. Especially when you got your own direct telephone to the man, the creator, man, woman, however you want to fucking feel about it, that vibration of love, creator, the one that is at the source of 1748 hertz that runs through every sun and planet and magnet in existence. It doesn't come out of Ra, it doesn't come out of the sun. Creation does not revolve around our sun blinking in and out. That's just petty, stupid. There are two other suns, way more powerful than this one, involved in the situation. And sentient beings of a creator that created some amazing creation. And somebody telling you it's smaller than that don't know the creator, obviously, in their heart. And that's not their fault. Up to a point. Unless you start acting like I don't need to look because I know better, then the truth is put out there. If you don't want to fucking look at it, then there's nobody else to blame but you at that point. So then, I see, look, he's sitting there giving dangerous information today about the fucking shooting. It's magnet and fucking just going on out of spite. And I made the responding video, and there was like almost instantaneously 3 people. Thank you for clearing that up. And I know if I hadn't, a good chance they would have just fucking blindly listened to Lee and died as a result. So I had to get a little bit ugly. I don't think it was even ugly. It was pretty sad. Yeah, I'm laughing at it, but I mean, in all, it's pretty sad that he got it that wrong. I don't think that was an accident either. I don't think any of that was an accident. Not when 5, 6 months ago, right before he changed his content, there was a guy named DB over there with his fucking logos flashing around, my doppelganger, and fucking Daza, bugging the fuck out of Lee. Well, what do you think happened? I know what happened. He took down half his fucking content and was really quiet about it until I said something. What's up, Pollyanna? How you doing, man? Nice. Nice, dog. That's awesome. She can still get up and go around and enjoy life. Well, Atlantis, as you can listen to Toth, Atlantis is actually a society. It's bigger than a city. He lived on an island that wasn't Atlantis. He's talking about other islands that are not Atlantis, but he's talking about the Atlantean civilization. And that was us. That was us. And then he glorifies their taking us over because Toth is Anunnaki. It's fuck. John's gonna laugh at me. Nurgle, I think. Nurgle. Or is he a different guy? Forget. Fuck! It's fucking Marduk's brother. It's in Lil or Inky's other son. Ninursu. 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 I think that's his name. But that's who Toth is. That's who Jesus is. And they named him that because he actually gave us the workings of hell. It's a machine that recycles our souls and that electromagnetically, very powerful fucking electromagnetic machine that they blasted holes with weapons of destruction to make fucking chambers for. He goes through how they made this shit in the tablets of Thoth, very specifically. Well, somebody knows that we can get our magnets stacked on. And I know they're talking about it in the Middle East because they're the ones that sent me some of the Hopi prophecy when they were Muslim Hebrew. That's where I got that information from, right out of Giza. As soon as I translated that hieroglyph, some strange people started poking around. It wasn't just DB. He had already been poking around for a while at that point. Like I said, I am certain they knew exactly who the fuck I was before I did. Yeah. We broke them all. That was false advertisement. We're going to work on pawns that look like little butt plugs with moons on them. It might be. Under the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. Yeah, but you got to understand the one in Giza is small potatoes. That's just the one they accentuate. There's bigger ones in Mesoamerica. And there's sphinxes down there too. And it's not a ball game. And that's where the sons of Cain came from. That's where they based their shit from. The feathered serpent and fucking Toth. They in this book, it's going to tell you exactly what happened in the one we're listening to tonight. Absolutely, Emily. I keep telling people that Israel, and it's illegal to say these in some countries, is actually, as the Vatican wrote in the back of that script, occupied by Jews that are not Jews. They are not Hebrew people. Those are the Zai, Zionist half of the Nazi party. And the true Hebrews will sit there and protest that's going on. And people with loving hearts can see what's going on within their own. Yeah, and that's the reality of what's going on there. The Crown Vatican DC Corporation made a mess. If they wanted to actually have peace, they would have given the Hebrew people Wisconsin. Because, like I said, the Canadians are not well known for making rockets and lobbing them across the fucking borders. They did. They might send them some polite bombs. Like, hello, would you please mind just stop farting so much? Your hummus is killing me. I don't know. But it wouldn't be as bad as what it is now. They did that shit on purpose. They took that fucking land and they created horrible fucking feelings and grievances in a population that was actually living in peace. It was one of the fucking premier places to go to in the 50s and hang out and love people and have a good time, be treated nicely. Iran was like that too. Beach people, modern people, and then we turned it into what it is today. And a lot of people have no clue that that's really what's going on here. We've been manipulated into helping them with their script. And we need to stop that. Good morning, Kat. Get you some sleep, Daniel. Relax your magnet. Calm that head, man. 'Tis the key. There's going to be some red pawns. I'm excited. I'm going to put this in the kiln. My bricks are getting nice and warm. I plugged it in, about an hour and a half ago, I guess. Good night, Shunka. Same to you. Keep that magnet nice and calm. Debauchery. Well, we figured at certain random points in the live cast we're going to have to get really down dirty sexual innuendos. So Lee has something to talk about tomorrow, and I figured we could just get right debaucherous with it. I might even give a live demonstration on how to make a dab straw and talk you through it, because that is one of the dirtiest demonstrations I could possibly think of, with my tool going in and out so it doesn't get stuck when it gets hot and all kinds of stuff like that. We're going to have some fun. I mean, he went off and made a fucking 15-minute fucking part of his 21-minute fucking video about somebody's misspell, spell autocorrect, fucking turn space rocks into space racks. And it turned into I thought it was a funny conversation. We started out about spice racks and then turned into a different kind of rack. Probably my fault. I'm a monk. You know me, I'm a bad fish. I like boobies. Mm. You should hate me and make me burn in hell for that. But even though I've abstained from them for fucking 16 years, which is something I know Lee hasn't. Anyway, debauchery. I'll tell you, some people won't talk. They've got them scared, or they feel patriotic about keeping that secret. You want to smack him in his dingly cobra. Poor Polly. She's like, boobies, wait a minute. I got a milk toast chest. It's hairless. It ain't pretty to look at. I got a boyish nipples. Telling you, man. The only reason I took my shirt off was for John. But it's true. That's the funny thing. He had texted me like I was having technical difficulties. And he's asking me, hey man, why haven't you used your fucking camera lately? And I was like, oh, I think I know what my next video is going to be. Too sexy for my shirt. And then all of a sudden, I wonder if this is a coincidence. I started noticing 10,000 people started coming to my fucking one video. And the last one I did, I'm sitting here with my shirt off. I was like, you know. If I came to this channel and saw this fucking video over here, then I went to this video and saw him sitting here with his, I'm too sexy for my shirt. I don't know what I would think. Oh, God. So I was wondering about that all week. I had 10,000 new people come. Granted, 2,000 or 3,000 new subscribed, but I got to wonder if it wasn't my nipples. Oh, man. Good night, Nicholas. Stay safe. Yeah. I gotta say, it's been an interesting trip so far. Miss Raymond stuck around for my nipples, didn't you? You and Polly. Kat just wants to see me dance with what's her name? I don't think she can take it that hot. I might. Yeah, we like to have fun in the corner. Debauchery. Now, tonight we're going to start some of these things. I'm going to see the process of beginning, see how long these things take, because he wants them internally swirled also. Black label. I love that smile. Here we go. So that's what our pawns are going to look like, basic formation. But they're going to have the internal swirl with them and the different phases of the moon. So they're going to take a little while each. They're definitely going to be constructed. I got sports and camo. You know, I don't know if I have my old camo shorts or not. Still, I'll have to look. I don't think I got camo. Internal swirl. Did you feel that? Mama's Mama has sent me swirls for fucking days now. I can't help but take a nap in the middle of the day too. I got Pollyanna all excited with my sex toys and fell asleep. She was like, "What'd you do?" I thought we were gonna go live. I woke up about 7:30 or 8. I was like, and she had texted me and says, Did you just do that? I was like, yeah, I kind of did. It's not the first time you've been teased. You know, I have a habit of going to sleep after I talk exciting stuff. I told you if you ladies was really around me, I'd drive you fucking nuts. You knew it was a bluff. You wasn't getting fooled by me, huh? I was talking too grandly. You knew I was full of shit. That's good stuff. Oh god, men are pigs. Macadamias, like that. Well, that's okay. We'll be up all night. Oh, what'd you say? You seeing my Scorpio shining through? I can't deny it. I was like, well, actually, yes, I did do exactly just that. We'll make some coffee now. As long as you get your happy ending. Woohoo! Me too. Happy ending right now would be seeing these pawns develop a little easier than I think they're going to go. I gotta tell you, he wants to internalize like the kings and queens, and I'm all like, all right, I could do that. It's definitely gonna be a little longer process, but that's cool. They'll look fucking tight. They'll look just like the kings and queens. And the smoke after, nice. Oh, I'm hoping Lee has some good material for tomorrow. I would hate to have him take a break on this whole. I want to number one. I want to know just how in the hell he's getting. And she looks up at him with her fucking soft, demure eyes and puts her hands to her lips. I'm like, I didn't see that anywhere. But what chat is that in? Fuck! Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Oh, John! I'm all like, what? Oh, I couldn't even make a video on that. I just. Oh, not as not as serious as the other parts of it were about. You know what I mean? Because I'm still just completely beside myself on that whole last 15 minutes of that 21 fucking minute video about our chat about space rocks. I was like, oh God, we got to feed this fuel. I want to see what idol. I guess he's saying mom's the idol. We're worshiping the scarab. I'm not sure. I kind of want a little clarification. I just said it's a schematic. I didn't say anything about it's an idol to fucking worship. Whew, boy, howdy. So yeah, I don't have any other. I think he's definitely been compromised. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's going to be, as far as I can tell, there's a few magnets involved in this. And it doesn't have anything to do with sex. It's a male-female energy exchange. It's, they're magical thinkers. They think differently than man. They also feel differently. It has to be a combination in a symbiotic relationship with Mother Earth. That's what I'm getting for some of this shit to happen. But yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. That's the whole thing. It's the actual life energy that Creator gave us that we're exchanging at that point in frequency. And yeah, it's the furthest thing from the way he describes it. Just yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with boyfriend and girlfriend. It's fucking nature. And if you're straight hearted, you're gonna love that person anyways. So your fucking energy's gonna be right where it needs to be. Just by design. This is fucking designed by a fucking infinitely wise creator. I don't know what. And it does. It makes your head spin. It's like, my God, all of these questions, all of these faith, all of this belief is no longer needed. Our creator actually proved the omnipresence at every atom at 1748 hertz. And that seems to be getting attacked now. Specifically, it's like they can't. They can't. It's in the bio. The research has been done, big time, and it just started. Like I said, Hermetic went out and even furthered it and brought us back stem cells off of the same frequency, same reaction, same goosebumps, same hair follicle oscillations at 1748 hertz. And these are medical facts. These are not esoteric bunhead shits. This is medical biology 101 about the human. And it's not in a book. Well, that information is. I'm just saying, I got it off a fucking wall. And everything I've looked at on those walls fits right into the laws of physics. And if it wasn't the creator of everything that created the laws of physics that make everything, then who the fuck is it? Yeah, that whole logical circle is like, how can you even get out of that? There's design to this, and it's fucking insanely intelligent. If you actually look at it, we've had the wrong framework. God doesn't need you to fucking sit down and lick his feet. He just needs you to grow from your experience that you're going through right now. Grow your heart, understand it, grow your fucking spark, become a son eventually. Because when you go back to him as a prodigal child with your spark grown, he doesn't take all the growth. He's just like, thank you. He'll take back what he gave you and grow creation that way. That's how it grows forever, eternal. It doesn't blink out. And it depends on us learning through this process to grow it. He's creating it. He's using our energy. We're co-creators in a very intimate fashion. I'm not trying to take the creation from creator, but we help. It's just the fucking way it works. They think all that prodigal child shit's about. It's about you. You're the body of Christ. The Christ was talking about. Toth was talking about you. You can hear it in the fucking canon who he was talking about. You just gotta have the right framework. It's like, holy shit, he's a fucking Anunnaki. No wonder. And he's of the snake family. Inky. The children of light, as he describes them. Or the sons of light, whatever he calls them. But yeah, and then the sons of darkness. It's in Lil's family. And we're the sons of man. See, there's 3 different distinctions when he's talking about different groups of people. And if you don't understand who he is, how do you know who he's talking about? You got to listen to this book first, because it'll tell you exactly who. Well, myself, I missed it in the lost book forever. I actually pieced it out who the fuck Toth was by myself. But Sitchin just tells you, we heard that part yesterday. In the first 10 minutes of the first section of the Lost Book of Inky, exactly who the fuck Toth is. It's his other son, Marduk, being Ra. He took on that personification. Nigursu or whatever is. Tell you, John's gonna fucking yell at me. He said it like 72 times yesterday in voice. And I kept fucking around. I'm like, Nargle, Nargle, Neger, Near Nargle, Nargle. Who? Ninursu. He kept saying the name, and I should have. Because I can't remember it now. It starts with an N. It's like Ninurgle or I'm so stupid. Nagarsu? No. It didn't sound right. Nagarsu is like a cigar or something. It's not in the Nurgle. Anyway, it's Marduk's brother. Hangs head in shame. But yeah, Josh just told us yesterday in book 1 who it was. And that's Sitchin. No, that's the planet Heaven after it crosses the ecliptic. No, Inky had Marduk and then Nurgle, maybe. No, it's not Nurgle. Nurgle was something else, somebody else. It was his other son. Took on the personification of Toth. Hang on. Let's listen to it again. That way we all know its fucking name. I gotta find it though.
References are made to lost books. Text inscribed on stone tablets. Among the incredible, to say fortunate, does not fully convey the miracle finds in the ruins of ancient cities and their libraries. Demigods, and finally, circa 3100 BC, for the other instances in chapter 6 of Genesis, where the events concerning Noah and the deluge begin with the words, "These are the told off of Noah."
In the next 5 minutes or so.
Indeed, partial versions of a book that became known as the Book of Adam and Eve have survived over the millennia.
That's how I'm like, I don't know his name.
Syriac and Ethiopian languages. And the Book of Enoch.
Yes, that dude.
One of the so-called apocryphal books that were not included in the canonized Bible.
Pretty sure that's his name.
Segments that are considered by scholars to be fragments of a much earlier Book of Noah. An oft-quoted example of the extent of lost books is that of the famed Library of Alexandria in Egypt.
I don't speak Sumerian very well.
After Alexander's death in 323 BC, it was said to have contained
it starts with the end
of books inscribed on a variety of materials, clay, stone, papyrus, parchment, etc. That great library, where scholars gathered to study the accumulated knowledge, was burnt down and destroyed in the wars that extended from 48 BC to the Arab conquest in AD 642. What has remained of its treasures is a translation of the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible into Greek and fragments retained in the writings of some of the library's resident scholars. It is only thus that we know that the second King Ptolemy commissioned, circa 270 BC, an Egyptian priest whom the Greeks called Mantho, to compile the history and prehistory of Egypt. At first, Mantho wrote, "Only the gods."
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually ever looked at Bible canon and what the actual definition of it is. Look at what he did with the Schumann frequency today. I was like, oh my God.
For thousands of years thereafter.
Trying to kill people.
Period, having witnessed battles and
wars. That's a serious
among the gods.
Subject.
In the Asiatic domains of Alexander, where reign fell into the hands of the general, Seleucus and his successors, a similar effort to provide.
That Schumann frequency is the most pertinent modern issue facing humanity as a whole today. And he butchered it. Well, I'm going to rewind it when it comes up.
The Greek servants with a record of past events took place. A priest of the Babylonian god Marduk, Berosus, with access to libraries of clay tablets whose core was the temple library of Haran, now in southeastern Turkey, wrote down in 3 volumes a history of gods and men that began 432,000 years before the deluge.
Yeah.
When the gods came to earth from the heavens, listing by name and reign durations the first 10 commanders, Berosus reported that the first leader, dressed as a fish, waded ashore from the sea. He was the one who gave mankind civilization, and his name, rendered in Greek, was Cans.
And he turned it to Enki.
Dovetailing in many details, both priests thus rendered accounts of gods of heaven who had come to earth of a time when gods alone reigned on earth, and of the catastrophic deluge. And the fragmentary bits and pieces retained in other contemporary
writings. That way you can do the whole playlist by yourself.
Berosus specifically reported the existence of writings from before the great floodstone tablets that were hidden for safekeeping in an ancient city called Sippar,
at your own pace,
one of the original cities established by the ancient gods. Though Sippar, as were other pre-diluvial cities of the gods, was overwhelmed and obliterated by the deluge, a reference to the pre-diluvial writing surfaced in the annals of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, when archaeologists in the 19th century found the ancient Assyrian capital, Nineveh. Until then known only from the Old Testament, they discovered in the ruins of a palace with the remains of some 25,000 inscribed clay tablets, an assiduous collector of olden texts. Ashurbanipal boasted in his annals, "The god of scribes has bestowed upon me the gift of the knowledge of his art. I have been initiated into the secrets of writing. I can even read the intricate tablets in Sumerian. I understand the enigmatic words in the stone carvings from the days before the flood." It is now known that the Sumerian or Sumerian civilization had blossomed in what is now Iraq almost a millennium before the beginning of the Pharaonic Age in Egypt, both to be followed later by the civilization of the Indus Valley in the Indian subcontinent It is now also known that the Sumerians were the first to write down the annals of tales of gods and men, from which all other peoples, including the Hebrews, obtained the tales of creation of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, the deluge, the Tower of Babel,
all of them,
and of the wars and loves of the gods, as reflected in the writings and recollections of the Greeks, Hittites, Canaanites, Persians, and Indo-Europeans.
In their original version.
As all these olden writings attest, their sources were even earlier texts, some found, but many lost. The volume of such early writings is staggering. Not thousands, but tens of thousands of clay tablets have been discovered in the ruins of the ancient Near East.
Yep.
Many deal with or record aspects of daily life, such as trade or workers' wages and nuptial contracts.
But they all back
Others
each other
found
up.
mostly in palace libraries constitute royal
I've
annals.
looked at a lot.
Still others discovered in the ruins of temple libraries or of scribal schools constitute a group of canonized texts. A secret literature that were written down in the Sumerian language.
Canonized, of course, is the original books of the Bible. In these books, in this playlist, you're going to hear him talk about tablet and then a number. Look it up. Read it yourself. There's a lot of that throughout Sitchin's work. He actually gives you fucking full reference to the tablets that he's referring to. I suggest look them up, because they read like he's telling you they read. Yes, Babylon is falling. It's not going to fall by itself, though, voluntarily. The truth has to come out. The light to the world is here, and it's up to us to spread it. And this is just as true as it gets over there on Angry Catfish. This stuff, it's been twisted too. Right here, we're going to hear the name of this planet in question is Heaven. Anu rules over heaven. He handed the kingships and priesthoods from heaven. The only time they ever call this planet Nibiru is after it crosses the ecliptic. It is then called the planet of the crossing. And that's what Nibiru means. It crossed the ecliptic. It's kind of like shellback. When you're in the Navy, you cross the equator. It's like that, and that's all that is. But it's very distinctly told right here in Sitchin's writings, and it makes you wonder. Well, it doesn't once you actually realize what's going on social medias and all this whole Nibiru push. How the hell did all these so-called experts miss what we're going to hear tonight? They didn't. They hope that you don't go to source. Canon, Sitchin's work, canon, the biblical canon. They expect you never to look, just to take somebody's version of it and be okay with that. That's how you've been trained. That's how I was trained, but I rejected that always. I don't know why. I don't know why in you that you've rejected that and looked for truth. I don't know how that works. Don't have those answers. It doesn't matter to me. You're here. You're here looking, and you're not looking at me. You're looking at the truth that I've pointed at and come to the same conclusions that something is fucking highly amiss here. No one gets out alive, damn straight. Never to take someone else's word for it. Damn straight. Well, yeah, being how he never really existed, as they say. Yeah, nah, that guy's not coming back, but Toth will be back in the bloodline. At full disclosure, I've said it before, I am Toth's bloodline. I'm A negative. I don't know who the fuck my mom and dad are. It gets crazy when you get looking at my history. And I just, they've been writing about me for centuries. Got that, Mark? I'm reading the walls, and I've got 1,748 hertz on my shoulder, if for nobody else but me, because that's what it took to solidify that mark actually meant something. It wasn't the swastika that means something to me. It was 1,748 hertz that I didn't even know was there. That fucking kind of shit just, you know, I can't explain myself out of this centuries old fucking tale that begins here tonight in the cuneiform. His creator, in their own words, is the one that planted this in their head, that they're going to have to give this earth back to the earthlings. And that would be us. And you too, Phil. See, that's the whole thing. We're all together or nothing at all. We're like the 7 billion musketeers, folks. And that's the spirit you got to get. Truly, that's all it takes. We got to realize the truth, why we've been made to make grudges against each other, and we've got to just let them go. And honestly, that shouldn't be so hard once you have all this information in your hands. Is I did. I let everything go. I thought I was on a rock hurling through space with no God in sight. I found out that is the furthest fucking thing from reality possible. Well, besides living in a mud puddle on the moon, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, you can't explain away honest truth. You have to face it. Forgiveness. And yeah, you don't understand forgiveness unless you can forgive those who have trespassed against you. I learned that myself. Yes. And that's how it was made to understand that this is actually not for human beings that I'm here. That's not what the fucking intent of these fucking nightmares of them was for. Creator wants them to know that they were the stewards on their planet and they forgot that long before they came here. That's why I'm here. I'm actually here for them. I'm telling you. That's why. You guys got this. I'm just here to help. No, hate isn't part of our higher consciousness. Not once you understand actual creation and how big it is and how kind of I ain't saying I know exactly how it works, but I've got the mechanics of it down pretty good. Um, and that's what somebody that's trained pragmatically needs. If you ask, I couldn't have believed in a creator unless I could put my fucking finger on it. Now I don't believe in it. Now I know there is a creator and there's a huge, infinitely, insanely brilliant design behind it. And I understand omnipresence. I could never understand that before. Now I do. And it's not hard to understand. Yeah, we're all learning together. Absolutely. I thought I was forgiven a couple years ago. And then I realized that I wasn't until I realized why the Anunnaki themselves have to be forgiven. That was a crazy day. And I've come to accept that, you know what? Okay. I understand where they've been misgiven, and they deserve every bit of fucking chance that I had to make a change in their heart, no matter what the fuck they've done. Because then all of a sudden creation grows that much more, and I'm all like, well, that okay. But if they continue and they make the wrong choice, then they're going to have to deal with that kind of shit that I don't want any part of. You in the shed looking at the sky. I love your property. It's fucking beautiful. It's green. It's fucking out. You ain't got nothing stopping you from looking out. I was like, man, that's nice. I like living in spots like that. Fucking, I loved my mountain when I'd go outside and I'd just sit on the mountain. Fucking, all you see is fucking sky, trees above you. It's fucking nice. Yeah, I guess not, Polly. I thought it was a legitimate question. We don't yell too much over here. Maybe he had his. I do it sometimes. My cap locks get stuck. I don't know. Huh? It is a good thing you got a wood stove. The clouds in your north are white, kind of like a UV light turned on at the disco club, just sitting there on. No strobe lights, just the black light came on. It's creepy. I've driven many a night by that light. See fucking things that are white miles off. Everything else dark. Caught in the eye and the. Yeah, it's not a surprise, Tinfoil. We've been seeing conicals and all kinds of different things showing up that the night that fucking I'm still amazed the whole fucking thing showed up as it did. The creator had to put that in fucking his law. It was perfect. If it's white, you're in there, Miss Raymond. Yeah, well, that's a global thing. It's close enough to start killing the vegetation and making the vegetation sprout inside its own fruits as it's growing. Um, it's close enough to see now at night results of it. It's starting to actually, if you can imagine what it looks like now to you with that odd light, imagine me looking at Grumpy Moose and seeing that odd light a couple years ago, way north of you, and seeing it get brighter and brighter and brighter for 2 years. Yeah, that's what you're looking at. And I've said on my Facebook time after time after time after time, that's going to creep more south. You're going to start seeing this yourself. The scientifically named butt pain. What, on this wall right now? It's, I'm sure. I've seen it a few times myself. Quite a few anomalies in that thing. Um, right now is not really a good time for me to open up a bunch of pages though for about another at least 20 minutes. I'll do I'll do an ISWA open here in a little bit. But I'm in the push zone. So I'm trying to keep my bandwidth to a minimum right at the moment since about 11. Because I can see my own screen reacting like there's some lag going on sometimes and shit. So I'm just laying low for the moment. I'll open it up in a little bit. Three back lines look like a planet. Well, it probably is. It probably is a planet right there. You can go out and look. If you don't have white clouds in your sky in the north, you're going to see a darkness. Uh, that's been there for a while. Keep saying, I never knew planets could track another planet, but that motherfucker's been in our shadow for a long time now. And you can see it moving around in this wall. I think it's staying in the shadow. I don't know how it works. First for me, total blacks. Yeah, and there's more out there too. It's got moons. It's just like what we're looking at on Ra's on that ball game. It ain't no ball game, and them ain't vowels. Those are the shadows you're looking at night. I mean, you know, as sure as I am about everything, I tell people on that channel, my factual channel, because I've verified them. They're there. I'm not going to send you looking if you can't see them. Relentless Maverick even got a picture of one night. And that started that whole feud. He threw a fit. I was like, fuck, dude. Yeah, and it's a very slow stroll. It's like it's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. Oh, you taking some pictures and you got some pretty sunset. It's the craziest damn slow train wreck I've ever seen. A lot slower than I had imagined it 10 fucking years ago when I first saw the moon on its ass. I was like, we're all gonna die tomorrow. It took me a year, a year to get out of California. I wasn't ready for all that. I'm like, holy fuck. And yeah, then the whole time I'm out there working for Davis, I was afraid. On the mountain every night, we were out there watching and charting the skies and shit. I had my neighbors out there. He was a surveyor. And I was documenting the shit for Davis. I didn't want him to think I was crazy and take my kid away. So I kind of overdid the documentation a little bit. Yes, it's a planet. We're well within. Yes, yep. It's a planet pushing with its field lines at us, just like we're pushing against it. That's why Mom has those closed field lines. It's the only reason a magnet closes its field line. And I've made several videos using Scientific Lee and his footage of the ferrocell and bringing two magnets together. He walks you right through it. Several of the videos of my older videos. That's why I keep saying those ones are invaluable. You can't just miss. Because I'll sit here and tell you why, but when you look at that video, you understand why. Because then all of a sudden it doesn't just close. You're seeing the crosshatches and everything else you're looking at in ISWA. And it's going to fucking click just like everything else. You can't miss it. I will walk you right the fuck through it. It's a lot better than listening to me. Yeah, it's very clear. Yep. And it's going to be more and more clear. The harder the push gets. ISWA is going to read it better. We've never really seen the balled up IMF lines back there until just recently they start showing up blue. They've been showing up red and black, and it's like, is that Earth? It doesn't look connected. But now they're starting to read blue because this wall can see, oops, that's something else back there. Because the push is getting stronger from back there too. And it's starting to be able to distinguish what we've been trying to point out with all the charge buildups and all that. There has to be something there to make that charge build up like that. That's a physical body you're actually looking at in ISWA. It's like a fucking sonar, your radar. You're picking it up. You're seeing on the polarity map. You can see them really good, and on the fucking Y cut also. That's yeah, okay, the one in the back. Yeah, that's a big one. There's ones that are closer. And if you look out at night, you can see them. People got you looking in the sun. I'm telling you right now that you are looking in the wrong direction. Look into the shadows at night. Don't look for a bright star. Look for where there are no stars. They're that close. They're huge. And have a seat before you get to looking. No, you're not crazy seeing this. You're not crazy. Good night, sick. I'll get you some rest. Damn straight, you need to recharge. You're relaxing your magnet and starting to do duties that you ain't even knowing you're doing. I know that because I'm finding myself tired sometimes. Just boom, I gotta rest. Fuck Emily, I don't even know what I'm talking about. You should go to my older videos because it talks cheap. Wait until you see the proof. Fucking amazing. It'll solidify it before so much stronger than anything. Look who it is. That's some funny shit. None of you hit him with a wrench just yet, okay? Are you reading the hieroglyphs yet, Robert? Carl? How you doing this evening? Carl! The fucking llama is here. Oh, dear. So why are you gracing us with your presence in the corner? I saw you over there cheering on Lee about how fucking Schumann's, man, he butchered something very important, one of the most studied upon subjects on the planet, because when Schumann did his frequency revealing and said this shit'll kill you, everybody freaked out. And they started studying the fuck out of it. And they all came up with the same shit. And instead of fucking listening to Lee, you might want to go to Schumann and learn your information there, because 7.83 hertz is not a magnetic frequency. It's a standing wave that's captured between the magnetic lines in the ionosphere. That's physics. It's long studied. And when the magnet goes strength, as we know from watching Lee and his demonstrations in the fucking ferrocell, a magnet pole lines go to center. No Schumann. You get mad, you die without this information. And he's out there fucking butchering it, dude. That's fucking inexcusable, man. You need to fucking brush up on your investigation skills before you go getting all confident about your shit. It's fucking criminal. Billionaires running around. It's fucking Bill Gates. What the fuck is he doing on your channel, man? What is Bill Gates doing on your fucking channel, Robert? Cheering you on. And AJ over here. What the fuck's that about? Did you come over to talk about that, Mr. Lockwood? Because we all have a fucking burning to know. Or are you pulling a Derek Bros? Come over here, say hi, and then that's all you got to say. Just let us know you're over here silently watching, like you're going to make us nervous. There's a booger for you. Dickhead. Jesus. Derek does that sometimes over here. Mr. Bill Gates is fucking more influential fucking partner. Makes you kind of wonder why Bill Gates is more influential partners over there on Robert Lockwood's fucking page, making comments. Yeah, 7.83 hertz is the exact frequency that is your alpha wave. And without that, you go mad and die. And that has been established not only in Schumann, who the actual frequency is named after, that has been established globally by well over 300 individual studies within years of Schumann. People wanted to make sure that this could actually fucking kill you if you didn't have it. And it will, period. They know this from space travel too. This is very hardcore established science, and we're seeing this kind of fucking bullshit. I mean, why else would Robert Lockwood come over here in his Robert Lockwood suit and make a fucking stupid statement like that and just be quiet? Did you come to say something? Or, I mean, you haven't said anything intelligent since I've known of you. So I'm just wondering why you would even do that. What is that? How old are you? Are you 12, Robert? It just comes to mind. That's like a. Oh my God. That's some funny shit. Yeah, well, it's all good. You see how they act, though. That speaks for itself. All they have is fucking lies, and they're grasping at straws. And fucking medical marijuana. Medical marijuana, saving lives, saving people from seizures, getting people off of opiates. That's all bad to them, Robert. Makes you wonder why there's billionaires over there applauding you, Robert. They wear Armani suits, feed us our lies every day, tell us what's real. Kind of tired of that regime, Robert, and your stupid preschool games. Have fun with that. See where it gets you. I see you're getting an awful lot of attention over there. Oh shit. Did you bring Carl the llama with you, Pollyanna? Because we have a special guest. Well, when you're blatantly coming up with some fucking car headlights over a cherry picked fucking thousands and thousands of documented fucking pictures, you're just reaching at the people who are too stupid to fucking look for themselves. And that's sad. I see he got what, like 90 views all day, Robert. Some of them get 10 all day, all week, Robert, because people love your truth, man. They'd swallow it right the fuck up, buddy. But if you have 7.5 cups, it's okay. I will keep this in mind. Now, is that in a 24-hour period, or are we splitting that day up in day night? Because sometimes I'll have a little bit of coffee in the morning, and then sometimes I'll have a little coffee in the evening. And it might be a little bit over 8 cups, so I'm going to have to re-examine my intake of caffeine. Hey there, Cosmic. I'm still kind of waiting on the edge of my seat in anticipation to see what old Robert Lockwood wanted. I wonder if he misplaced his Carl suit or something. Oh my God. Caffeine withdrawal and headaches. Now, see, if I drink a little bit of tea, I can get it by without having coffee. But I like coffee. Awesome tinfoil. Yeah, just showing his presence, letting him know that he's over here watching our debauchery with our sex toys going on. Yeah, I don't care about his net worth. He's consultant for fucking Microsoft, Paramount, and he is WorldCom, everything else. Fucking Robert. He's Bill Gates' fucking more influential fucking partner. He's also out early on a minimum mandatory sentence for fucking high treason, out there acting like some kind of renegade fucking preacher, dude. It's creepy. Following me around? Why is Bill Gates following me around and on your fucking page, Robert? Don't you think billionaires in Armani suits have better things to fucking do than bothering with you and I? I do. I think they have a lot better things to do. It doesn't, none of that strikes you as strange. It's just normal and okay for you. You can just go right along and be like, yeah, that's great. That's normal. Bill Gates, he's all over my ass. He's my friend. You're friends with Bill Gates. That makes sense, Robert. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I read it in a book once. Fucking kidding me, right? You're kidding me. You're going to normalize this, right, Robert? You're going to normalize him being all over your fucking ass, right? Give a fuck about his net worth. Who the fuck is he? He's Bill fucking Gates on your goddamn page, dude. He's the fucking vice president of fucking Paramount fucking Pictures on your fucking page, dude. That makes sense, right? No, don't wrench him. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? No, I want to see where this man's fucking mindset is. Because I don't understand where he's coming from. He can't even research anything, number one. Number two, he's got a big fucking mouth and he's acting like it's okay for Bill Gates to be all over his fucking page applauding him and bothering me for 3.5 years, sending people up to my fucking upstairs where my fucking son sleeps out of his fucking camp. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not the fuck okay. None of that's normal. You tell me why it's okay for fucking Bill Gates to be on your goddamn page. Microsoft. You see him in front of Congress, dude? Give a fuck what he's fucking worth. You know what? My uncle, fucking Amtex fucking oil, he died fucking poor because he drank himself to death. I don't give a fuck what his fucking net worth is. Obviously, that motherfucker's got his fingers in shit. Currently. Now I want to know what is so normal about him being on your fucking page. There ain't nothing normal about it, Robert. There ain't nothing normal about him being in my life extensively and fucking applauding people for trying to frame me for a fucking criminal. Fucking crime of fucking hate. What the fuck is that? What is normal about that, Robert? Anything. I don't get what the fuck his net worth is. You tell me what's so fucking normal about that man. I think you've lost your mind. I'm pretty fucking calm, but I want to know where your fucking mindset is, dude. I think you've lost your mind. Maybe he came at you and you haven't really thought about what's going on, dude. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you so fervently, man. You need to think about this. Yeah, they're puppets. But what the fuck are they doing fucking with you and me, dude? Huh? You make sense of that to me. I have a good feeling that this information is something they don't want people to know. But they didn't even know what I was fucking revealing, Robert. That's the whole funny thing about it. You still don't even know what's been revealed or where it came from because you're obviously not reading the fucking hieroglyphs. Because if you simply fucking calmed down a minute and started looking, you'd be like, holy fuck. Just ignore them? It's hard to ignore them, Robert, when they got you dressed up in a Carl suit trying to get my email for AJ so he can frame me and John for a fucking hate crime, dude. That's fucked up. How do you ignore shit like that? I've been ignoring Derek, and he keeps popping into my life like this, Robert. Before I was making videos, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This has history, dude. And I didn't even know who the fuck he was for the longest time, man. Why would I suspect Bill Gates is following me around with the Derek Bros face on? Why would I even fucking suspect that? Because I ran from fucking Congress. Because I found a fucking plot to kill you off, dude. And as a human fucking being, I wasn't going to be part of it. And I see people working with the same people. You. And I want to know why. Did you really think this was normal and he's just a fucking YouTuber? It's not what's going on here, Robert. If that's what's in your head, then you need to seriously sit and think about what is going on and look. First, look at what I've got and have been going through with that particular man before you ever showed up in my life, dude. I don't know you. I don't have no reason to know you. Why do you know me? And what the fuck is that man doing on your page, dude? You really need to start weighing some shit before you just go out there and balls to the wall, because this is something that's, dude, that picture, just that one picture, Robert, I've got thousands of them from 14 where it began dim and grew over time to that picture. That's not someone's car light, dude. It's not a searchlight. If it was, it would have turned on 2 years before it got bright. Dude, that's UV sensor picking up auroras like it was designed to do, not visible light. That's not what you're looking at. And it's timed over thousands of pictures of literally watching it develop from a thin to a really dark in the 2016, and they shut the damn thing off in 2017, and then Rod jumped out of the fucking same region of space. There's no coincidences here. There's no fucking, I will not use something that happened once as evidence ever. If you're going to try to debunk me, you better go deep there. Because I've got more than just that one instance. It's repeatable. All of it's repeatable. Always. Or I'm not talking about it. I stood down from being one of the most influential fucking people on this planet, Robert, giving senators advice on numerous subjects because I found there is no negotiation and no bending on this item that we're discussing right now that is influencing my life and yours. Who is GMCH? I don't even know what the fuck that is. I really think Carl got into this without thinking about it. I'll be damned if I'm just going to be quiet about it. You need to know what you're getting into, dude. There's history here. And everything you haven't looked at. And who's, oh, Gina, Jesus fucking Christ. She's a piece of work. Yeah, why are they even trying to set John up? What's he got to fucking do with this? Is it that they're upset that he brought me the fucking metal plate that pieced all the omnipresence together and everything? Is that the grudge they have against John, or is he just a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time? What was that even about? Why would somebody actually take the time to try and frame somebody on a fucking, I mean, what sense does that, how can you even justify that as ignore him, just ignore him? That's not an ignorable thing, man. That's not ignorable. That's beyond okay. Okay, that's beyond not okay. That's criminal shit, dude. That's fucking nefariously fucking horrid shit to do to a human being, let alone me. I'm kind of taking it a little bit personal, and I'm wondering what the fuck y'all doing with this shit. Robert, that's on purpose. That's on purpose. She is not that crazy. That's on purpose. That's a fucking, That's a thermometer in the water, is what you're looking at. You're looking at a thermometer in the water measuring IQ. And it's fucking terrifying, is what it is. And that's why he goes over there and fucking donates to her, because that's a signal. I've seen him doing it. Oppenheimer and all of them with Derek Bros. All of them with Derek Bros. He's going around to all of them all the time, fucking in their live chats. He'll donate $20 to them all. I'm starting to wonder. Hey, kid. Come steal all your hands. I love you. Yes. Yes. Wow. Yes. Yes. You know, my kid's 16, Robert. He's graduating high school here this month. Been busy with that. And then this fucking shit comes out of the blue. Gina is a scripted program. Look at her. Do a deep fucking search on her. I don't even like talking about the fucking woman. It creeps me out. I'm convinced she's fucking Derek's boss out of Langley, dude. I can't. You just, when you start running into CIA admin clearance and shit, it doesn't specify who it's for on a fucking married couple, and she's apparently estranged at some point. I don't know her fucking life story, but I know I'm starting to see spook all the fuck over her, and I'm all like, back the fuck out. And then all of a sudden, Derek comes along, and I'm like, oh, damn it. And then here you are. Yeah, we don't do fear porn. See, it's well established that you haven't looked at the first fucking bit of evidence I've provided. You just haven't. And it's very apparent because every one of these people here, especially the wrenches, are reading fucking hieroglyphs better than I do, son. And it's because I was right about what they were drawing. Physics, simple shit. And I was sending them to Lee. And all of a sudden, DB, my doppelganger, and fucking Dazza show up, start harassing Lee. He takes half of his fucking content down, changes his whole personification, starts alienating himself against women, and really just going on and on and on, discrediting himself, and threw his dick out on the fucking. It doesn't get any better than this, Robert. These fingers are long. You'd be fucking surprised. But yeah, you need to think about why fucking Bill Gates' fucking partner's following you around, man. Give us some fucking deep thought. Unless you know why, and you actually do work for them knowingly. I don't know that. Only the man that you're looking at in the mirror can fucking answer that for you. Yeah, we have regular dungeon porn. Nothing about no fear porn. I think this channel here, because we don't allow a bunch of bullshit on it, like you, That's why I said don't smack him, because my wrenches, they're reading hieroglyphs. I don't have to tell them what to do. That's why they're wrenches. We don't generally allow people around that aren't reading hieroglyphs. And we have a damn good time laughing our fucking asses off until we're fucking sore in our ribs. This ain't about no fucking fear. This is some amazing direct connection to creator information and stuff that you need to know about your Schumann frequency, because that's why you're feeling sick. That's why you're hearing the ringing in your ears and all that shit. And I know how to take care of it. I've helped thousands of fucking people get better off of just something I read on a wall, dude, that has everything to do with that Schumann frequency. That's a real issue with the magnet closing its field lines like that. That's a real issue that people are facing right now. And they don't know why. And then they see fucking stupid shit coming out of you and Lee, and they don't know what to believe. I literally had to put up a 3-minute video with Schumann's assistant talking about how that's a resonant frequency, but the fucking magnet frequency is the only thing you're exposed to when you're underground. The Schumann isn't the same thing. And I had people instantaneously coming around being like, God, thanks for clearing that up. You get why do I have to do that? This is actually a life and death situation. And I'm kind of worried about you because you don't know that information and you need to, dude. Yeah, they do. They have everything to do with the red and blue Kachina. I've been to the fucking Hopi. I've been to the Navajo, physically face to fucking face, discussing this shit. It is the red and blue Kachina. Hate to bust your bubble. The Hopi are Muslim Hebrews. I have the Hopi tale when they were in Giza on my fucking page 3 times. The Hopi are genetically altered to not grow beards because they're the descendants of Cain, dude. Who do you think you're fucking talking to? Somebody that just jumped into the fucking pool a minute ago? I was a sitting senator's investigator, bud. I know who they are. Apparently you don't. And that's nothing to hold against them either. That's just who the fuck they are. Get a grip, man. Learn something. Jeez. You get rid of the fear once you actually understand what's going on at the atomic level. It's fucking amazing. That's omnipresence. It's in every magnet to the atomic level. And they just proved that in mainstream science at CERN. What, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Right before this fucking insanity began over here, Robert? I have a hard time looking at that as a coincidence, bro. I don't know where you're looking at it from. That's why I'm asking, because you're obviously not looking at where I've gotten my information. You're not looking at anything over here. You're listening to an awful lot of fucking bullshit. And you're not looking. You owe it to yourself to look. I don't need no fucking apology. Just look and go away. Or look and prove me wrong. But if you're going to prove me wrong, for fuck's sake, stop acting like a fool. You got to look at the fucking material before you can debunk it. Because you're just out there fucking throwing out shit that just is fucking, oh my God, dude, it's backed up for years. Okay? It's backed up for years of fucking observation. It's not just that one cherry picked fucking picture, buddy. Welcome back, Tinfoil. Yeah, if you're going to debunk me, you got to do better than that, dude. You're just out there flailing around, and it's making you look worse than you have to. That's for sure. I ain't no fucking CIA agent, nor do I drink. And I've been working on this for 4 hours, and I've still got plenty in there to fucking smoke. It ain't like I'm sitting here in a debauchery fucking cannabis den trying to stay off the fentanyl. See the difference? I hope so. You're just over there talking stuff that you don't actually know about, and it makes you look like a fucking fool, dude. You need to just calm down on that shit. Do yourself a fucking favor. And begin thinking about why in the hell Bill Gates is on your motherfucking ass. Why is Bill Gates in your fucking ear? And why is that motherfucker all over there applauding you for trying to fucking criminally frame me for a hate crime? What is all that? That's nothing you can ignore. That's nothing you're gonna be able to normalize for me. Not after everything that we've discovered and have been through with that very particular person, namely Derek fucking Bros. And it wasn't me that he was picking on that time, because he never really picked on me until after he was fucking all over Debbie's ass on Facebook. And I looked up who he was, and I was like, why the fuck are you here? Then he fucking erased his fucking comment, disappeared, and started all this nefarious shit. And there's Brandon at my house, and all kinds of shit was going on. I was like, what the fuck is this, really? It got weird, dude. And then here you come. No, it's not, Carl. You were involved with fucking slandering me and fucking trying to get my shit for AJ, dude. And y'all got busted. I was asleep. I was in bed while that investigation got wrapped up. That's how sloppy it was, dude. I was sleeping, Robert. AJ sent me that text that night. I knew I was going to wake up an accused criminal, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. I woke up, there's Carl talking to Pollyanna. And John had done caught AJ laying out, trying to frame him and increment him into it, and then reported it to Facebook and got it fucking removed. Dude made a video about 5 minutes before AJ downloaded his accusation. That's what was so funny about it. I don't know what to say, dude. Then Derek Bros is over there applauding you on it. Yay! I'm like, wow. And I got that screenshot. I got the screenshot before I let him know that I saw him over there. And then his fucking comment was gone in less than 2 minutes off of your page, and it's still not there. I've got a screenshot of it, though. with your name right under his, right above his on your channel, applauding you for slandering me. Pretty telling, dude. You ran AJ's name in all those credits, tying him into your fucking videos, man. I've got the fucking proof of all of this stuff, dude. And I made a video. I put it all on video. You can go look at it. All of it. Just last week. And you're talking to people who actually watched this in real time, dude. So yeah, you did try to fucking frame me. Maybe you didn't know what was going on. I'll give you that. But you were party in it. Know it or not. You might want to go actually look at what's on my fucking page, dude. I've got you all dead to rights. And it's AJ's fault. It's AJ's fault, dude. But you tossed him under the bus the whole time. I'm sitting there like, oh my God. Probably because they didn't tell you what was going on. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? I can only imagine that's probably exactly why you were doing tossing him under the bus, because you had no idea what he was fucking really doing. Which I find funny as fuck. And very sloppy. Very fucking sloppy. So yeah, Robert, I think you've been fucking used, dude. You might want to re-examine what's going on. I would begin with last week on my fucking page when y'all was fucking with me and see what we've really got on you. You, dude. They implemented you in a fucking huge crime, man. You know what, Robert? It doesn't look good for you, dude. I understand what he is. I do. But you need to look at what they've done to you, Robert. It's all on my fucking videos. So are you. You tied him into everything else that I couldn't. And then there's Derek. Mind blown, Robert. They just tied you into a real nifty little bow. And that's how handlers work. You need to go look at what they've done to you if you have to. I'm not going to argue. You should go look at what they've done to you. I'm trying to help you out, Robert. I don't know what you're getting at. I'm trying to fucking help you out, dude. I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you what they've done. And you need to go look. Because I've got the fucking evidence. And it doesn't look good for you. That's what I'm telling you, Robert. I don't know how to be more clear, bro. They used you. And you need to go see how they used you so you know, dude. Don't be sitting there waiting on the fucking judge, man. Look at what they did. Put the timeline together. The best defense is a good offense, Robert. Trying to fucking help you, dude. Is it getting through to you now that I'm speaking louder in a deep voice, like you're a dog that doesn't want to listen? I don't know, dude. I'm trying to help you out. Literally help you out. Let you see what they've done to you. Do you understand that? It's not personal between you and I. I feel you've been used, dude. Please, fucking don't take this personal. This is the way billionaires work. Now, if you are fucking implemented in it on purpose, it will be known. I personally get the feeling you have no idea what just fucking happened last week. So I'm trying to help you out, dude. All right? That's all. If you don't want to look, I don't give a fuck. But it's there. It's documented. I don't care if he's baiting me or not. What's he going to bait me? I mean, truth. I'll spit truth at him. I've got him dead to rights, and it's because of their actions that implement him into this, and his actions that fucking applaud this, and a billionaire that has been doing this to me for years. See? I don't think he had that story. And it might be really hard to accept sitting there in his chair right now. But it would behoove him to go look. I know he's blaming me. I'm not going to have it. He did it. He did it voluntarily along with AJ and cooperating. And it got messy. It got ugly. It got stupid. It got sloppy. And the evidence has been put in public. Well, see, he lives in the United States. I already know that much. He's subject to the same laws. I'm a sitting senator's top investigator. I legalized CBD in this nation, bro. I'm pretty high profile, man. I ran from a plot to kill you, okay? Because I couldn't stand it, Robert. And this is the result of it. You got caught up in something you had no idea. I understand that. I told you, go to the Angry Catfish and start looking at last week. I would look, AJ didn't even know. I would look at, look, I had this in my pocket the whole time. That's talking about your cherry picked picture. I went catfishing and caught a monster. You might want to look at that one. All last week, dude. Documenting AJ. When I say AJ, the fucking, he didn't know that we knew and had the fucking Roberts suit or whatever. Dude, you need to look at those videos. Not where I'm fucking arguing with you. The ones right about time AJ started that fucking nefarious bullshit. Because the fucking evidence started rolling out, dude. I just told you. I just told you, dude. I just told you. There's like 4 or 5 of them. It's pretty extensive, Robert. It's not just one video, dude. They've been playing you like a fucking fiddle, dude. See, you don't understand what I'm trying to do for you. I'm trying to help you, Robert. I wouldn't miss a video from last week. Then I'd start on my fucking oldest video if I was you and work your way back. Liberate yourself. And don't talk to me ever again. Learn how to read hieroglyphs because the information is not coming from me. You're going to understand exactly what the fuck we're over here talking about, dude. Then you'll be more than fucking welcome. But until then, you need to go fucking look at what they've done to you, dude. That's all I got for you. They played you, Carl. Oh, fuck. Dude, yeah, seriously. Oh, my God. Yeah, I wouldn't miss one of them. And I would probably lawyer up. We'll be here, Miss Raymond. Careful in the shower. He's someone from the southern U.S. That's who he is, and that's all he is. He ain't nobody different than you or me. He's been used by people he didn't realize, I think. Maybe he does. I don't know. Either way, you saw what he did last week for them. He might not have known. Regardless. Sure looks like he did. Yeah, I think he's being used as a patsy. It's very, very fucking signature patsy setup shit. And it's very incriminating. It's not an correct interpretation. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm wondering who's paying them too. Because I had linguist experts look at it before I ever made that fucking first video for a year, dude. 3 of them. They verified it on my Facebook timestamp before I ever made that fucking video. I think linguist experts know a little more than you do, Robert Lockwood. Especially being as how you got played like a fucking fiddle this week by billionaires. You fool. None of which was my fault. You did it. Whether you knew what you were doing or not, you did it. I don't know if he's Nubby Nuts or who Nubby Nuts is. He got his ass blocked. Somebody, it wasn't that cat. I think it was Cat who smacked him with the wrench. Out of nowhere. I was like, oh, that looks like a Hoyt. Yeah, I don't care about his interpretation, but yeah, go ahead, go for it. Probably some crazy shit. I never even seen that damn thing before, man. That's the funny thing. I knew exactly what it said. I recognized everything on it. Except for that fucking metal plate at 1748 hertz. That one had me stumped. Then John brought up the plate, and I'm all like, holy crap. Well, what does that mean? And we're left with it. Okay, well, what does that mean? So I started looking at human biology and started finding out there's an awful lot about human biology that's screaming, I'm 1748 hertz. I was like, damn, that's pretty incredible. And then come along Lee with his water tests and different magnets showing that exact same pattern. And I was like, oh, that's nifty. But what do you do with that? And then comes along fucking electron microscope technology, seeing torrid fields and all these atoms. And then CERN comes off and starts talking about, we found the egg. And it's like, proven by mainstream within the last 2 weeks. Those walls are very accurate. There's a bubble burster for you. So, what was your interpretation of it again? Has it helped make it sense in the difference in people's actual health? Because this interpretation has. In a very short amount of time, actually, for God's sake. Your interpretation's been around how long? Ain't helped nobody. Fuck off. It's wrong. Every one of these blue folks learned how to read a fucking hieroglyph independent of me. I had nothing to do with their fucking education, except drew a little map and said, here, go look at this and pay attention to that. Take this little fucking plane with you. And then they come back with fucking more information than I knew. How's that work if I'm wrong? I'm like, fuck, man. Huh? I mean, that's fucking insane to even contemplate, dude. Well, good, because he's been right for 37 years, right? You know where I got fucking the idea for all those working models and the how to move a pyramid block and how to orbit a planet from those walls? Where's your professor's fucking brilliance that came out of that for 37 fucking years? Huh? I think he's got the wrong interpretation, Robert. Does your professor know the first thing about physics? No, obviously not. He specialized in reading lies and telling you lies and interpretations that have been told to him in a lie form. Funny. He doesn't know anything about physics. See, that was my specialty there in the Navy. I was trained electronic, magnet, transmission, frequencies. Um, your professor wasn't. And that's what we were drawing like a schematic globally, dude. We weren't drawing with vowels. I have no narrative. Good. He's a expert on fucking Egyptian art, and I can prove and have proven him absolutely fucking incorrect. And you haven't looked at the evidence. Neither has he. So, what narrative? I'm speaking factually here. And I noticed you still haven't gone and looked at exactly how this billionaire framed you. Any one of you want to smack that cocksucker, feel free. I'm tired of talking to him. We've gotten enough information out of him. Don't fight over it. We'll see who gets it first. Well, Wild West. Look, West. Honestly, this isn't about me. This is about humanity, and Robert is part of that. I think. How you doing this evening? Yeah, Cat said, "Smack! Look, she's on it." But you know, a lot of. I mean, look. Everybody's so used to competition out here. This is absolutely anti-competition, and people aren't used to that. I understand all this fucking hard to accept shit, but you know what? You got to look at it, and if you don't look at it, then it's your fault, and I don't need to talk to you anymore. And I tried to help him out. I tried to tell him that he's been used. I really believe he's been used. It doesn't matter if he has or not. Ignorance is fucking no excuse when it comes to the fucking law. And he's definitely incriminated in this hugely. And it's because fucking he fell for fucking, oh, I'm just Derek fucking Bros approach, obviously. Well, yeah, I can't say his professor's a liar, but he's definitely been misguided. And I mean, look at Mary Mayan that I was arguing about or with the other day over there with her vowels trying to toss at me in the ball game. Someone told her that that was a vowel, and she believed it. So somebody told them that that was a ball game. I don't know how they believed it, but they did. Maybe they never looked into Egyptology, but I mean, archaeologists, I would imagine, it kind of cross. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how that works, but it's not a fucking ball game. Well, thank you for going and looking, because that's all I ever ask anybody to do. And just by looking, the world gets better, and that's all I want. So that's my donate button, and you found it. Thank you. I don't ask anything of anybody other than fucking look at what I found, and I hope it benefits you because it has me and an awful lot of people. Everybody that looks at it. So, I mean, you look at 3 minutes of fucking what I found, you're going to be left like, probably not. But you work your way up to fucking raw mapped halfway through my fucking page. There's no fucking question in your mind what's going on because I've taken incrementally and put into physics step by step little mind blowing things that all pieced together into that fucking picture, and all of them that we were writing on the walls. It's not just that Stella that this process works with, and you folks know that. You've been out there looking, making sense of the same fucking things that have been in front of us for centuries and kept a mystery because the professors telling people there's vowels and there are none. Yeah, we've that's been established too, Wes. The anthropology is very indoctrinated. It's like a religion. And it's hard to go against mainstream. We've seen that with Robert Schoch and everybody else in the Giza, and how they like to fight against it. And look at the Egyptian fucking Hawass dude. Look at him. He's, are you fucking kidding me? That guy. You know? Yeah, it's not science at all. It's not science at all. It's bullshit. It's fucking lies repeated. It's exactly what I said it is. It's lies repeated. um, I just don't know a nicer way to say it, and probably would never use it if I did. It's lies repeated. Well, because science is actually observing and making an observation and a deduction from observation, and you can clearly see that that deduction doesn't fit the observation. Science without ethics, yeah, is not science, exactly, to fit a narrative. And then he's accusing me of fitting narratives. I didn't have a fucking narrative. That shit was put in my face on an interview in WSO, and I knew exactly what it fucking said. I had seen everything, the long end, the short end, horse's box, everything on that fucking picture in UV spectrum long before I saw that fucking picture. There's no wonder I knew what that fucking picture said, except for the fucking plate. I had never seen that before. John did. John saw it. John found it. Too bad the guy that took a picture didn't fucking tilt his camera 45 fucking degrees. Hey. I'm all you fucking what? You can't see that? And then stem cells comes along at 1748 hertz. Yeah. And there's even further information that somebody was talking about last night about how the body, once we get our goosebumps going on, our entire body's resonating 1748 hertz. And we have better intuition and all kinds of shit. They're going into the fucking psychic tests go off the scale when we do that. And they're having a hard time explaining it. But that's what they're finding. And I'm all like, it's that magnet in your chest at 1748 fucking hertz, getting excited, touching other magnets. That is why you're so fucking psychic. It's not magic, it's physics. You're being affected by other magnets around you, just like a magnet would. It's fucking long established physics of magnet. And I just didn't know I had one. And now that I do, I got to tell you this. I found out from reading it on a wall. Fuck. All of this information leads back to fucking incredible finds. How am I wrong? If I was wrong, I would have run into 32 hertz out of the fucking goosebump and been like, well, this led to a dead end. But that's not what happened. What's up, Chad? Yeah, it's not magic. It's physics. It's creation. That's how great the creator is. Actually, it's testimony to how great the creation is, and the creator of creation, and fucking how great we are, how we've been fucking divided, and we shouldn't be. And it all came off a wall. If I was wrong, none of that would be right. I would have never found any of it if I was wrong. And none of you would be able to go out and look at another hieroglyph and come and bring back, or look at research and come and bring back to add to this, like the fucking stem cells, for God's sake, man. This is all of us have chipped in little bits of, because I mean, this is way bigger than me, for fuck's sake. It freaks people out because this information has been so fucking hidden and we've been so fucking programmed. And that's why I tried to be patient with Robert beyond some people's tolerance. But you know, it is not easy to understand this very simple, and how simple creation really is. We pretty much are fourth. Fucking Carl. I know, he hasn't even figured out these guys really fucked him over. You know what I mean? He still ain't even there yet. He has no idea what these people did to him. And you got to look at it and still wonder, did he really not know what was going on? But as sloppy as he was talking with Polly in the Carl suit, I mean, come on, man. That screams, I don't know what's going on. It just screams, I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know. Have a good night, Ford. I know he's being drug under the bus. He doesn't even know it. He's just in his little recliner in his living room talking about, whatever. It's like, dude, have you even looked at what they did to you? How deep into a fucking huge crime you've been incremented? That's, and listening to him talk, I get the impression he might not have known. But then again, like I said, that's not an excuse in the eyes of the law. He's still just as fucking guilty whether he fucking knew or not. I will, Ford. You too. Keep that magnet relaxed. Get you a nice sleep in mama's arms. Fuck. Stop, Bubble. Hey, I win. Oh, fuck. That is some good hash. Sorry. Oh. You never know what's happening over here in the dungeon. Oh, God. My cucumber stick. Oh, God. Robert's ready. He's got his working model going. Scaring people over there with the cucumber stick. Oh, my God. Oh. So I'm a little congested. You can tell. It's fucking the pollen. I'm allergic to the world. I tell everybody I'm allergic to the world and I smoke hash. Expect me to have a fucking gnarly cough. Dealt with that my whole life. That's just the way it is. That dingly cucumber on a stick. Now we're going. We get this party going now. We're broken up the cucumbers on the stick. It's fucking all over now. Oh my God. Maybe that's the sexual idol we're supposed to be worshiping. maybe that's what he was getting at. I just, still trying to figure that whole angle out. God, I was just. Did you actually watch his fucking video about our sex party? I'm like, you what? She looks demurely and says, "Oh, John." Batchy, I said, I'm like, wait a minute. I did not read any of that. I didn't see any of it. I didn't see the demure looks and the pouty lips and the lip over the. I'm like, where is he getting this from? I don't see any of that. What chat is he looking at? I want to see it. Jesus. I was like, there is something wrong with this motherfucker. Would you listen to him? I couldn't have possibly put that on a video. And survived. I'd have fucking laughed myself to death. I'm still just thinking about it. It's like, oh my God. When did she get fucking demure with the pouty lips and the fucking finger over the lips and start tee hee hee and John? Because I missed all of that. He got into a fucking big old description of how she was doing. And I think she just said he something about the fucking the racks in space. You know what I mean? I was like, Jesus, oh boy, he's working it hard. We are over here worshiping sex idols. I wonder if he might just have cucumber envy. Fucking criminy sakes, man. Talking about a motherfucker that has done nothing but chase away female companionship or male companionship, any kind of companionship other than the fucking relationship I've got with my son for 16 fucking years just to keep some stability in his life, if nothing else. Because I always picked the fucking wrong woman. And I swore I'd not do that to him. I didn't realize all this other shit was coming anyways. So it's a good thing I don't have a girlfriend. Or didn't, because she would have been gone a long time ago. I'm sure of it. I'm hard to live with. I research it, and I know my girlfriends before that. And my wife, she didn't even like me playing Sega. I mean, I can imagine her fucking losing her nut because I got 3 fucking different documentaries going on and shit, and I'm over here pew pewing. Thank God she died before this day. She she would have lost it. You never have time for me. I'm like, I just turned on the console a minute ago. Dinner ready? No, I was the one that cooked. Seriously. One night she tried to cook. That ended up bad. She boiled the fucking water out of the pan and burned the pan and got mad at me because I was fucking home late from work. But I was working with this guy named Craig Harms, and he pulled out the generator and fucking 3 light fucking halogen fucking light that shit up. We'd finish what we started. I don't give a fuck if it was dark or not. But yeah, I come home dirty, man. She was pissed. And ended up jumping up and down on the couch with a butcher knife, taking on the fucking fireman. It was bad. So yeah, I cooked most of the nights just to avoid that. Oh my god. Yeah, that's where I'm at too, Pollyanna. I have had an awful, colorful experience with the fairer sex. I ain't give them up, but I swore them off for a little while for the sanity and stability of my son's fucking mind. He knows his mom. Yeah, she's fun. But she just finally got diagnosed and says she's on better medicine. But then again, I called her and let her know Bill Gates is fucking poking around her son, and she had a nail appointment she had to keep. Still haven't heard from her yet. So her priorities are fucked up. Maybe they got a medicine for that. I don't know. But yeah, that's a shining example of why, I decided it was probably best to just be a monk. And I gotta tell you, man, it is fucking underrated. Yes, Lauren, I know. Good, Christy, because I mean honestly, yeah, at that point, you may as well just concentrate on the kid because that's why you're here on the planet anyway. Raise kid, you want it to be better off than what you was, and you can already see problems over here with your picker, unless you're still blaming them, the others, us men, because we're pigs. But eventually, you got to take responsibility for your picker. Mine's broken. it's I stepped on it at some point. I'm not sure when. It's never worked ever since. It's always stuck on fucking hot mess. And I jumped right into the hottest mess I could find. See how it works? So I stopped listening to my picker and just turned it off for a little bit. Maybe it'll work better when I turn it back on. I don't know. I'm afraid to. Yeah, and you become kind of a lot more satisfied with yourself. And then all of a sudden, you don't have a hole you need to fill. And I start imagining like that next girlfriend's going to be a wowzer, man. Because she better cook. See, none of my exes have ever really been a cook at all in any shape, fashion, or we're talking ramen pride chefs over here at best. But boy, see, I had different priorities because I can cook. But I've realized that, that might that might be a good thing. Pants off, dance off. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Polly says she's ready for some more sex toys and debauchery. Yeah, it's hard to cook for just two people. It is. Well, we got to give Lee something to talk about tomorrow. It would be a sad day if, he didn't have any debauchery or sexual idolism or whatever, demure lips with pouty fingers coming to them. And God, somebody do that. I want to see it. Go, Polly. Oh my God. Ooh. It took 40 years to figure out how to cook for two. It's a tough task. Oh my goodness. Now see that champagne, he's gonna go off on it. See, you're an alcoholic seductress, Katniss. It's in your name. See, you're catty. And I don't know if I could even think the way he does. It's hard. I'm working on it. I'm sure he could come up with better shit than I could though. 'Cause I don't know if you actually caught his video today when he went on about that the fucking space racks, but I just the way he described it was just fucking oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? How do you get that out of this? And she says purr. Oh God. Did you do that with your eyes looking up at him submissively with your pouty lips and bring your finger to you? I gotta know. How the hell do you do all that and type at the same time? That is a fucking talent. Oh my God. Because I can't see myself to oh, oh, Jesus. It's a skill set. She says, yay! She practiced. That is fucking awesome. Uh-oh. Pollyanna. I think he might do a whole fucking show on that statement. Oh no, and then Cat responded, Cat, you didn't just oh meow. Oh God. Now we're into some forbidden lust over here. Oh boy. Whew. Where is Lee at when you need him? He needs to come to our debauchery rescues from the evil idols. What idol are we worshiping this evening? Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, so yeah, well, yeah. It doesn't catch it all the time because it's not pushing all the time. Earth isn't pushing all the time either. It's like a rhythmic thing. They'll push and relax and push and relax, and the suns are driving. They're getting closer together. Sometimes they'll push and then they'll drain off. And you can see the energy flow change when she's draining energy back, too. Well, let me look. It should be. And it's kind of slow. All right, see what happens. Here we go. We got it. Well, she's definitely inducing heat. She's got the closed field lines, and they're opening because, as you can see, it's interacting with the larger planet in the back. That the first loop she has that's shallow around 20 to 40 keeps fluxing. There's another body right there. But see, as far as I can tell, we're going to be rolling behind that planet that she's playing with, that's grabbing all the field lines and pulling us lopsided like that. When the time's right, that's what we're going to do. What that looks like in this wall, I don't know. But you can tell that that magnet behind us is what she's touching. And she's not closing field lines on it, is she? That means she's entangling. There's only two actions that I'm aware of. She's grabbing a hold of her brother Toth. And you can see that. She's opening those field lines. It wraps around here, just like the Pharaoh cell. So that's what you're looking at. It's no different than the Pharaoh cell. It just what you're looking at might be uncomfortable for you. Or maybe you haven't watched enough Pharaoh cell to have seen that action in the Pharaoh cell. Yeah, not right now, I'm not. You link it in the comment section. We're actually going to start some pawns here. I'm going to smoke the bowl first. It might be another 4 hours before I finish it, the way things go. Yeah, well, that is very understandable tenfold. That's what I said. It might just be sitting uncomfortable with you because you know what it means. You just don't want it to mean that. But it's not a scary thing once you actually understand that that's the plan. We're getting back onto the right energy, and it looks like we're pretty fucking close to switching boats. That's all we're doing. We're just switching boats. Yeah, and once you, thank you. fourth. I did too. I was terrified at what I was looking at, and then I started getting the picture that Mother Earth is not Creator's only first creation. That's why we drew these things as people, because they're actual spirits that are a lot more enlightened than we are. And there is a hierarchy in creation, just like they wrote in the book, but it looks a little bit different than the book does. That's your angels. We just forgot how to talk to them. I'm 52 and I never knew I had a magnet until 2 years ago. So, welcome to the club. This is the truth you've been looking for. And it's video by video. I laid it out as I proved it. I personally got a lot of it, like reading the wall and talking to Mother Earth and shit. It all came to me a little too fast, I think. I was not ready for any of it. I was convinced that we lived on a rock hurling through space with no God in sight. And that's the best way I can explain the way I was going about life. And it's not that at all. It's fucking amazing how not that it is. Boy, I'll tell you. It's actually not a theory. It's a medical fact. And so is the physics of magnet. Yeah, it's not theory at all, actually. that's a funny thing. It was when I was reading it on a wall, and I went to some medical journals, and I found out not only do doctors' heart and brain understand that our body actually generates a magnet. It's a pretty strong magnet. It's an electron magnet, and it's centered in our chest, and we have a small magnet field coming out of our head that's pretty inconsequential. But that's why you're messed with the human, because you got to protect that. It's a double layer of a fucking magnet, just like a model of Mother Earth. If you raise your human, or if you relax your field lines to where you're protecting that magnet field there, you're making your Schumann. You're doubling your Schumann, which is your alpha wave at 7.83 hertz. And that's what I read on the wall. And I was like, I didn't understand it because I didn't know I had a magnet. And then I found that we actually do. And I was trained in magnet transmission and all that in the Navy. So I already knew the properties of magnetism and what magnets can do. Fucking crazy stuff. That applies to you too. You are a magnet walking around in a skin suit. I would never talk about that if it was a theory. That's a medical fact about human beings. And just the fact that you have one, that includes you in the magnet family. But you have a brain in here that you can control your magnet with, which adds another fucking amazement to it. And it's designed that way by a really smart creator that wanted us to be extremely powerful but unable to do extreme harm. So we can't actually harness the power without a pure intent of meek to the Creator Himself. And the magnet power person, you're borrowing the magnet from Mother Earth. There has to be a true knowing to create an intent of heart from a straight source. That's what that whole straight, dude, you gotta know, or you have no direction. You can't believe it. That's why I keep telling people, don't talk to me. You don't want to believe a word I say, because that can get you killed. You have to know this shit in your heart. And until you do, you get over there and watch your fucking videos and do your homework. That's it. And you're going to lose all that fear. You're not going to have questions. And you'll be able to come over here and give us stem cells that we didn't know about. That is when we can be like, okay, you get a wrench. Or, you're fucking more than welcome to be over here every day hanging out with us, laughing your ass off. But until then, I'd be over there because, yeah, you see what happens. And I like you. I think everybody does. But that's still, that could kill you. And that's not doing you any fucking favors. So, yeah, until you know this shit, you're going to be afraid. But once you finally get it and you understand it all, I don't even think you need to understand it all. I did. I'm fucking slow. I'm just fucking slow. Deal with it. So, yeah, I know you are. That's why I say you need to get back over there and do it instead of me talking to us, because that's the best thing for you. I know it's fun to listen. You can leave it over and listen, but I would, if I was you and I saw that picture, I'd be like on it and wanting to know it, because it will take the fear completely out of you. Gone. And to the depth it's really hard to describe how you just take on every day differently now. I do. Walk the puppies. It's probably not so much a puppy anymore, huh, Cat? There you go. That's a good attitude, because this is no fear. This is why we were designed. It's just a little unnerving because nobody's ever explained it to you. We were trying what our duty in creation is, what we do best at, and that is healing and protecting. Just like they say in the Bible, stewardship. I'm just proving in physics everything fucking Lee wants to fucking believe in. Omnipresence? Anyone ever heard that term? What does it even mean? I know what it means, and I know exactly what frequency it happens at. I tracked it back through medical and fucking right off a wall. Blew my mind. and I had to make a video. But Lee doesn't need to look at it because he knows better. We're over here idolatry worshiping sex people and stuff, butt plugs and scarabs. And according to him, it's all women over here. You know, Glenn probably be upset about that. Glenn and his wife, they'd be a little upset. You know, that's Chad and his wife probably take a little offense to it. You know what I mean? It's not just the ladies. We're not over here sex festing. Although, I mean, fuck, I don't know what y'all do when I turn my back. Talking about racks, dirty thing. Oh wait a minute, that was me. Fuck, man, can't even have fun around. Jesus, I know. Tie that cucumber to a stick and you get stuck on it. Like, but it works. I'm like, no, actually, it doesn't. Look at what you're doing. He took it off the stick. He took his cucumber off and put it on a fucking wiggly wire. He moved the thing and it wiggled. And I'm like, you know, I've never seen the moon do that before. But I ain't saying it hasn't. Fuck. Well, yeah, the fucking thing is, if you even think for a minute about what he's doing, that is not a working model of what the moon does. It does not lap Orion in the sky. When it rises with Orion, it stays with Orion, and then it's a little bit the next day away from it. It's like, come on, man. Our sky moves, not the moon. Doing research on the human brain. Yeah, they know frequency. They've got frequency down, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, we're exposing some shit that they obviously um, they don't want people to understand. What it is exactly, I don't know. We've exposed an awful lot of shit they don't want people to understand. I think at this point, it might be a little hard to pin it down, to be honest, because I've given it some considerable thought. But we've also explained things that they had no idea of. So obviously, they're curious. Yeah, fuck Bill Gates. I don't pay attention to them. I've been actively ignoring Derek Bros for a while. And then there he is again. In my case, I'm going to tell you this much: it ain't going away until they fucking get it through their fucking thick heads that they are fighting to hold on to something that there is not going to be a hold on, and they have an option to fix everything that's fucked up in their world. That's what this is about: fixing everything, not just planet Earth. Yeah, they're smart. But maybe they're too smart for their own good. I don't know. As a doctor. Yeah, they are stupid. I want to hear the damn name I'm listening for. It is coming right up.
Language and then translated to Akkadian, the first Semitic language, and then other ancient languages. And even in those early writings going back almost 6,000 years, references are made to lost books, texts inscribed on stone tablets.
Yep.
Among the incredible, to say fortunate, does not fully convey the miracle finds in the ruins of ancient cities and their libraries. There are clay prisms inscribed with the very information about the 10 pre-Diluvian rulers.
Story we're listening to.
And their 432,000 years total reign to which Berosus had referred, known as the Sumerian king lists. Let me get a drink here.
Yeah, see, there's a lot of entanglement back there behind the
Known as the Sumerian king list and on display in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. Their several versions leave no doubt that their Sumerian compilers had access to some earlier common or canonized textual material.
Imagine that.
Coupled with other equally early texts discovered in various states of preservation, they strongly suggest that the original recorder of the arrival, as well as of the preceding events, and certainly of the following events, had to be one of those leaders.
It did.
A key participant and an eyewitness. One who had been an eyewitness to all those events, indeed a key participant in them, was the leader who had splashed down with the first group of astronauts. At that time, his epitaph name was Ea, E-A, he whose home is water.
Mm-hmm.
He experienced the disappointment of having command of Earth mission given to his half-brother and rival Enlil, Lord of the Command. A humiliation little mitigated by granting him the title Enki, Lord of Earth.
Well, we got
relegated away from the cities of the gods and their spaceport in the Eden, E-D-I-N, which of course Eden, to supervise the mining of gold in the Abzu, which was in southeastern Africa.
Mm-hmm.
It was Ea Enki, a great scientist who came across the hominids who inhabited those parts.
We're about to hear
and so
about
when the Anunnaki toiling in the gold mines mutinied and said no more, it was he who realized that the needed manpower could be obtained by jumping the gun on evolution through genetic engineering, and thus did the Adam, literally, he of the earth, earthling, came into being. As a hybrid, the Adam could not procreate. The events echoed in the biblical tale of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden record the second genetic manipulation by Enki that added the extra chromosomal genes needed for sexual procreation. And when mankind proliferating did not turn out the way it had been envisaged, it was he, Enki, who defied his brother Enlil's plans to let mankind perish in the deluge. The events whose hero has been called Noah in the Bible, and Tusudra in the earlier original Sumerian text.
Read hut!
The firstborn son of Anu, Nibiru's ruler Ea Enki, was well versed in his planets and its inhabitants' past. And this is where I start to already have problems with this. I'm not convinced that I don't believe 100% what they tell us. Anunnaki came from Nibiru and all that. I don't believe that. I still think that's a red herring. But that's what you always see Sitchin referring to. I still just don't. The archaeological stuff doesn't point in that direction. It points more in the direction of
a blue
Sirius
sun,
or Cygnus,
a blue sun,
Polaris.
It
just doesn't point in the
blue
direction
sun,
of.
And it's a lot closer than Polaris.
Some planet that we have, we may or may not have ever even really identified. We have hard evidence that points archaeological things like the pyramids and Göbekli Tepe, and you've got all these ancient megalithic sites all around the world lined up to stars, to certain systems. And then you see things like the Freemasons being obsessed with Sirius and the whole star system's there, and then the Dogon. And I just have a hard time believing that
it's a blue star, but it's not Sirius.
the Anunnaki came, they just don't seem to have come from within our own solar system. I have a hard time believing it. An accomplished scientist, he bequeathed his most important aspects of advanced knowledge of the Anunnaki, especially to his two sons, Marduk and Ningishzida, who as Egyptian gods were known there as Ra and Thoth, respectively.
Hang on.
But he also
Ningishzida.
was instrumental in sharing with mankind
That's the
certain
part I've been
aspects of such
listening
advanced
for.
knowledge
Listen to this.
by teaching to selected individuals. The archaeological stuff doesn't point in that direction. It points more in the direction of
He tells you who
Sirius
Thoth
or
is.
Cygnus or Polaris. I mean, it just doesn't point in the direction of
Right here.
of some planet that we have. We may or may not have ever even really identified. We have hard evidence that points archaeological things like the pyramids and Göbekli Tepe, and I mean, you've got
We got hard
all these
evidence.
ancient
All right,
megalithic sites all around the world lined up to stars, to certain systems. And then you see things like the Freemasons being obsessed with Sirius and the whole star system's there, and then the Dogon. And I mean, yeah, I just have a hard time believing that.
from the moon and all over. Absolutely.
The Anunnaki came, they just don't seem to have come from within our own solar system. I have a hard time believing that.
They did. But it's
An accomplished scientist, he bequeathed his
listen to
most
this.
important aspects of advanced knowledge of the Anunnaki, especially to his two sons, Marduk and Ningishzida, who as
Ningishzida.
Egyptian gods were known there as Ra and Thoth, respectively.
Thoth
But
is
he also was
Ningishzida.
instrumental in sharing with mankind certain
You heard
aspects
that,
of such
right?
advanced knowledge
Want to hear it
by
again?
teaching to selected individuals the secrets of the Marduk and Ningishzida. With an accomplished scientist, he bequeathed his most important aspects of advanced knowledge of the Anunnaki, especially to his two sons, Marduk and Ningishzida, who as Egyptian gods were known there as Ra and Thoth, respectively. But he also was instrumental in sharing with mankind certain aspects of such advanced knowledge by teaching to selected individuals the secrets of the gods.
Ningishzida. It's Enki's fucking kid. He is pure Anunnaki, earthborn. That is who Thoth is on Earth. But the Thoth we were drawing is Earth's brother. He is a big fucking planet. And he was pouring Mother Schumann frequency over her with Ra, the big sun. And that was one of the that was the hieroglyph that woke me up to the fact that first creation is way bigger than just Earth. And it does say Earth and the suns and the heavens. That's pretty much, that's what it meant. All the stars, all the planets, everything you can't see. That's creation. It's huge. It's beautiful. And it just keeps going. And that's what first creation is. We're just extensions of that. And anything that lessens creation, what would you call that? Anti-creation. That's all I can come up with. That's just all I got. Yeah. I just, God, I try not to use those titles. You could call it blasphemy, even. Yeah, I guess. It's definitely anti-creation. That's the reason we're in this mess. Is the smaller you make creation, the smaller we are. We're children of that creation. We can't even conceive ourselves or even talk as if we are anything close to the creator. We're the children of creation, for fuck's sake. See how my kid's growing up? That's what creator wants for you. So, yeah, any kind of stifling of you is like, that's not a good thing. And that's what's been going on since they started this shit. And this is their own writings. This is the language of the gods translated. And then it was turned into Akkadian. That was the first human language taken from the language of the gods. And then Hebrew, taken out of the Akkadian. So you're listening to the parent language, and there is no dispute over that. It's actually held as the first civilization that was civilized, and it is far from the fucking truth. But we're going to give it to yeah, okay. This current civilization started in Sumer. Well, I'll give it that. We got a lot of Urs out there and Abrahams shit coming out of there. Abraham was born in the city of Ur. It's the capital of Sumer. Ur too. The second time it was capital of Sumer. And you're going to hear all that in this tale. Yeah. Well, creation's meant to be all good. We just got perverted somehow. I am still in the black about how it happened on their planet. I don't know if I'll ever know. It's not really my business as long as they learn from their mistake. Yeah, we could make noises, but we spoke with our heart. We communicated brilliantly. And if you look at the fossil record, for God's sake, we had bigger skulls when we were Neanderthals. You got a bigger brain capacity. They try to dumb you down with a bigger brain. You got a bigger brain, but you're dumb. That, I'm still trying to do the math on that one. But yeah, we were genetically changed, all right. And they said that we had no language there, and they made us barbarians. But what do we do to this day? Everybody we go to war against is fucking an extremist or something different than us. We got to make them less than human, so we can go over there and fucking be happy about ripping their necks out. You know, well, you got to keep in mind the writing of the gods. That's the writing of the victor of war, and we lost. So they also say that, granted, we didn't have speech, but they never understood what we were writing on the walls, and they assumed the identity of the personifications like Ra, Marduk. That's why Marduk became Ra. Because they were trying to hide us from ourselves. And there is a big distinguishing difference between our drawings and theirs. Because theirs are not technical. They do draw the same people, but they don't have any of the technicalities that we were putting on those fucking old ancient fucking walls. You can tell the difference. You can tell they started adding to the pantheon and shit. And But once you start reading these things, you start understanding what you're looking at a lot of times, because there was an awful long period that they ran shit from Egypt. You're looking at an awful lot of their writings, and they do not make sense. They have vowels. We never did. And there's a big distinguishing difference. And only people that can really read hieroglyphs, of course, can see that difference. Because we know what we were writing on those walls now. And you can see them hiding us from ourselves by using the same characters. But they don't have the crosshatches. They don't have the physics in the drawings. They're just drawings. And they really don't mean shit. So that, well, if they do, they have a translation that they were given to them because that's what they wanted you to fucking think. But that's definitely not a technical drawing. The physics drawings, those were ours. Big difference. The dark side has taken over and we didn't know about it. Yes. You have a good night, Rel. What's up, Brood? How you doing, man? Space Racks. Boy, you slept right through the excitement. We had Robert Lockwood stop by, chat with us for a while. He got blocked. he I think he was a patsy, bro. And he still, to this moment, I don't think has any clue as to how deeply he's been used and incremented into huge ugliness. But he might be looking now that he can't talk over here. Yeah, I was false advertising. I just wanted y'all to over here to worship sex idols. There was no beer. Polly is extremely disappointed. Your mind goes everywhere. Wait, wait a minute. You flat. That's just hot, Warren. Are you trying to feed Lee more fuel to the fire and talking about your flexible mind? And we all know what you're really talking about. Well, I promised you I'd stay up with you all night. See, I teased Polly earlier with sex toys and then fell asleep. Because she's like, she voicemails me. She goes, did you just do that?" And I was like, when I woke up, I heard. I'm like, "Well, yes, I did." I did. I passed the fuck out. Well, I told you I was probably going to take a nap before I broke out the sex toys. And I did. It's a good shit. I did. I said nap first. So I'm probably going to take a nap first. Dingly tease. So you got to pay attention to what I say. See? I keep my word. I got in a good nap this afternoon. Fuck. I'm tired. About 3 o'clock, I got tired. Last couple of days, about 3 o'clock, I get tired, lay down. Stress of the day, having to keep up with Lee is Jesus. I think I laughed myself to sleep. Oh my God. John, did you ever catch Lee's video? Because the one I did just doesn't do it justice. With the demure lips and I was over here asking the ladies, I was like, Lee says you're looking up and doing the demure and bringing your. I was wondering how you guys are typing, doing all that shit at the same time. Katniss says, "Oh, it's definitely an acquired skill." Oh, Jesus! So I didn't know that's what was happening on the other end of the keyboard. Now chat, so you had a new dimension of exciting. I wasn't aware of what's going on. Oh my God. But yeah, he goes into extremely fucking. I don't know where the hell he's getting the detail, but he's going into detail about it. I'm all like, holy motherfuck, where is all that going on? Because I didn't see it. I did not see the fucking demure and the lips and the pouty lips and the. He's seeing a different chat than I am, maybe. It makes you wonder what the hell's going on inside his head, doesn't it, Miss Raymond? It's like, wait a minute. Where is that coming from? That's coming from Lee. I know. Where the literal fuck did he come up with that shit? I'm looking at chat. I'm trying to roll up and down the chat. I'm like, where's all that? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, and it was just a stupid comment he's talking about. And I'm like, oh, that's some in-depth fucking viewing inside Lee's fucking twisted mind. I'm like, wow. It has to be on purpose. But yeah, just that is worth a watch. I didn't want to bring it up because it wasn't actually important. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I don't care what these people say about me. But if you start fucking with the human frequency, that's And all this fucking wall stuff that we're getting, that's fucking bullshit. That has a lot to do with life and death, literally established. Without the human, you're gonna fucking go mad and die. Closed field lines go to center, you lose your human. So that's actually a very present threat to your health, and not something that should be treated lightly or wrongly. So I felt the need to address that, but not, my God, man. It's worth a look. It really is. It's some fucking, it's like, you want to see who I'm doing? You go watch that shit and you're like, oh my God, where the hell did he get that? And I'm telling you, I can't even remember all the shit he came up with. It was fucking crazy. That's what I'm saying. He really worked that one. And I was like, wow. Exactly. I mean, what, holy, are you, woo, kidding me? Yeah, they have recordings of all the planets and the songs they sing. That's what clued me into the fact that three suns are coming together, each of them singing their own note. That's going to make a chord. So yeah, that's actually what clued me into, like, oh my God, this might be really interesting. Space racks, yes. Space racks galore. And they singing space racks. Yes. Yeah, I have heard of this. I can only imagine they probably are real. Every planet's going to have its own tone, even though every planet has 1748 hertz at its heart. Every planet's made of different shit, and bigger and smaller, and all kinds of different human resonance going on in each different planet. It has its own frequency, which combines to one tone pertaining to that planet. It makes total sense. I can't attest to it that it's real, but sure fucking makes sense. So I can only imagine that, yeah, that's one of the little bits that they give us off of the billions that are spent on this space stuff. Yeah, well, they're going to make noise. And it totally makes sense that it would be a sustained tone. Whether you're hearing the real tone, I don't know. They might have just made it up. I don't know why they would, but you're left to kind of guessing at that point. Is that the real tone, or is that something they just made up? Because I know they're doing stuff up there in space. I'm looking. I have watched the space station, the International Space Station itself, get built, get bigger over time. But on the other hand, I have watched footage coming out of NASA from the supposed space station with rats climbing on the outside of the fucking space station. Now, I'm left with two solutions at this point. Space isn't quite the vacuum they say it is, or that's on a set, and we're not being shown what they're really doing in the space station. So that makes me question everything coming out of NASA. That's why I have monitored ISWA so closely that I can actually correlate it with other monitors, including the Quake maps. That one's accurate. I can tell you that. Yeah, it's definitely fake footage. I think so too. I don't think there's rats in space. I just have a hard time with that one. They're a lot smarter than we thought. See, now that might be truth. Therefore, but yeah, what is that? What is that fucking shit? Are you kidding me? There's a rat running around the outside of the fucking space station? No, I really do. I have a problem with that. So yeah, I'm left with like that's probably a set, and we're not being told what the fuck they're doing up there. But that doesn't mean it's not there because I can see that shit, and I've watched it get bigger with my own eyes over the years. Drive safe, John. You going to DC? Well, yeah, the moon landing. They've actually admitted to having to reshoot some of it because they lost thousands of hours of fucking footage. Welcome back, Wes. Maybe you don't know yet. Huh? Yeah, keep your eye out for some space racks. Be careful of those large ones. Yeah, hurry up and wait routine. That's always fun. I'm a skeptic of everything, just naturally, I think. I don't believe something until I see it. Then only half of that until I prove it. Until it happens again, keeps repeating. They're like, all right, the sky's blue. Took a little convincing. But I've given it a good once over, and it appears to be true. Although sometimes it's not. I theorize above those dark clouds there is blue sky somewhere, but I cannot fucking see them. So I'm just left with my observation. But yeah, they redid a lot of the moon landing because well, if you listen to the moon landing, you can get a pretty good idea that as soon as they landed, they were surrounded. and told to get the fuck off, pretty much. ETV, yes, Miss Raymond. You've listened, haven't you? Listen to her. She's fucking on it. That's exactly what they said, ETV. And if you know what ETV means, then you're in there. That's all it takes. They talk about extraterrestrial vehicles surrounded them as they were getting out of the lander. They're like, Houston. we're surrounded by ETV. I'm like, yeah, really? Tell us. You know, I heard that. So yeah, that's why they lost the footage. They looked like they saw some ghosts, all right. Lauren. They were on the moon in a tin can surrounded by ETV. They stayed there for 3 days. I think there was a fucking party going on. They were the special guests. Anal probing for everybody. Ever get a little tag on that? Fucking space rocks. Oh boy. They was having some fun. It was like, I don't want to go back. Send him. I'm not going. Oh fuck. Get a little gangbang going on there. Oh, all the fucking astronauts all circled up. Like, what's in here? That's a new cavity. Yeah, their anal retention went way down after that. It seems like the one the one muscle in the human anatomy that's most affected by space flight seems to be the sphincter. We have some anal leakage going on over here. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, that's the picture I got. I was like, oh god. That would be unnerving. Don't you think? I'd like to be the guy up there in the capsule being like, oh yeah, buddy, better you than me. Every time you pass by, I go, oh damn, damn. And then off you go around the floor. Houston, you ain't gonna believe what they're doing to them poor boys down there. Oh my god. Yeah, the moon's kind of harsh to human life. See, I promised you sex talk. We got the Eagle landing. Boy, that holds different meaning. The Eagle has landed. Oh God. I know, right? Come on out. Yeah, take that first step. It's okay. You're not listening to my guy. It looks like you still here. I'm his Raymond. The eagle has landed, baby. The party is on. The fucking disco lights came on. They were like, "Oh God, Houston! I think we've been inspected." Yeah. That's not the boots I'd want to be in. I think my boots would be full of shit. I just shit all the way down my fucking spacesuit, man. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. Yeah, pew pew, break out the pew pews. Miss Raymond's got it. I'm ready to fucking pew pew. Yeah. I see that look in their eye. That ain't love. Oh shit. Run, Armstrong! Run! Oh shit. Oh Neil! Oh God! They got Neil! Houston! Oh my God. This is your happy ending, Polly. Are you laughing? We got Neil over here getting fucking tore back by some ETVs. I'm telling you, you look on porn sites, you might be seeing some fucking moon landing footage. But you looking in NASA, that's a family oriented place. You ain't gonna catch that. But yeah, I've seen that fucking lighting fall right on Neil Armstrong, right on the fucking set. They're like, I suppose you want to take that again? I was like, I suppose they do, don't they? Where the fuck do you think that came from? And they did. They came out and said, yeah, we shot some more of it because we lost the footage. I was like, the fuck you did. Neil was embarrassed. He got caught by a space rack. He got put on a space rack and used like a little bitch. Big old fucking alien cock. Oh, poor Neil. That'll teach him. Go play in other people's yards. Yeah, there was some animal magnetism there, I think. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I've heard stories about these alien encounters. Well, I've told you about mine. I don't want to remember what the fuck happened. I'm sure at some point it probably involved fucking probing of places I wasn't comfortable with. Fuck. That's why they destroyed the technology to get back to the moon. I know, right? They're like, fuck this, blow it the fuck up, burn the plans, because I ain't fucking going back. Yeah. After they took one look at fucking Neil's spackled ass, they were like, holy shit. Maybe we should postpone the fucking moon landing. The moon base. That'd be like building them a disco club. But yeah, I mean, we haven't been back since, for God's sake, man. They went up to the fucking moon with a computer that's like equal to a calculator today. They got an excuse for everything. Have you noticed we got 180 nations in lockdown? I still have yet to see bodies in the fucking streets from this shit. Well, we know from this book right here that they used the moon. They drug it here. We know from the Dogon they used it to cause the deluge. They talk about how the fucking they plotted to do this shit. But at the same time, you got to remember they are the fucking victors, and they're gonna fucking pad what they did. Yeah, it's not about a virus. It's definitely not about the virus. Um, it's about us allowing it to happen in 180 nations. Is what it is. I'd like to wake up one day and just find out that all the police was like, what the fuck are we doing? Somebody needs to start thinking about what the fuck are you doing? I've given it some considerable thought. And I just asked Robert Lockwood the same question. What the fuck are you thinking? Why is Bill Gates on your fucking page? Why is fucking Bill Gates on your page clapping and applauding you for trying to fucking frame me? And then Robert's all, I didn't try for you. I said, Robert, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you might not have known what you were involved in, but you were involved. And we've got that evidence. And he wanted to sit here and ask stupid questions, so he got blocked. I told him where to go look for the evidence that they provided us with, including him and his actions. And his actions scream, especially, I'm sitting here trying to scratch my head. Why in the hell is he in the. Why is he even talking to Pollyanna? Number one. In a Carl suit. Asking for my email. That's just. It just screams, I really don't know what the fuck's going on, and I'm just over here doing what I've been asked to do. To me. But it doesn't matter. Fuck to me or the law. Ignorance is no excuse. He did it. He was the persona they were using to try to frame John and me. And he was fishing Pollyanna while AJ was trying to line up the templates and John was taking pictures of them. As a slide while I was taking a sleep. I'd been asleep all night while this shit's going on. I was like, holy fuck. You're kidding me. He was trying to get my email and fish so they could incriminate me in what they were trying to do. And he actually called Pollyanna a despicable human being for telling me about it. Oh, wait a minute. This guy's nefariously trying to dig you for information, calling you a despicable human being? Are you fucking what? But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what happened. And it gave me the impression that he really didn't know what was going on, but he was definitely partying it. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, Miss Raymond. I put it all on video. I couldn't believe it myself. I was like, wait a minute. Do you mind if I record all this? And they were like, oh, I was like, fuck, man, do it, do it. I was like, you got it. Are you fucking kidding me? Because this is fucking nuts. Is this really going on? There's Carl. Fucking Carl! I'm like, and then she threw the fucking Carl, the llama at me, and I fucking almost died. Okay. I was like, holy mother, fuck. I had never seen anything like Carl the llama. Name, rank, address, serial number. Did Carl ever propose again? That's some cute shit. Fuck, man. What do you do with that shit? And he comes over here acting like he had no idea what the hell was going on. I'm like, boy, you better go look at what they did to you. Robert Lockwood had a great big old sphincter. He looked like he landed on the moon himself. He didn't even notice. God. How do you do that? Holy shit. I know, isn't that cute? Little mini llama. Llama. Fucking Carl. Oh, shit. Threw something at Gina, see? And that's what makes me wonder, did he know what he was doing? Is he really that sloppy at his job? Maybe that's why he's mad, because he got fired. Black Label, baby. That is the good stuff. He asked you to marry him. I know. I seen that. I was like, oh shit. Holly's getting married to Carl. He did. I know. You turned him on. Don't tell Lee. You had them demure pouty lips, didn't you? With your little finger up there typing one handed, like y'all do. Fuck. Oh, I just, it makes me speechless watching this go on in front of me. It's like, holy shit. And you just sit back and you're like, where is all this shit coming from? And then there's a billionaire. Here's fucking Bill Gates fucking clapping and applauding him on. And it's like, well, what are you doing here? Huh. And Rob was like, have you looked at his bottom line? I'm like, I'm sure I don't care. I'm certain I don't care what he says he's got in the bank. I'm pretty sure he's got more than that. Just say no to llamas. Fucking more. That's good shit. Oh, holy fuck. But yeah, I mean, it begs, in my head, I'm all like, you got to be kidding me, right? This guy's got his fucking hands in more cookie jars than Bill Gates ever did. In the face of everything. Well, this is a form of debauchery. I think we will have to wait for Lee's analysis on tonight's debauchery. He is the expert. I don't know how to debauch. I'm a fucking monk. You come to me for debauching? I'm not even sure what debauching is. God. Now, sex toys, I do know what they are because I have made many, many, many sex toys. I don't have any handy. He's not having a good time in his corner. That's probably his fault. He does, go out of his way to be mean to women in particular. And their magical thought adds glitter to the room. What can I say? I don't. He's cutting out all the glitter. Yeah, my Scorpio showing. Well, Pollyanna, I was unaware of the demure pouty lips until Lee pointed them out. I was oblivious to what was going on over here. You see. Oh shit! Wait a minute. I think this is Roger's shirt. No, this is Mike's shirt. This is my landlord's. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the demure lips and stuff. I mean, that might have swayed me, and I got to thank Lee for pointing that out today, because I had completely missed that. I was impressed by it though. I was like, damn! I see. Y'all women is a mystery to me. I just don't know how you type it. But now I know your magical mind, and you can do that with one finger while you're doing all that seducing. Although I can't see any of it. And Polly's like, just take off your shirt. Shut up. Oh, God. Lee's probably going to have a good time with this. I can only hope. No, I would hope that Lee would actually go look at what he's talking about before he opens his mouth again. But we can almost count on that he's not going to. Along with the idol worship, I know y'all have your hands full. I don't know how you do it all. Take it all off. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Easy now. I don't have very big space rocks. Or racks. I mean, yeah. Says this lady's night. I am in danger. Oh boy. Yeah, and it's all women. Where the hell is Jelly? Where is Revel? Damn it. And John's here. He's not a lady. Oh, that's poor John. I look a little nerd. I am. I'm realizing I'm surrounded by magical thinking women, and you cannot be trusted. I have heard this from an authority on the subject. So yeah, I'm getting a little nervous over here in my corner. Trapped in the dungeon. What's my next move? Watch this. Let me surprise you.
In at least 2 instances, such initiatives.
I'm gonna go turn on my oxygen to make a pawn.
Those divine
right
as mankind's heritage. Right, and that's what I was referencing earlier in the show. Our birthright. That's what they were instructing him to write down. One called Adapa, and probably a son of Enki by a human female, is known to have written a book titled Writings Regarding Time, one of the earliest lost books. The other called the Edmund Durang, let me get this right. Enmed Uranki, the Enmed Uranki. ENMEDURANKI, the Enmed Uranki. Another one of the books that was supposed to be our birthright, was in all probability the prototype of the biblical Enoch, the one who was taken up into heaven after he had entrusted his sons the book of divine secrets, and of which a version has possibly survived in the extra biblical book of Enoch. Though the firstborn of Anu, he was not destined to be his father's successor on the throne of Nibiru. Complex rules of succession, which reflected the convoluted history of their planet, gave the privilege to Enki's half-brother Enlil. And Enlil is also that's where the whole thing of, Jesus and the devil comes from, that whole dynamic. That's in Enlil and Enki. That's what the two twin towers represent, Enlil and Enki. It's a pretty good signal of bringing those things down, bringing down Enlil and Enki, that, these custodial rulers definitely, you want to get down to who really pulled off 9/11, there you go. In the effort to resolve the bitter conflict, Both Enki and Enlil ended up on a mission to an alien planet Earth, whose goal was needed to create a shield for preserving Nibiru's dwindling atmosphere. It was against that background, made even more complex by the presence on Earth of their half-sister Ninarshag, the chief medical officer of the Anunnaki, that Enki decided to defy Enlil's plans to have mankind perish in the deluge. The conflict carried on between the two half-brother sons, even among their grandchildren. The fact that all of them, and especially those born on Earth, faced the loss of longevity that Nibiru's extended orbital period provided, added personal agonies and sharpened ambitions. It all came to a climax in the last century of the third millennium BC, when Marduk, Enki's firstborn by his official spouse, claimed that he and not Enlil's firstborn son, Ninurta, should inherit the Earth. The bitter conflict that included a series of wars led in the end to the use of nuclear weapons. And that's what I was mentioning earlier when the listener had asked me about, the sun symbols. That's why I said I think it has something to do with nuclear weapons and extraterrestrials, because Polaris, the long-range nuclear missiles launched by submarines, and also the just the whole thing with how they use nuclear weapons on Earth, and that being the North Star and all those sun symbols. Again, when you see those depictions of the sun in Egyptian things or anything else, it's not. That doesn't always mean our sun or our star. It could mean someone else's a star somewhere else. That's what people never think. They never teach you that in school. People need to know that information. It's very key. It changes everything once you know that. The bitter conflict that included a series of wars led to the end of the use of nuclear weapons. The ensuing, though unintended, result was the demise of the Sumerian civilization. And that's true, because that's one of the things that they will admit to, actually, in a high school textbook. The Sumerians disappeared. Gone, poof, in the wind, in the dust. Some people think they got raptured out by aliens, but I think probably the more, I think what I believe is that they were vaporized by the use of these extraterrestrial nuclear weapons. And again, the reason I believe that is because, as we talked about earlier, the pre-flood ash. The initiation of chosen individuals into the secrets of the gods had marked the beginning of priesthood. The lineages of mediators between the gods and the people, the transmitters of the divine words to the mortal earth.
Grab a cookie.
Oracles' interpretations of divine utterances were commingled with the observation of the heavens for omens. And as mankind was increasingly drawn to take sides in the godly conflicts, prophecy began to play a role. Indeed, the term to denote such spokesmen of the gods who proclaimed what was to come, Nabi, was the epitaph for Marduk's firstborn son, Nabu, who had tried on behalf of his exiled father to convince mankind that the heavenly gods bespoke the coming supremacy of Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
These developments sharpen the realization that one must distinguish between fate and destiny. The proclamations of Enlil, sometimes even of Anu, that used to be unquestioned, were now subjected to the scrutiny of the difference between Nam and destiny, like the planetary orbits. This course had been determined and was unchangeable, and Namtar, literally,
And
a destiny that
pistachio
could
ice
be
cream.
bent, broken, changed, which was fate. Reviewing and recalling the sequence of events and the apparent parallelism
Okay, you got my
what
attention
happened
again.
on Nibiru and what took place on Earth, Enki and Enlil began to ponder
eating.
philosophically what indeed was destined and could not have been avoided, and what was just fated as a consequence of right or wrong decisions.
I'm at my
and free
natural
choice.
weakest state.
The latter could not be predicted. The former could be foreseen, especially if all, as the planetary orbits, was cyclical. If what was shall be again, if the first things shall also be the last things. The climactic event of the nuclear desolation sharpened soul-searching among the leaders of the Anunnaki and raised the need to explain to the devastated human masses why it came to pass this way.
Yep.
Was it destined, or
Pistachio
was
with
it
hemp
just the
seed.
result of an Anunnaki-made fate?
Lots of fucking hemp seed.
Was anyone responsible? Is there someone accountable? In the councils of the Anunnaki
And a
on the
cookie.
eve of the calamity, it was Enki who stood alone in opposition to the use of the forbidden weapon. It was thus important for Enki to explain to the suffering remnants
Right, you can just leave your pouty
that the
lips
turning point in
over
the
there
saga
on
of
your keyboard.
extraterrestrials who had meant well but ended as destroyers had come to pass. And who but Ea Enki, who was the first to come
Oh,
and
shit.
be an eyewitness to it all, was the most qualified to tell the people so that the future could be divine.
Fuck.
And what was the best way to tell that it was all a first-person report by Enki himself?
He sounded like a
Sounded
Harlequin
English, I apologize.
romance novel just
I know
going
how to read
off
it,
of.
and the best way to tell it was all as a first-person report by Enki himself. It's just, I don't think Zachariah Sitchin spoke good English.
Oh my God.
It's just, I'm reading it exactly as it is on the page, and some of this stuff I'm having to like improvise because it's just bad.
Oh God!
I hate that. Like every time I find a book I want to read, it's written by a fucking first grader. Sucks. Then he had recorded his autobiography.
Am I looking nervous again?
Stretching over at least 12 tablets was discovered in a library.
Oh my God.
Quotes Urki as saying, "When I approached the earth, there was much flooding. When I neared its green meadows, heaps and mounds were piled up at my command. In the pure place I built my house, an appropriate name I gave it." The long text continues to describe how Ea or Enki then
What have you been talking about while I've been gone?
in motion. Numerous other texts that relate varied aspects of Enki's role in the ensuing development serve to complete Enki's tale. They include a cosmogony, an epic of creation at whose core lay Enki's own text, which scholars call the Eridu Genesis.
My mind is in the gutter.
Detailed descriptions of the fashioning of the atom. They describe how other Anunnaki, male and female, came to Enki in his city Eridu to obtain from him a kind of data disk that encoded all aspects of civilization, and they include texts of Enki's private life and personal
So what you're saying is,
such as the tale
we're
of
not
his attempts to
worshiping
obtain a son by his
the
half-sister,
scarab, we're
Menasha.
worshiping the pipe tonight.
His promiscuous affair with both goddesses and daughters of man, and unforeseen
Space
consequences
racks.
thereof. The Atra Hassi's text throws light on Anu's efforts to prevent a flare of the Enki and Lil rivalries by dividing Earth's domains.
That's what you were talking about while I was gone.
And text recording
The
events
Johnson
preceding
space
the
racks.
render almost verbatim the debates in the Council of the Gods about the fate of mankind and Enki's subterfuge known as the Tale of Noah and the Ark Tale known for the Bible until one of its original Mesopotamian versions was found in the tablets of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Sumerian and Akkadian clay tablets, Babylonian and Assyrian temple libraries, Egyptian, Hittite, and Canaanite myths, and the biblical narratives are the main body of written down memories of the affairs of gods and men. For the first time ever, this dispersed and fragmented material
he would have thrown holy water all over the keyboard.
The eyewitness accounts of Enki, the autobiographical memoirs and insightful prophecies of an extraterrestrial god. Presented as a text dictated by Enki to a chosen scribe, a book of witnessing to be unsealed at an appropriate time. It brings to mind Yahweh's instructions to the prophet Isaiah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now come, write it on a
I
sealed
can't
tablet
stand to
as a
waste
book
anything.
and engrave it. Let it be the witnessing until the last day, a testimony for all time. In dealing with the past, Enki himself perceived the future. The notion of the Anunnaki exercising free will were masters of their own fates, as well as the fate of mankind, gave way in the end to a realization that it was destiny, that when all was said and done, determined the course.
I know this much. I've read this Bible a lot. Look, yeah, I'm nervous again, ain't it? I've read the Bible a lot. One of the first things I looked up, other than NASA Hubble data on multiple sun systems, I was into Bible canon, and this shit kept popping up. And I had never heard of Sitchin. I started listening to it, and I started realizing this is the Nibiru everybody's talking about. I started wondering, with the implementation of the information highway and actual Bible canon, the original books being available for observation and study, how in the hell is the Vatican still a thing? Or any of these religions? Because I'm getting a crazy story out of the canon. It correlates with what I read in the books. Totally different story, though. Well, they teach this in seminary. I've asked. That's the thing.
Course of events, and therefore, as the Hebrew prophets had recognized, the first things shall be the last things. The record of events dictated by Enki thus becomes a foundation for prophecy, and the past becomes the future.
Your preacher, they went to seminary, they're well aware of this shit.
In the second month, on the 17th day, I was summoned by my master, the Lord Enki, great God, the benevolent fashioner of mankind, omnipotent and merciful. I was among the remnants of Eridu who had escaped to the arid steppe, just as the evil wind was nearing the city. The evil wind nearing the city, a nuclear blast.
Mm-hmm.
And I wandered off into the wilderness to seek withered twigs for firewood. And I looked up, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the south. It was a UFO landing.
Helicopter.
There was a reddish brilliance about it, and it made no sound. A lot of UFOs have been described as making no sound, haven't they? And as it reached the ground, 4 straight feet spread out from its belly, and brilliance appeared. I mean, come on.
It's a helicopter.
4? You gotta give me a fucking break. You know? 4 little feet come right out of it. It's just classic flying saucer here. You know? This is what I'm saying. Are you now? You read that, and it just makes total sense to you.
No, I didn't. I missed that.
The first thing they did during the invasion of Iraq in 2003 was to invade the Baghdad Museum and take all of these cylinder seals and clay tablets that have all this information in it. You know, when people started figuring out that, it openly talks about UFOs landing on the ground, that started to become a problem for the power structure, considering Saddam Hussein was about to create this gigantic new library and put all of this stuff out there for people to see. And what they were going to see, he was going to also reveal was that the inhabitants of Iraq that originated there from ancient Mesopotamia were truly God's chosen people. And that was actually the land talked about in biblical times, and that, the Jews and what we know as Semites, not non-Arabs, were the imposters.
Mm-hmm.
So, that combined with, a library where you could go see for yourself and translate for yourself stuff like this, where it's clearly talking about UFOs landing on the ground. I mean, my goodness, now you know what this whole thing has been about. Now you know why they're obsessed with antiquities.
It's not a UFO.
4 straight feet spread out from its belly, and the brilliance appeared. Brilliance means a bright light. So 4 legs came out of a whirlwind with no sound, and a bright light came out of the center of it.
It's a helicopter.
And I threw myself to the ground and prostrated myself, where I knew that it was a divine vision. Of course, UFOs land. These people don't have any idea what this technology is. Their only reference point is that it's God's. And when I lifted my eyes, there were 2 divine emissaries standing near me. And they had the faces of men, and their garments were sparkling like burnished brass. And they called me by name and spoke to me, saying, "You are summoned by the great God, the Lord Enki. Fear not, you are blessed. And we are here to take you aloft and carry you unto his retreat in the land of Megan.
I'd be like,
On the
right,
island
no,
next
you
to the
bringing
river
that
of
bitch
Megan.
right here. I ain't going nowhere. We'll fight.
Sluices. S-L-U-I-S-E-S. Don't know what that is. S-L-U-I-S. I'm sorry, S-L-U-I-C-E-S. Sluices. And they spoke. The whirlwind lifted itself as a fiery chariot and was gone. And it took me by my hands, each one grasping me by one hand, and they lifted me and carried me swiftly between the earth and the heavens. Yeah, our first documented abduction here. And carried me between the earth and heavens as the eagle soars, and I could see the land and the waters. I mean, my goodness, classic UFO abduction. The plains and the mountains, and they let me down on the island.
It's a whirlwind.
The great gods
they never left Earth.
And the moment
A
that
whirlwind
my
is
hands
a
and brilliances
helicopter.
I had never seen before engulfed and overwhelmed me. On the ground as though voided of the spirit of life. My life senses returned to me as if awakened from the deepest sleep by the sound of the calling of my name. I was in some kind of an enclosure.
Yeah.
It was dark, but there was also
Polly, and
aura.
then two pilots
Then my
in the
name was
helicopter.
called again by the deepest of voices. And although I could hear it, I could not tell whence the voice came, nor can I see whoever it was that spoke. And
in
I said,
Dubsu.
here I am. Then the voice said to me, in Dubsar.
I'm Debsar. I was close.
I have chosen you to be my scribe, that you write down my words on the tablets.
He gets his magic
And all
pen.
at once there appeared a glowing in one part of the enclosure. And I saw a place arranged like a scribal workplace.
Yeah, he found some
A
stuff, I
scribe's
think.
table and a scribe's stool. And there were
Had a
finely
bad
shaped
time.
stones upon the table, but I saw no clay tablets nor containers of wet clay. And there lay upon the table only one stylus, and it glistened in the glowing as no reed stylus ever did. That was a computer. You scribed it on a computer, yeah. And the voice spoke up again, saying, in Dubsar, son of Eridu city, my faithful servant, I am your Lord Enki. I have summoned you to write down my words, for I am much distraught by what has befallen mankind by the great calamity. It is my wish to record the true course of the events.
It is my wish to wash my hands of this.
Know that my hands are clean.
See, right there.
Not since the great deluge had such a calamity befallen the earth and the gods in the earthlings. But the great deluge
You going
was
to
destined
bed.
to
We
happen.
have yourself a good evening.
Not so the great calamity. This one, 7 years ago,
Keep that heart relaxed.
It could have been prevented, and I, Enki, did all I could to prevent it. Alas, I failed. And was it fate or was it destiny? In the future,
y'all motherfuckers did it. What do you mean, was it fate or destiny?
On that day, the earth shall quake and the river shall change.
So, I mean, look, they set off
nukes
because fucking Marduk was running around trying to take supremacy and telling us fucking slaves that he was the master. What are we gonna do? We fucking went off of fucking Marduk, and all of a sudden they want to fucking nuke us because we're following the wrong one of them. And after they did that, then they handed everything fucking over to Marduk. I'm like, and now he's going on like, is it fate or destiny? I'm like, motherfucker, you pushed the button. It was your son that did it. Both of them. Oh my God. Yeah, he's trying to wash his hands of this, acting like it didn't have nothing to do with it. He did everything he could. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. And they glorifying their actions and shit. That's just like, you got to keep in mind, Toth is this boy's fucking son. So when you keep that in reference when he's fucking doing his writings, you know? Well, I'll tell you what, that fucking, the ice cream just hit the spot. Loving it. I got hemp seed all over in my teeth, though. I'm
Fucking hemp seed gets everywhere. I got some almond milk upstairs too. I haven't even cracked open. That's some good stuff after you eat nuts. Fucking wash that shit down with almond juice. I like my fucking healthies. Like I said, I don't eat a whole lot of meat. I do a lot of veggies and nuts and stuff like that. I always have. But when I eat meat, man, I do eat meat. Usually about once a day. It's usually fish or chicken. Love me some fish. Eggs, I love eggs. I make the best eggs you ever had in your life. You'd be like, what the fuck? I'm eating a cloud that tastes like an egg. I'm not kidding. My kid is fucking ass spoiled on my fucking egg. No meat, no dairy, no sugar, no gluten. Fuck. You ain't no fun. Take my cookies out of it. Have you ever had a gluten-free cookie? That ain't no cookie. It don't even qualify. They lying. Oh yeah, yeah, I bet it does. IBS isn't no fun. You know what's really good for it? Hemp seed and probiotics. They'll pump you if you got IBS. They'll pump you full of fucking antibiotics, and I swear that makes it worse. IBS is because you don't have the right fauna in your gut to handle the beef. And I've found that some of the best shit for that is hemp seed in mass. Just fucking eat it. It's good for your IBS. Angel has that shit. I got her on there's a probiotic yogurt. I forget the name of it. Ensure, I think, maybe, that she eats that helps the fuck out of her with that shit too. Chewable. Yeah, just as long as you get that in there. And it's a bacteria that you're missing, basically, that helps you digest all those hard proteins. And the antibiotics that they're feeding you are killing your gut fauna that is in there. And they're finding that the probiotics are actually working better because of that's exactly what the fuck they need to have in there is the bacteria. Yeah, exactly. The friendly bacteria that helps you digest your food. Go figure. You know? Oops. We've been making things worse. You got a teaspoon with a long handle, huh? Are they? I didn't know pumpkin seeds were good for you that way too. But I do know the hemp seed helps. I don't know what's in it that helps, but it does. It gives you protein too that's easily digested without the heavy bacteria. Struck by lightning. Gotta fuck that. That's some good shit. It's a pleasure. I just have Angel. Angel has the same condition, the IBS, and she's got it under control after a couple of years of probiotics and hemp seed in her diet. She takes RSO too. Avoid dried apricots. Hmm. Aloe is good. The aloe juice with the little chunks of shit. Fucking like me some aloe juice. Good stuff. Greases your insides up. Yeah, she had a lot of nausea. Lauren, she had a lot of problems. Yeah, I know aloe juice works on me pretty good. Soothes my belly. I like milk too myself, though. See, and that's not good for y'all IBSers. Milk doesn't go well with your belly. I could survive on milk. Yeah, the pain. Yeah, I lived with Angel for fucking years. Um, I told her because she used to be really healthy. And I used to tell her, I was like, Angel, you can't do what you're doing. Because she'd use every fucking spray can on the shelf. The smelly goods, the Lysols, the fucking every fucking spray can you could get. And she went vegan. And I was like, you can't do that to your body. You are going to fucking kill yourself. And 20 years later, IBS, fucking early onset Alzheimer's, stuff like that. But it's all in the foods. Every fucking food out there, fast food and box food, stuff like that. It's all got the GMO corn syrups and stuff that is just not engineered for human consumption. Yeah, CBD drops are good. Yeah. Well, RSO can help with that, regardless of what Lee says. It eats away at the plaque because there's a gene with early onset that turns on that causes the plaque to build up in your brain. Some kind of excess, something that kicks up in there. Well, the THC and the CBDs and all that RSO shit eats away at it. They're having leaps and bounds with THC and fucking Alzheimer's patients. It is. I told Angel about it when I first got to North Carolina, and she didn't believe me. And then she went to her doctors, and her doctor actually said, "Yeah, too bad it's not legal here." And she come home crying, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" She goes, "I didn't believe you." I was like, "You never believe me." What the fuck's new about this? I didn't want her to believe me anyway, so I wanted her to go talk to her doctor about it. You know, she's been a friend of mine for fucking years. Of course, I'm worried about her fucking early onset. She's 6 months younger than me. She don't need to be getting that shit. That means I could get that shit. Thank God. Thank God I haven't, though. You know, I work with heavy metals every day. That can cause the same thing. So I got my fans going, and I try not to work too damn much with my fucking heavy metals. Oh, so you can't hang all night. I got you. That's cool. Have fun, Polly. Have yourself a good morning, good breakfast. Well, that's a lot of what's wrong with a lot of people today is the pharmaceutical fucking world. But Pollyanna, without your demure looking up at me with your pouty lips and finger over here with your and he and it's just like you're just laying there. Damn it. You, what you doing to me? Yes, your lips will be missed, Pollyanna. Her pouty demure. God. Oh my God. I want to see it. I want to see it. I still haven't seen it yet. Oh shit! You leaving me alone on the space racks? To think about what I've done. Coriander pork does too. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Hey, Glenn. How are you? I'm gonna pop off a pawn. The way we can get her sized and cooled off and start modeling the other pawns after it. Because I got to make one first. And then we'll fashion that. Fashion the rest of them off of it. The way they match height and width and all that stuff. I haven't decided if we're going to start with the red or the blue. Probably the blue. It's already up here ready. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of fucking push going on. Tuggery and fuggery. Induction. Backfill. Space crack. Looks like some racks coming right up mama's cracks from the backs. Yep, green stuff. Love the green stuff. Green stuff is good. All right, so let's get on down and get on down. I'm almost done with this. Good enough. Gonna start working on this thingy. Keep the ladies company, Glenn. It's dangerous. Don't let them. Don't don't let them surround you, man. They got racks. They had me in one earlier. It was terrible. They were beating me up with their demure looks.
The day of the returning celestial
Didn't know what to
God
do with
will
myself.
be. And who shall survive and who would
Good
perish?
shit.
Who shall be rewarded and who will be punished? Gods and men alike on that day shall it be discovered. For what shall come to pass by what had passed shall be determined. And what was destined shall in a cycle be repeated. And what was fated and only by the heart's will occurring for good, or I shall for judgment come. The voice fell silent. Then the great Lord spoke up again, saying, It is for this reason that I will tell the true account of the beginnings and of the prior times and of the olden times. For in the past the future lies hidden. For 40 days and 40 nights shall I speak, and you will write. 40 shall be the count of the days and the nights of your task here. For 40 is my sacred number among the gods. For 40 days and 40 nights you shall neither eat nor drink. Only this once of bread and water you shall partake, and it shall sustain you for the duration of your task.
Come on, motherfucker, not even no
And the
cookies.
voice paused, and all at once there appeared a glowing in another part of the enclosure.
You better make me some
And I saw
motherfucking
a table,
cookies.
and upon it a plate and a cup.
On the fucking
And I
cookies.
rose up there too, and there was bread on the plate and water in the cup.
Fuck that.
And the voice of the great Lord Enki spoke up again, saying,
Yeah.
In Dubsar, eat the bread and drink the water, and
You
be
don't feed me
sustained
better
for
than that,
40 days and 40
motherfucker.
nights. And I did as directed. And therefore the voice directed me to sit myself at the scribal table, and the glowing there intensified. I could see neither door nor aperture where I was, yet the glowing was as strong as the midday
Should have
sun.
held out in Dubsar.
And the voice said, In Dubsar, the scribe, what do you see? And I looked and I saw the glowing ray upon the table and the stones and the stylus. And I said, I see stone tablets. And their hue is blue as pure as the sky. And I see a stylus as I have never seen before. Its stem unlike any reed and its tip like an eagle's talon. And the voice said, These are the tablets upon which you shall inscribe my words. By my wish they have been cut of the finest lapis lazuli, each with 2 smooth faces provided. And the stylus you see is of God's handiwork, its handle made of electrum, and its tip of divine crystal. It shall firmly fit in your hand, and what you shall engrave with it shall be as easy as marking upon wet clay. In 2 columns you shall inscribe the front face. In 2 columns you shall inscribe the back of each stone tablet. Do not deviate from my words and utterances. And there was a pausing, and I touched one of the stones, and the surface thereof felt like a smooth skin, soft to the touch. And I picked up the holy stylus, and it felt like a feather in my hand. And then the great God Enki began to speak. And I began to write down his words exactly as he had spoken them. At times his voice was strong, at times almost a whisper. At times there was a joy or pride in his voice. At times pain or agony.
Mm-hmm.
And as one tablet was inscribed on all its faces, I took another to continue. And when the final words were spoken, the great God paused, and I could hear a great sigh. And he said, In Dubsar, my servant, for 40 days and 40 nights you have faithfully reported my words. Your task here is completed. Now take hold of another tablet, and on it you shall write your own attestation. And at the end thereof, as a witness, mark it with your seal, and take the tablet and put it together with those other tablets in the divine chest, where at a designated time chosen ones shall come hither, and they shall find the chest and the tablets. And they shall learn all that I have dictated to you, and that true account of the beginnings and the prior times, and the olden times, and the great calamity shall henceforth be known as the words of the Lord Enki. And it shall be a book of witnessing of the past, and a book of foretelling the future. For the future in the past lies, and the first things shall also be the last things. Which means if in the beginning there were gods on earth, that means in the end there's going to be gods on earth. And there was a pause, and I took the tablets and I put them one by one in their correct order in the chest. And the chest was made of acacia wood, and it was inlaid with gold on the outside. Sounds like the Ark of the Covenant, doesn't it?
A little bit.
And the voice of my Lord said, now,
Wonder
close the
why.
chest, cover and fasten its lock. And I did as directed. And there was another pause, and my Lord Enki said, and as for you, Indubsar, with a great God you have spoken. And though you have not seen me in my presence, you have been. Therefore you are blessed, and my spokesman to the people you shall be. You shall admonish them to be righteous, for in that lies a good and long life. And you shall comfort them, for in 70 years the cities will be rebuilt and the crops shall sprout again. There will be peace, but there will also be wars. New nations will become mighty. Kingdoms shall rise and fall. The olden gods shall step aside, and new gods shall decree the fates.
Wardic.
But at the end of days, destiny shall prevail. And of that future it is foretold in my words about the past. All of that in Dubsar to the people you shall tell. And there was a pause and a silence, and I, Undubsar, bowed to the ground and said, but how will I know what to say? And the voice of the Lord Enki said, the signs will be in the heavens, and the words to others shall come to you in dreams and in visions. And after you are there, and after you, there will be another chosen prophet, and other chosen prophets. And in the end, there will be a new earth and a new heaven. And for prophets, there will be no more need. And then there was silence, and the auras were extinguished, and the spirit left me. And when I regained my senses, I was in the fields outside Eridu.
New heaven. New earth.
So there you go. You get that. Now we're moving on here.
No need for prophets.
Synopsis of the first tablet.
Guess what day has come?
Lamentation over the desolation of Sumer. We're going to continue in our reading from the Lost Book of Enki. Interesting stuff here. And especially interesting to sort of, that's why I wanted to follow up the Gods of Eden that we read with William Bradley with this one. You know, follow up. And now we got the premise. Now we figure, we've gotten that added into the vocabulary. That was the best thing I think that I took away from reading that. And hopefully you took that away too, was that it sort of added, the other pieces of the picture to this worldview of, the New World Order and the Illuminati and the whole thing. It did for me. When I think that now that since we've done that, now reading, actually stuff that's, from the Sumerian tablets and whatnot is highly interesting. So
Yeah.
we're going to jump back into that.
William Bradbury's got some good shit with the turning gods.
www.reality.com. That is my website where this broadcast originates from. And it says, I got an email here, another email from Lori. Lori says, hey, Josh, I'm glad you're reading this book. I really enjoy your commentary while reading these books. A lot of things pop in your head that aren't popping in mine. While you're reading Gods of Eden, I started reading the Lost Book of Enki. You started reading that? And as I was reading Gods of Eden, that's odd. It's a hard read and kind of reads like the Bible. This father, son, brothers, cousins, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I looked up some of the names, the changes of some of these guys in the book. Like Murdoch is also Ra. Don't know if they're right or not. Yeah, well, that's true. Murdoch, Ra, a lot of the ones that started out as Sumerian ones later became the verbatim the same ones that were in Egyptian mythology and stuff. So yeah, absolutely the same God. They just had different names.
Yep.
But anyway, there you go. So thanks so much, Lori, for that. Again, Chippy Banner donate button is there at the website, and we need to be getting in more support than we have over this past week. We need an influx of cash right now because we're just trying to get get back on track and get back on getting being able to get the film out very soon. I'm shooting for middle of July for 2022, and just trying to after losing a couple of weeks with all stuff that's going on, I'm trying to get back out and I'm doing that. So any support we can get, Chippy Banner donate button, anything we can get in right now. Would be great. We don't get our stuff over the weekend, so we don't have shows, and we can really use it right now. So that's what we was paying through there stuff right now. What I don't want to do well after that. So it should use some help right now. We'll put that out there and everybody know that he's serious. I'm not just saying you can go like a silver go or something. We do need to get some stuff in. If you hear you from who's out there because then please don't leave it there. All right. Synopsis of the first cabinet was lamentation over the desolation of Canaan. How the gods fled the cities as the nuclear cloud spread. The debate in the council of the gods, the fateful decision to unleash the weapons of terror. The origin of the gods and launching weapons on Nibiru. Nibiru's north-south war, unification and dynastic rule. Nibiru's place in the solar system. A dwindling atmosphere causes climate change. Efforts to obtain gold to shield the atmosphere fail. Alalu, a usurper, uses nuclear weapons to stir volcanic gases. A newly dynastic pair of explosives. Alalu steals a spacecraft and escapes from Nibiru. The first cabinet. Now we're using the first cabinet. Here we go. The words of the Lord is the first one from the new who reigns on Nibiru. With heavy spirit I utter laments. Laments that are bitter fill my heart. How smitten is the land, its people delivered to the evil wind, its stables abandoned, its sheepfolds empty. Yeah, it was, Samir was reduced to dust. That's why the Sumerians disappeared. They got wiped out by a nuclear war. How smitten are the cities?
Not all of them, bud.
Their people piled up as dead corpses afflicted by the evil wind. How smitten are the fields, their vegetation withered, touched by the evil wind. How smitten are the rivers, nothing swims anymore, pure sparkling water is turning to poison. Of its black-headed people, Sumir is empty, gone is all life. Of its cattle and sheep, Sumir is empty, silent is the hum of churning milk. In its glorious cities, only the wind howls, death is the only smell. The temples whose heads to heaven arose by their gods have been abandoned. Of lordship and kingship command there is none, scepter and tiara are now gone. On the banks of the two great rivers, once lush and life-giving, only weeds grow. No one treads the highways, no one seeks out the roads. Flourishing Sumir is like an abandoned desert. How smitten is the land, home of gods and men. On that land a calamity fell, one unknown to man.
That's what all that's
mankind
about.
had never before seen. One that could not be withstood. On all the lands from west to east, a disruptive hand of terror was placed. The gods in their cities were helpless as man. An evil wind, a storm born in a distant plain, a great calamity wrought in its path. A death-dealing wind born in the west, its way to the east is made, its course set by fate. A storm devouring as the deluge by wind and not by water, a destroyer by poisoned air, not tidal waves overwhelming. By fate, not destiny, was it engendered. The great gods and their council, the great calamity had caused. By Enlil and Nirhashag, it was permitted. I alone, for a halt, was beseeching. Day and night to accept what the heavens decree, I argued, to no avail. So he's basically saying he tried to stop it, they wouldn't listen to him. Ninurta, Enlil's warrior son, and Nergal, my very own son, poisoned weapons in the great plain, then unleashed them. That an evil wind shall follow the brilliance we knew not. By now crying angry, they act like they didn't know what these weapons were going to do. They'd never used
I'm
them.
out of propane. Hey, we got one done.
Much you almost see them as almost in the same place that we are now.
So we'll put this to the
It's almost
side
like that's
then.
where they were at. You know, a little bit more advanced than us. They could travel places, but you know, before anybody ever dropped a nuclear weapon, nobody knew what was
I'm
going to
done
happen, even though they had that
till
technology.
the co-op opens in the morning.
And you know, you know,
See how that
they
goes?
didn't know.
I'm like, wow.
The same way.
At least I didn't run out of propane while I was working on the pond.
Disbelieving as the evil
That
one
would
towards
suck.
Sumer
I've been like,
made
no.
its way.
I thought
One
something was
after
going
another,
on. I was like, what
God
the
sent
fuck?
their cities, their temples
You gotta adjust my
abandoned to the
flame a little much.
in my city, in Ridu, As the poison
Give me another tank, I know, right?
Nothing to stop it. Escape to the open step to the people I gave instructions.
Yeah, I'm just fucked.
My spouse, the city
I'm
I
fucked till
abandoned.
morning. It's all good.
In his city Nippur, place of the bond heaven earth, in little could do nothing to stop it. The evil wind against Nippur was onrushing in his celestial boat. UFO. Clear, celestial boat. Give me a break. And Lil and his spouse hurriedly took off. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a spaceship.
Yeah, the tough gods, these almighty, all-powerful, all-loving gods, puke.
I just missed 420. I did by 4 minutes. I'm a little late.
On us.
Always.
They get their fucking spaceships and haul ass out of here. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? As above, so below, right?
So that should be the playlist to this. If y'all want to listen on your own.
And that effect. What's happened in the past determines the future. So the gods, the extraterrestrials, they dropped nuclear weapons on us and they hauled ass in their spaceships and got the fuck out of here and then, left us all down here to die.
That way you can listen to that shit on your own.
I
listen to it all the time. I clean in the house or doing whatever, cooking. I turn this shit on. Going to bed, I turn that shit on. I listen to Toth a lot. Numa Leash, whatever it is, while I'm going to sleep. And the other night, I was listening to this again, and I caught the whole introduction. Who's Toth? I was like, man, I knew he was Anunnaki. I knew it was his kid. It was fucking Marduk's brother. I forget where I picked that up at, but he says it. Well, we just listened to it again. He says it right here.
Take hold of your spouse in golf. Flee the city.
Hey, Freeman, how you doing?
It's destiny I cannot bend. Thus did in little my brother speak. Alas, not a destiny it was. A calamity none greater since the deluge. Gods and earthlings has befallen. Alas, not a destiny it was. The great deluge was destined to happen. The great calamity of the death-dealing storm was not.
No, it wasn't destined.
So I'm saying that, again, really reinforcing that idea that the great deluge, the great flood, was destined to happen, but the death-dealing storm was not. What makes that interesting is that historically people are often confused. Because there was more than one great flood on this planet. There's more than one great deluge.
Yep.
Because the reason that we know that is true scientifically is, again, because of that layer of pre-flood ash. So according to this, we have the great deluge. We have this great calamity of nuclear weapons unleashed, which, again, all across the earth, deep underground, there's a layer of pre-deluge, pre-flood ash. So according to this, we had a great deluge. We have the nuclear decimation of Earth, reducing it to ash. Then we had another flood after that at some point.
Yep.
And that's proven because it's proven that there was a flood after this event that caused the Earth to be reduced to ashes.
Yep.
That's very interesting. And you see that reference that there was more than one flood. You hear that talked about.
Yep.
By the breach of a vow, by a council decision, it was caused. By weapons of terror was it created.
Yep.
By a decision, not destiny.
I see evidence of it right out here. My rocks are cooked.
By deliberation was the lot cast. And they're saying that this was done with, impunity. This was done on purpose. There's no accident that these weapons were, these nuclear weapons were deployed.
That's right.
Against Marduk, my firstborn, did the two sons' destruction direct. Mm-hmm. Vengeance was in their hearts. Ascendancy is not Marduk's to grasp. And Lil's firstborn shouted, "With weapons I shall oppose him," Namerta said.
Yep.
Of people he raised an army, vividly as Earth's navel to declare. Nergal, Marduk's brother, so shouted. In the council of the great gods, words of venom were spread. Day and night I raised my opposing voice. Peace, I counsel, deploring haste. For the second time, the people have raised his heavenly image. Why does opposing continue? I asked in pleading. Have all the instruments been checked? Did not the era of Marduk in the heavens arrive? I once more inquired. English Zeta, my very son, other signs have been cited. His heart, I knew, Marduk's injustice to him could not forgive. The Nartu and Lil on Earthborn was unrelenting too. Marduk, my temple in the North City, his own abode made, so he said. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest son, demanded punishment.
How are you this morning?
In my lands to whore after him the people he made, he said. Utu, son of Nanark, Marduk's son Nabu, his wrath directed. Then it goes on, and this is like argument. I'm gonna fuck you up. No, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you up. On, pissing contest, essentially.
Yep.
Nurgle, Lord
and we got in the middle of it. They killed everybody.
Let the olden weapons of terror for obliteration be used. The olden weapons of terror for obliteration, meaning
have a good night.
That those were,
Lord.
Something from the weapons of the past of this civilization. Kind of like what we see people in the future will see nuclear weapons on Earth.
Yeah, it's 4:30 here.
The olden weapons of terror for obliteration be used. At my
I gotta wait on this heat box.
For brother against brother, the terror weapons have been forsworn. Sounds familiar. I mean, why do we think we're in a constant state of war? I mean,
because they never left, Josh.
The gods of evil. There you go.
They never left.
That's all we know. That's what the people who created us, or who we call gods, who we are the victims of a gigantic science experiment of.
And it's
no wonder nobody's ever tried to.
In Lil's side, who rules the planet right now?
Man. No, we're the bastard sons of the universe.
It's in Lil's family who's ruling the planet right now.
We're the redheaded stepchildren of the galaxy.
You can tell because it's the eagle.
And we wonder why we arm against each other, why we have
the eagle definitely triumphed over the snake.
Why do we want to kill each other?
Everywhere you look.
Because the people of the bloodlines who were in positions of power around the globe, from presidents to congressmen to senators to royalty to the crown to all across the board, banking houses, religious institutions, all of these bloodline people are trying to become gods themselves. And to become like their gods, their creators, our creators, to become like them because they feel because they are of the pure bloodline, that gives them the right to do it.
No.
It gives them the right to do everything that their creator did. And if that means endless war and everybody killing each other, then so be it. Because
they never
that's
left.
What they did.
They never left.
For brother against brother, the terror weapons have been forsworn. Instead of consent, there was silence.
I can't see any evidence they ever left.
In the silence, Lil opened his mouth. Punishment there must be. Like birds without wings, the evildoer shall be. Marduk and Nabu of our heritage are depriving us of our heritage. Let them deprive the place of the celestial chariots. I'm sort of reading this slow and kind of, it's just, all the words are kind of reversed into what we would say it. So I'm trying to reverse them a little bit and say them, so they're easier to understand for you. Let this place be scorched to oblivion, the Nerda shouted. Let the one who scorches me, let me do it. Let me fucking set this place on fire. Let's scorch this motherfucker to oblivion. Let me be
burn it down.
That's what the Nerda said. Excited, Nurgle stood up and shouted, let the evildoer cities also be upheaval. The sinning cities, let me obliterate. Let the annihilator my name be thereafter.
Hey, Chad.
The earthlings by us created, the earthlings that were created by us must not be harmed. The righteous with the sinners must not be perished, I forcefully said.
Wheeling in, huh?
Narsog, my creating helpmate, was consenting. The matter is between the gods alone to settle. The people must not be harmed. I knew from the celestial abode to the discussions was giving much heed. I knew who determines fates from his celestial abode. His voice made heard. Let the weapons of terror be used this once. Let the place of the rocket ships be.
Yeah, you don't want to see what's going on in here anyway.
Let Ninurta the Scorcher be.
A lot of demure, pouty lips stuff.
So did Enlil announce the decision. To them, a secret of the gods I shall reveal. The hiding place of the terror weapons to them I shall disclose.
We got a nice pawn with a moon sitting here looking at me, though.
Inner chamber in Little Summit. Nurgle, as he went by me, averted his gaze to me. Alas, I cried out.
And we just made it, so you can, once it refreshes, you can skip right to the end over here where we just made it. We've been sitting around talking the whole time.
Trusted in their hands weapons of terror.
Smoked two bowls of marijuana.
The brilliance they are unleashed, and they touch to dust. And,
I think we're setting records over here.
Turning everything into dust.
And Miss Raymond had some black label she was sharing with us.
They were forsworn, and neither region to effect. Now the oath was undone like a broken jar in useless pieces. The two sons, full of glee, with quickened step from the little chambers emerged, and the weapons depart. I mean, they launched the weapons. The other gods turned their back to the cities. None of his own calamity had a foreboding. Which means, you got the fuck out of there.
Yeah, huh? Right.
Now, this is the account of the prior times and of the weapons of terror. Before the prior times was the beginning. After the prior times was the olden times. In the olden times, the gods came to earth and created the earthlings. In the prior time, none of the gods were on earth, and the earthlings were not yet fashioned. They were not yet made. In the prior times, the abode of the gods was on their own planet. Nibiru is its name. A great planet, reddish in radiance, around the sun, an elongated circuit Nibiru makes. It has a long orbit, allegedly.
Because it travels
For a time
with
of the
another
cold,
sun.
Nibiru engulfed. For part of its circuit by the sun strongly is it heated. Every time it starts to it does a rotation, it gets so close to the Earth that it heats up. But because it's got such a slow orbit, life was able to flourish there, essentially is what they're saying. A thick atmosphere envelops Nibiru by volcanic eruptions. All manner of life this atmosphere sustains, but without the atmosphere, there will only be dying, perishing. In the cold period, the inner heat of Nibiru keeps the planet warm, like a warm coat. In the hot period, it shields Nibiru from the sun's scorching rays. In the midst, I guess in the springtime, it rains and it holds and releases to lakes and streams, giving rise. Lush vegetation our atmosphere feeds and protects. All manner of life in the waters and on land has been caused to sprout. After eons of time, our own species sprouted, and by our own essence, an eternal seed was used to procreate. Which basically says, yeah, an eternal seed was used. I mean, something came along and created them. You know, they may be the gods that created mankind, but somebody created them too. Who was it? See, I mean, we're not even ready to ask that question as a people on this planet, are we? You know,
You just did.
It's a god.
You just did.
Or gods. Most likely, that god or gods has a god too, someone who created it.
Hot chocolate and toast now. That sounds good.
You know, this is going to start to open up more questions.
Good night,
than it is
Westland.
As our numbers grew, to many regions of Nibiru, our ancestors spread. Some
Sugar overkill, huh?
some four-legged creatures.
I like it in my coffee a lot.
Shepherded. Well, they had dogs, is what it means. I knew dogs were from another planet. Fucking cats too, bastards. I love dogs and cats. They're great. Fucking love them. And sometimes, man, you get a good one. You're like, man, you are not from this planet. My cat, I don't know where the fuck planet my cat's from. He ain't from here though. I swear he's a spy from Sirius. Tries to get on computers, gets on people's computers.
Serious spy.
It's out of control. Some lived on the mountains, some in the valleys.
I gotta make like 5 trips.
Home. Some of them made their
I'll be right back.
Rivalries occurred, encroachments happened, clashes occurred, sticks became weapons. clans gathered into tribes, and then two great nations faced each other. The nation of the North took arms against the nation of the South. And it talks about that they threw spears, which they call missiles, and they weapons of thunder and brilliance. You increase the terror. So they started out with, sticks, and then it became weapons, guns, and then missiles, and then weapons of thunder. So, it kind of sounds like the evolution of our weapons, doesn't it? First it was sticks, then it was, bows and arrows and spears and all that, and swords. Then it became, bullets and missiles and weapons of thunder, which, that's our modern day weaponry, isn't it? Weather warfare, HARP and chemtrails. So, I mean, that almost, wow, that almost sounds like there was, an evolution of weapons in the same way we've seen an evolution of weapons. A war long and fierce engulfed the planet.
I just turned on the damn light upstairs and Patches opened her eyes and gave me that look. What the hell? Where am I? What are you doing?
Laying the land and all life was diminished. So for many orbits, for many rotations around the sun, there was no life on Nibiru at all. Then a truce was declared and peacemaking was conducted. Let the nations be united, the emissaries said to one another. There they are, forming their world order. So this is great, isn't it? They have a war, brother against brother on the whole planet. Everybody wipes everybody out, except for a few.
Except
and
for
the few that are left form a new world order.
Yep.
Where everybody's united. Sound familiar?
Yep.
I mean, that's what as above, so below means, folks. That's why they take that so seriously.
Oh.
As in the macrocosm, so in the microcosm.
We work on the same system.
And it looks like this is lining up to be our fate as well. Well, you know what? Just as it said here, is it fate or is it destiny? It was destiny for that flood to happen, but it was the fate of them to be wiped out by nuclear weapons. Well, this doesn't have to be our fate.
It don't.
Our fate can be determined by our actions or our inactions. But if we continue to not, do anything,
then we're going to be fucked.
I mean, my goodness, like I'm talking about. We got listeners in like 37 countries now.
37? About 180.
Our listenership has just been going through, but yet we have 3 or 4 or 5 out of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of listeners that donate to support our work. Are we going to choose to do like we've always done and be lazy and assume this is somebody else's problem to handle? Or are we going to step up and change fate?
Stand up, bub.
If not, then this is what is going to be our fate.
I'll tell you what.
If we don't get involved,
I wish I could get Josh this information.
We're going to set for the same thing that the people of old did. And something tells me the elite want it that way. That's exactly what they're planning.
They do, because it's the same people. They never left, Josh. Keep reading.
I want to play with the big boys. I want to play at the big boy level. We need cash to do that.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable, just the epiphanies of reading stuff on air. It just blows me away.
Cash is not.
Let there be one throne.
That's
on
one of their tools.
One king to reign over
you can
all.
use it against them to a point, but that's not.
Kill everybody, blow everybody, create all out warfare, and then come in and pick up the pieces and create a new world. That's what their agenda is.
They've already got a new world order. You're looking for it.
Let a leader
already
from north
established.
or from south by lot be chosen.
That's how good they are.
One king supreme to be. If he be from north, let south choose a female to be his spouse.
That's how good they are. It's just
an equal queen to reign alongside him.
While you're looking for NWO,
if he's from the south,
it's been long established.
Let someone from the north, a female from the north, be his spouse. Husband and wife, let them be as one flesh to become. Let their firstborn son be the successor. Let a unified dynasty thus be formed. Unity on Nibiru forever to establish. They set up a fucking monarchy is what they did. They set up a new game. Who's going to run the new game? They wipe everybody out, and then they set up a new game under that. And then people 100, 200, 300 years from now have no idea why life is the way it is, and nobody really questions it. People just going around about their business, forgetting that 200,000, 300,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, everybody died and somebody came in and set up the new game that they controlled. And people just think it's day to day and they never know what happened. You see what happened to us? The same thing.
It did.
They did it here. They did it on their planet. And then they seeded us with the ability to do it again.
Keep
ourselves.
reading
We've
and
gone
you'll
down the
know
same
how
road
they did
are.
it. That's the beautiful thing about it. They actually tell us how they
see
did
these, we call them vicious cycles. You know, a father is an alcoholic and a wife beater. And so, you know, and then the son grows up and becomes an alcoholic and a wife beater. And then his son grows up and becomes, and you know, it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, you got to break it.
But all it takes to break that vicious cycle is one person standing up and saying, no more, not me.
No more.
I'm not going to be the one that continues that vicious cycle. It ends here.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do as a people, folks.
Because we are the vicious cycle. We make it happen for them.
We are not going to allow this to play out the way it's played out before. Every person on this planet needs to know this information. We've got to get this out of the people.
And we've got more than that even.
People need to know that our destiny
we got way more than that now.
Is going to be death and destruction and the setting up of a new power structure, resetting the game, resetting the table, starting it all over again. And that's exactly what they want to do because that's what their predecessors did.
In the days, all will be revealed.
The ones that tinkered on Earth and created us in this whole thing.
It's getting revealed. This is what it looks like.
Can stand up to this eventually and say no more. And by God, there's never been a better time than
we're always late to the show.
We have to be the one. Yeah,
no, cosmic. No. It's sadly enough, it's true.
Otherwise, it's going to continue on and on, and that's exactly
we're the last to know.
I bet they never counted on the fact we never even identified. But now that we have, it can't be held back anymore.
I agree, Josh. Anyway, that would be the link. Myself, I'm going to bed. Y'all have yourselves a good evening, good day. I'll see you tomorrow at some point. Stay safe, y'all. I'm going to hit me a pillow.